Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Cricket South Africa's coverage of the 4-day domestic series match between the Momentum Multiplied Titans and the Renault Potch Dragons. With me is Werner. My name is Otto Simon. Thank you very much for joining us. Good morning, Werner.
Morning, Otto. Lovely to be here. Getting an on-start time today. Yesterday, unfortunately, a lot of overs lost due to rain. Still quite overcast here at SuperSport Park, but thankfully no rain this morning, so we should be set for a good day's play. The Northwest Dragons have bolstered their lineup with the addition of Huddersfield for this match. He's on loan, coming from the Northern Cape Heat. He has plenty of experience in Division 1 though, as Huddersfield, plenty of experience in general, and he's picked up both of the wickets so far. He's taken 2 for 14. The Dragons themselves, they set the Titans 345 before they were bowled out. Matthew Kleinveld made 97 of 150. Vian Libber 84 of 112, and then a nice cameo from Manyan Mthenke at the back end where he made 51 of 49. That set them up. So the Titans, they lost 2 early wickets. They were 5 for 2 yesterday, with Braden Hicks losing on debut his wicket on a golden duck, and Merrick Brett, he came to open innings with Neil Brunt not able to take the field. We're not yet sure exactly what is the problem, but since then there's been a good fluent partnership between Keegan Peterson and Devold Brevis. Peterson on 42 of 67, Devold Brevis runner balls 38, and the Dragons, they have 2 slips and a gully in place, a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg.
That's the first ball of day 3, delivered by Huddersfield. They're just sliding down the leg side to Keegan Peterson. We've had, as Werner mentioned, quite a lot of interruptions. It's only the 20th over of the first innings of the Titans, the second innings of the match, second batting innings. Cloud cover is about 80 to 90% at the moment. There's a little bit of sun peeking through onto the field. Better line there from Viljoen, right onto the stumps. Much better. With those 2 slips and the gully in place, he would want to keep it on that line just outside off stump. There's a cover, a backward point, an extra cover, and then a mid on and mid off, and then as Werner mentioned, square leg and backward square leg on the boundary. So the trap is set for the short ball as well. Nobody else out on the boundary. Dangling the carrot there, wide outside off stump, trying to get the drive out there. So
Keegan Peterson has been susceptible with the ball outside the off stump. He's gotten out nicked off plenty of times over his career, especially in the last few seasons. It's been a bit of a weakness for him, though he does have one of those beautiful flowing cover drives. So it's both a strength and a weakness for Keegan Peterson, so he just needs to choose wisely, particularly the length.
Full this time, straying off his length, and Peterson punches this one. It's going to be hauled in for 3 runs taken. So the ball travelling slow enough for the batters to run 3, good running, and that will bring Brevis on strike for the first time today.
Yeah, 3s are not something you see generally a lot at SuperSport Park, but we do have the pitch slightly to the right hand side of your screen, so it is a bigger field on your left hand side, and so we've seen 4 3s run in this innings already, and only the 20th over, which is quite interesting to see.
So partnership, as you can see, nice and healthy. 85. Good leave by Devold Brevis. No change in the field for the young Mr. Brevis to face, and that is the first over of the day, almost done, 1 ball left. So 255 the Titans trail, and looking at the weather forecast this morning, it does look like we will have partly cloudy conditions and no real chance of rain predicted by the Weather Channel app that I consulted this morning. Another good leave by Brevis. That would have been a pull to deep mid-wicket on any other day for Deerwold Brevis, but he leaves this one alone. End of the over, and let's see who will be taking up the attack for the Dragons from the Henops River end.
It's been a good season for Deerwold Brevis across formats. He had a magnificent SA 20 for the MI Cape Town side, who ended up winning that tournament, and then for the Titans in the One Day Cup as well, their leading run scorer. A strike rate of over 150 in a 50 over competition is quite incredible. So he's really backed his style of playing. You can see here as well, going at almost around a ball. Can't bowl any loose balls to Deerwold Brevis, is quick to pounce on it. He seemed to slightly improve on the pull shot this season as well. It's been a weakness for him throughout his short career, but he has improved a bit, has gotten himself into better positions. As Ruan de Swart will open the bowling from the Henops River end.
So as Peterson pulls away, he's got Ruan de Swart has got a, what is that, a second and a third slip, or a second and a fourth slip almost. He's got backward point on the boundary. Hardus Viljoen is hiding at backward square leg or fine leg on the boundary. Very nice length to start off with there from de Swart. There's a mid wicket, almost just to the left of the square leg umpire, mid on, mid off, wideish extra cover, and a point fielder quite close to the bat. So the plan here looks to me like just keep it outside off stump, try and get the edge, and then the fine leg is there for the mistimed hook shot. So the short ball is an option. So I'm not sure if you are seeing the interruption in the visuals as well. Our technicians are working feverishly on that. We'll keep you up to date in the meantime. So a hard no for the run there as Peterson just slapped it down to backward point. And score remains the same. Peterson is on 45, as you can see. So he's the only one to have scored runs this morning. So that's an excellent line there by de Swart. Just keeping the batsman interested. Has to play. Can't leave that ball alone outside off stump. And
8-4.
This time Peterson just steps outside off stump and just dots this down.
So de Swart not only with the ball, with the bat as well for this match, averaging 111. Of course, got out a bit earlier in this match than that average. He made 20 of 53 runs with the bat, so he's made vital contributions, 5 50s in the 5 matches he's played. On the Swart.
Now, excellent control there by de Swart. Opens it up with a maiden over for the day. So 6 overs, 21 runs, no wickets yet. Excellent work by Ruan de Swart. So Hardus Viljoen to resume from the off-bob end for the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons.
We apologize for some of the technical issues this morning, but we'll give you ball by ball like we would do radio commentary for the meanwhile. You can at least hear us.
Yes, so no change in the field for Viljoen. First and second slip, gully, backward point to Brevis he goes. Nice and full.
Play straight for as long as possible, and he gets his weight nicely into it.
Now just a touch too full there by Hardus Viljoen. Punished severely by Brevis. Viljoen in again. Short and down the leg side. Brevis leaves that alone. Nicely collected by the keeper. No run.
Hardest for Yun, such a dangerous bowler. He's not the most accurate, so he can tend to spray it around a little bit, even this long into his career. But he also has plenty of unplayable deliveries, and he has that type of pace that rushes the batters. Nice, strong action, hits the deck hard, and it's been a much better pitch than it was last week, where a lot of balls were keeping low.
Nice defensive shot by Brevis, and a much better line and length by Viljoen on the off stump. Straight to extra cover for a dot ball. So Viljoen has obviously represented South Africa as well. He's had an opportunity at international level, and he's a quality player. Brevis is treating him with a measure of respect that he deserves. As Werner mentioned, he's the wicket taker for the Dragons in the match so far. Just onto the leg stump there, but it's nicely collected by fine leg. Only a single there. So these two have led the charge for the Titans, fighting back from a very precarious position. Already day 3, and we're only into the second innings of the match. Full and just defended outside of stump there. So the Dragons have already got 4 draws in the season, and I reckon they will be very keen to have another match finished. They've got a good score on the board, so for them the path to victory would be another 18 wickets. And the Titans, they are quite close to the top of the log. They would desperately want a win. Much better line and length by Viljoen there, encouraged by his teammates, and that's 22nd overdone. So the cricket will have to be played at quite a pace for us to get a result in this match if we don't have any more rain interruptions.
It's been unfortunate. It's not quite as bad as the Lions-Dolphins game, where into day 3 and they've only managed 26 overs in total in Johannesburg. But the Titans, it's a very important game. The Titans want to try and get into that top 2. They took a tough loss against Western Province last week. And the Dragons, they want to avoid relegation, as they're towards the bottom of the table, fighting with the Knights and the Warriors in Western Province to make sure that they stay up in Division 1.
Excellent delivery by De Swart, enticing the drive from Brevis and beating the inside edge. It was a key wicket in that defeat. But this looks like it's got draw written all over it so far.
Yeah, we say that, but you never know. With the likes of Brevis and Andre Pretorius, who tend to be quite attacking, if they can get into a position where they can get some type of lead. But it is a lot of time lost in this match, unfortunately, so it will be a difficult one. Brevis last week got himself out on 99. We're a bit disappointed with that.
That was a spanking drive, but straight to the man on the backward point boundary. De Swart still with the same field set, only a single.
Just skewed out to half of the bat of Brevis, that's why there's some oohs and ahs in the field. They just like to go for that booming cover drive. It's Brevis, and they're tempting him. They have those 2 slips in place exactly for that type of shot, and that's why they have an extra.
For Peterson, the backward point has come up closer to the wicket on that 30-meter circle area. Interesting call that. So, yeah, they're inviting the drive, trying to dangle the carrot outside off stump, and then they do have the option of the short delivery for De Swart. with fine leg and mid wicket in place. Fine leg on the boundary. So if the Titans want to win, they will need to up their tempo quite significantly. But both these batters are taking a very cautious start, which is understandable. So don't want to be too aggressive and throw things away, because the Dragons do have the score on the board. If they take a bunch of wickets, they can take the upper hand here. He gets nice and close to the stumps, does the Swart, making sure that he's on that stump to stump line, forcing the batter to play, and that's another excellent over by the Swart. So just the
Titans weren't at their best in the field. They dropped quite a few catches. Also gave so many loose deliveries, especially on that first morning for the Dragons. That they got them, that made sure that the Dragons got off to a flying start. And Eric Brevis in particular sprayed it around quite a bit in his opening spell, and finally got a wicket towards the back end of the day. Junior Dala and Matthew Bose for most of the day were the best bowlers until it was the debutant in this format, Potchefstroom. He was quite impressive with the ball in his second spell. He ended up taking 3 for 66.
good leave by Brevis, just showing that he's here to stay. No hurry at all. Just maybe seeing things out a little bit and seeing off the opening bowlers, and then looking at the options. They had those 19 overs to face yesterday, the Titans, and managed to score at quite a good rate. But very, very careful, Peterson and Brevis this morning.
You might still try and target Brevis with a short ball. Might tempt him with the shorter boundary on the leg side. See if you can rush him.
Yeah, that's why that fine leg or backward square leg and square leg are there on the boundary for Viljoen to have that option. We'll see when he does employ the short ball. It's a much better wicket to bat on. The wicket last week was quite interesting, with the ball keeping low on day one already, and very tough batting conditions. Nicely timed attacking defensive shot there from Keegan Peterson, but straight to mid-off.
Peterson's balance looks much better in this match so far. He's gotten himself up to 45. He's been guilty of getting himself going and then almost throwing his wicket away in the 20s or 30s. So he's gotten himself a solid start. So I think it's important for him to try and make it a big one here for the Titans.
Well, that's very, very careful approach today.
For the Dragons, the spells from the second and third string bowlers is going to be important as well. Those who come in first and second change. They were quite loose yesterday. Were Mbane and Lutendo Chanwane both going at 6.5 runs to an over.
Sweetly struck by Keegan Peterson, just beating the man at point, and that will stroll down to the boundary for 4. Now the Dragons would hope that the second change, Tenke and his change bowling partner, that's 100 runs up for the Titans, 145 balls faced, 16 fours so far, the 16th one bringing up the 101 for the Titans. Tsanwane as well as Tenke will have to be a lot tighter if they go at 6.5 and over, that'll bring the Titans right back into the match, especially if these two are still at the crease. Is that a nick off the leg side? What does the umpire say? Keegan Peterson stands his ground. The Dragons are celebrating. The umpire says no. And that's just flicked off the pads. Let's have a look at the replay. Viljoen was very excited about that one.
Yeah, Viljoen just having a word with Peterson there. This is quite a big deflection. And it was very close to the bat. And Peterson also almost dropped his head. So it is a tricky call, always that one down the leg side to say whether it came off the bat or the pad. My gut feeling tells me that it might have just taken a bit of bat down the leg side, and Peterson potentially getting away with one.
Let's see if we can... You see Peterson's reaction there. Immediately looking behind and dropping his head and then just staying at the crease. The umpire says that was not out, so the Swart continues. And a nice looking drive, but off the outside half of the bat. The Swart very excited about that one, as that squirts down to the backward point boundary. Once again, the backward point fielder comes closer to the bat for Keegan Peterson.
Almost identical to the previous overs. That one really, it seemed like it might have just come off the bat from Peterson. Umpire does not agree, so Peterson survives, still one away from a 50. He needs to make his opportunity count here. As I say, he's got himself set, got himself going again this morning. Can't afford to just throw this opportunity away, especially if Neil Brunt can't come out to bat for the Titans.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. We'll try and find out what exactly has happened to Neil Brunt, or what his situation is at the moment. So, he's a big wicket for the Titans. I've got a feeling that Keegan Peterson got away with that one, especially judging by his own reaction. But the game continues. Good leave. Peterson walking across there, going far outside his off stump to try and fetch that ball. But the Swart sticks to his guns and there's no run.
Nice to see some sun poking through here at SuperSport Park. I'd love to see a full day's play in.
Yeah,
With so many overs lost already.
we're about at a 60-70% cloud cover at the moment, so it is brightening up just a little bit.
The Swart's been very tidy in the spell, not giving anything away.
Solid forward defense by Peterson and mid-off fields. Yeah, it's been a very wet start to the autumn so far up here on the Highveld, and even this carpet outfield at SuperSport Park is a bit slow. We saw the threes being run, and usually the ball just whizzes off this immaculate field. Once again, wide outside off stump goes Peterson and cuts this one past the man at backward point. That is his 42nd first class 50 for Keegan Peterson, getting a loud applause from the Titans dressing room. And 53 runs off 90 balls. He's faced 68 dots and scored 8 fours, mainly in front of square on the offside. 21 of his runs coming there, and that's also a 101 run partnership between Brevis and Peterson. 133 balls in 102 minutes. Oh, De Swart just beats the outside edge that time. Peterson leans forward and it beats the outside edge. Nice delivery from De Swart that time. Let's see another replay here. Keegan Peterson very lucky to still be at the crease. And you see there, he's immediately looking at the wicket keeper, checking if the wicket keeper is catching that ball. That tells me all I need to know about whether or not that was a wicket. But the umpire didn't agree, and that's the only decision that matters.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson's not had a good season. He's averaged 17 with the bat. This is only his second 50 in this competition. And so, a wonderful opportunity for him here. Set early on in the day. Himself and Theo Brevis just getting himself going. Jan Leber having a discussion with Huddersfield, who's come in on loan for this match. He's done a good job for the Dragons. There's been plenty of injuries concerns for the Dragons. Usually you see Michal Pretoria is playing, or maybe Gideon Peters would come in, or Duan Janssen. They've had to rope in Huddersfield, and that just points towards all the issues that they have had with the bowling attack.
Just the one slip and a gully now for Viljoen to Brevis. Attacking the stumps, there's a sort of a silly mid-on, catching mid-on in place as well. So square leg and backward square leg on the boundary gives Huddersfield the option of attacking the stumps a little bit more. Short boundary on the leg side, lots of wide open space on the onside, only mid-on patrolling in front of square, along with that silly mid-on.
Brevis loves to feel bats on ball, so Dragons might just try and plug away in that area. You know, he won't leave too many deliveries. Maybe he'll offer up an opportunity.
Yeah, so the leading edge that pops up to that man at silly mid-on, or the mistimed hook and pull shot down to backward square leg and square leg. Viljoen keeps it outside off, nice tight on off stump.
Brevis himself approaching a 50. He has been signed up by the Hampshire Hawks to play in a Vitality T20 Blast in England in a couple of months at the end of May, similar to Luanda Pretoria. So both of them, they are the only two overseas signings for Hampshire in that competition, so opportunity there. Brevis might even stick around for a couple of county matches.
Oh, this time it's a full toss, and Brevis manages to beat the man at mid-off, and that's his 50. Ewald Brevis, very nicely done. Gives a big thumbs up to the dressing room, loud applause, and that's his 6th first-class 50. Only his 6th. At the start of his career, he's scored 50 off 54 balls, and we see the misfield there giving him his milestone.
Yeah, poor fielding by Lesiba and Ngwepe. Devil Brevis would have felt he missed out on that full chance, hitting it almost straight to him, but it ends up sneaking underneath Ngwepe.
That's the short ball, enticing Brevis to go for the onside. So it's a picturesque ground here at SuperSport Park. If you are in the area, do come and join us. Bring your picnic basket and your cooler bag. I don't see any vendors open at the moment, so you're welcome to bring your own provisions and enjoy the cricket here with us. It's a lovely day to be outside.
An important note, the entrance is free, so you don't have to pay anything. You don't need a ticket. You can just come in and enjoy some cricket. Enough space for the kids to run around.
Yeah, the Braai area here at SuperSport Park gives you the opportunity to tan a chop and watch some cricket at the same time. Another one left alone by Brevis. He's not going for those wide deliveries at all. So nice and careful. So 110, 26 overs done. Still a good scoring rate here by the Titans. So it's still 235 runs they trail by. The Dragons aren't giving them anything at all to work with. The Renault Potch Northwest Dragons so far have been very tidy. We'll wait and see if the change bowlers can back it up today. But the Swart and Viljoen have been excellent.
They've now decided to push that fielder back for Keegan Peterson as well, sweeping on a backward point boundary and a fine leg as well out.
And Peterson stepping across his off stump, trying to access the onside where there's just the mid wicket and the mid on in front of square, and also just getting himself outside the line so that he can't get given LBW.
He is very strong off his pads. His Keegan Peterson tends to have a good balance, so almost tempting Rwanda Swart to go straight to full that LBW or try to sneak it past his pad, maybe get towards that leg stump. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't square himself up. Peterson is moving around a lot, so you can do that as long as you're still at the point of contact.
Yes, so that time ball going straight back to De Swart. Oh, it's interesting tactics by Peterson. Also takes the slips out of play. Just inviting De Swart to go onto his pad so that he can access the onside. This time he stays on his stumps and well fielded. Almost snuck that one through.
Had to get across quite well to Matthew Kleinfeld. Live wire in the field. Bit of a gym junkie as well. It's quite a buff man for a cricket player. You don't always see that, but these days it's a lot more common on the cricket field. You want to hit those big sixes to be nice and strong.
That's a little bit squared up there, as you mentioned, was Peterson that time. Almost going to that man at the catching cover. De Swart just sticking to his guns, keeping it nice and straight, wicket to wicket. So let's see what Brevis does. Same field for Dewald Brevis. See where the cover fielder goes. It's also a bit more of a catching extra cover.
The Titans have quite an exciting young lineup. Brevis, Johanna Pretorius with the bat, Eric Brett, Matthew Bowes with the ball, Lesejo Poposlapana. So they have plenty of youngsters coming through, and that's vital for the growth going forward. Some of the other teams are on the older side. So the Titans team, plenty who are still learning their game and growing, might set up the Titans going forward.
Very nicely driven by Brevis. Not a lot of power in the shot, but straight to mid-off. Yeah, it's exciting times for South African cricket, and we mentioned this quite a few times last week, with players eyeing that Test Championship final. There's quite a lot of discussion was had about who's going to make it into that side after this 4-day competition, who's going to get the opportunity to play in that monumental match once every 2 years. Very special occasion.
Yeah, I very much doubt there will be any debutants in that match. Conrad has tried out quite a few players in this cycle, so you will have options to choose from. We're hoping that some of the players will come back from injury that were out, like Namre Burger is still out for the rest of the season. Somebody like Zad Williams, saw him early this morning. He's having discussion with somebody that recovering from that knee operation he had. And Gerald could see as well. He's making his comeback. He's at the IPL with the Gujarat Titans. Hasn't gotten an opportunity just yet, but you might see him out there soon with Kagiso Rabada. Plenty of the Proteas out there at the IPL. The Titans in particular. So many Proteas who could potentially play for them if it weren't for the IPL. But the Western Province, they have most of their players back for this series.
Straying onto the pads there, Viljoen onto the leg stump. An easy single down to fine leg on the boundary, who runs up to field. And the Titans are off Nelson. Right, so now that's also part of the reason why this 4-day side of the Titans is so young. All of those international superstars playing in the IPL. But we're lucky to have a few Proteas on the field today as well. And last week, the experience of the Western Province side. Oh, beautiful looking drive, but the man is there at backward point to field that. And it was Beddington, especially all the experience, that won the day for the Western Province, making that tricky pitch look easy to bat on. But let's see where this game takes us.
In that match between the Western Province and Boeland, it's Tony De Zorzi who set them up well. He made 141, only 204 balls, and then Carl Rain as well, 131 not out. The Proteas coming strongly through there.
Yes.
Himself 68.
Nice and full by Viljoen. Oh, that's I think that's what this silly mid on is for, is that full ball that just pops up. Extra cover and point. And mid off, the only fielders on the offside in front of square, so lots of wide open spaces there for Peterson to access if he's brave enough to bring the drive out. This time he just blocks that one. Gully and second slip. Quite a wide mid on with that catching mid on in place, and then backward square and square leg on the boundary. So that's the plan for Viljoen. Try and get Peterson to drive, telling him, look at all that lovely outfield that you can score. Wonderful runs. Peterson not falling for it yet. And that one's too tight on the off stump anyway, so Viljoen finishes another excellent over.
Viljoen has bucket loads of experience, 138 first-class matches. He's taken 511 wickets as well, at an average of 27, a strike rate of 46. He's playing in Division 2 currently. Here's Hardest Viljoen. He's moved around quite a bit. Played for the Lions and the Dragons, and he's gone down to Northern Cape Heat. He's plying his trade. It's always lovely to have someone of that experience in the environment. The youngsters can learn a lot from him, and that's the same that the Proteas now bring at the Western Province as well. Even somebody like a George Ledlow, who's a bit of a forgotten man, unfortunately, from a Proteas perspective. Though he did get an opportunity again in the T20s against Pakistan not too long ago. He made 91 of 66 deliveries for Western Province to up that rate so that they could declare yesterday. He's one of those all-round value packages that I'd love to see more of again at the Proteas.
So we have a change in the bowling attack now for the first time today. Tenke will be coming in from the Henops River end, replacing Ruan de Swart. But too full and on leg stump, but Brevis, careful as he is this morning, just blocks that one. So there's a sort of a second slip. Brevis had a change of gloves, by the way. There was a small break in the play. And let's see if Tenke can fix his figures. He has got a fine leg on the boundary. That's a second slip and a gully. And then a backward point on the boundary. It's full outside off. Brevis tries the on drive, but straight to mid on. Mid off is also there. There's that extra cover quite close to the bat, and then a more conventional extra cover. So again, lots of space on the offside for Tenke to tempt Brevis. The offside now for Brevis is the shorter boundary, and then it's only mid wicket and mid on in front of square on the onside. So Tenke better keep it outside off, and which he does. Brevis leaves it alone.
Yeah, it's an important little spell here. So he didn't start off well yesterday, and we've talked about the importance of following up this opening spell from Rwanda Swabs and Hardest for Yun. It's vital that they don't let things slip now and keep the pressure on, especially with Debo Brevis, who likes to counter-attack on anything loose. So if they can pile a bit of pressure, we might just give an opportunity.
He's having a good look at Tenke here, leaving that one alone as well. Not getting tempted into that off drive.
He had an impressive T20 challenge a few seasons back at Tenke when he was still playing for the Boerland side. That time they were the Pole Rocks, and now they're the Gold Rush Boerland. He had a bit of a breakthrough season there. He's since now moved on to the Dragons. He had some injury concerns, but it's good to see him back on the field. Already made a big impact with the bat in this match.
Onto the leg stump, but it's just whacked onto square leg for Brevis to get his third run now, as the ball is fielded quite well in the end. Once again, we see the 3 runs being taken to this larger part of the field, wider part of the field, with the pitch being slightly offset from the center line.
It's getting well played by Brevis, not looking to overhit it, just waiting for it. And I think that's one of the basics and important parts of batting in first class cricket in particular. Playing ball nice and late under your eyes. The moment you start feeling for it in front of yourself, that's when you get into trouble.
So let's see what the same field for Peterson. Oh, nice line there from Tenke, almost getting it through the defenses of Keegan Peterson.
I just seemed to move back in a touch of the pitch for Tenke, and that's what he's looking to do. Keep it outside off and then just bringing one back every now and then. You can see Peterson quite late on it, trying to play it late, but almost too late. With his bat angled back, so that's why that ball almost got back on Stumps. It's 116 for 2 for the momentum multiplier Titans after 29 overs, almost matching each other here with the scores. Peterson on 55, Brevis 54. For you getting an extra over here, they're desperate for a breakthrough here, are the Dragons.
No, it was a very nice opening over by Tenke. So well done to him, and that will make his captain very happy if he can carry on with that. Now giving Phil Yun another chance to get the breakthrough for the Renault Dragons. That time Brevis goes for the cut shot. The diving fielder at backward point can't cut that off, and it's a good shot for 4. Just leant onto that one.
Yeah, that's wonderful play by Brevis. Way too much from for Yoon, and gets plenty of bat on it, does Brevis. Bursts through the hand there at the sweeper boundary. So Brevis goes past Peterson for the first time in this innings with his score. For Yoon, I just start tiring a bit at this stage. He's been into a prolonged spell.
fuller this time, and that man at the point boundary this time has to run around to the cover boundary. Are they going to come back for the third? No. And the ball went too quickly that time to the fielder there on the point boundary.
Yeah, it's Mikael Prince out sweeping on the outside. Generally a wicket keeper is Prince, but now with Ruben Harmon donning the gloves, he needs to do a bit of running around in the field. One of those youngsters as well. He's had an opportunity, a bit of a taste at the SAA level. Quite impressive.
We'll have a change in commentary after this over, and we say goodbye to myself or to Simon. I will be replaced by Mpo, who will join Werner. So again, lots of space here on the offside being presented by the Dragons, and so there's a catching extra cover, normal extra cover, mid off is there, that fielder on the point boundary that we mentioned, and then the gully and what has now become a third slip almost. Nice back foot punch by Brevis, keeping that point fielder busy.
Has indeed. Fulham just offering up too much width in this over. You can see he's into the back half of his spell. Brevis already getting 7 runs off this over. It's been a fluent innings for him. It's been one of those seasons for Brevis. We've known about his talents for a long time. Saw him break through in that under-19 World Cup, and then starting with a bang for the Titans as well. Just starting to mature now, this Brevis.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of focus into his 4-day cricket. He has said that he wants to be in that test side as well. He wants to play the red ball game, the real cricket game. So thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are in the world. Let us know in the comments, share, like, subscribe, for you to be notified when Cricket South Africa goes live. Nice and full, bit too full, but Peterson not able to score with that ball. And I'll say goodbye to you, Werner, and we'll be joined by Mpo very shortly.
Thank you very much, Otto. 123 for 2 after 30 overs. Going at 4 runs to the over are the Titans. It's giving too many opportunities for boundaries. The Dragons in this bowling spell so far. Welcome, Mpo, how are you?
Morning, Werner. I'm good, and yourself? It's been an interesting passage of play here with Titans gaining momentum. Got 2 of the top order batters, holding the fort. I must say, has been quite impressive. Having gone into the morning, 2 down.
Guess they want to come back in again. But Brevis able to get off strike. They've just managed to work through that first bow. Was quite tidy between Rwanda Swart and Hardest for you. It's not been too much movement through the air or off the pitch for the Dragons to work with. And this ball now 30 overs old, and the Titans batters sit. See it as an opportunity to make a big one.
No, the pitch has been up and down, really, no literal movement. And you would assume with overcast conditions that there'll be some movement.
Again overpitched, but good siding up there at the cover bound. It looks like Matthew playing out there at a wideish cover. Peterson loves that shot. And so I've talked also about it being a strength and a weakness for him outside the off stump. He does tend to get out quite a few times playing away from his body, but when it's that length, there's not much danger.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. I mean, hence they've still got 1 slip in a gully. For that 3rd, 4th stump wide drive. I mean, they've literally worked, his strengths and weaknesses. but he's actually played it quite nicely. He's worked on his temperament.
Yeah. I thought he might have gotten away with one earlier on against Huddersfield. Thought he might have just got a touch with the bat down the leg side. Umpire Dennis Smith not agreeing on that occasion, and it's one of those 50-50 calls. Can't really blame the umpire. Punch strongly. Brevis, it's not an easy shot, riding the bounce, but he's able to generate power from places that seemingly some others aren't able to.
Yeah, no, he's quite a talented young bloke. Like you said earlier on, when you're having a comment about, coming from under 19, and he's really started to enjoy the white clothing cricket.
Whipped away by that man. Fine leg or cut it off. It's an opportunity for him here to work on his game. Last year, this time he was at the IPL, and since hasn't gotten a contract. I'm not too unhappy about that, to be honest. I think this might be a great opportunity for him. He's had a good domestic season. Let him finish off the 4-day cricket, then go over to England with Hampshire for that T20 Blast, and then play those 2 county matches as well in between. Opportunity for him to experience the English conditions.
I agree with you 100% there, Werner. We all know that the longer format of the game is very important in a young man's career. So the amount of time that he spends out there will actually improve his game. And with that said, I think the players will take a drinks break.
I think with this being an extended session, they're not waiting for an hour or so for the first drinks break. Starting 9:30. Was a good setup by the Northwest Dragons. They started very well between Matthew Kleinveld and Lesibo Ngwepe. Matthew Kleinveld just falling short of that 100-run mark. Since then, the Titans, they've moved on to 126 for 2. Despite being 5 for 2 early on in the innings, these two have gone on to a partnership of 121. And it's both of them looking set, and it's a dangerous partnership for the Dragons, especially keeping in mind that Luandre Pretorius is still to come. We're still a bit unsure on Neil Brunt, whether he'll be able to bat. We don't quite know why he went off the field and hasn't come out to open as he generally would. That's why Merrick Brett was sent up to open and only managed 5. Brandon Hicks, unfortunately on debut, got a golden duck. Not what you want starting things out on your career, but he'll have another opportunity hopefully in the next innings to rectify things.
No, I agree with you. I mean, you could find out that probably Merrick Brett went in as a night watchman. Probably went in towards the end of the day's play. But yeah, a lot to look into. I mean, we look at this bowling card. I mean, Huddersfield has put in the yards this morning, and he's looking to hit the deck hard. I mean, he was supported very well by Ruan de Swat there, with 9 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs. And Baamanye has bowled well as well, come in and hit the straps. I think he's with that kind of field setting, offside field, he's looking to hit 4th, 5th stump. Let them take him, but he's got protection on the offside. And we are 31 overs in this game, which was rain delayed on day 1. And it's drinks break.
Welcome back after the drinks break, where the Titans have moved on to 126 for 2. They've yet to lose a wicket. They've added 40 runs in that little spell before drinks. And Ruan de Swart, he'll come back already for another spell. He's already had a bit of a spell this morning, but he's switched ends. He'll come from the West Lane end. He has a slip fielder in place and a gully. Also a fine leg on the boundary and a sweeper on the offside. Just behind point for catching extra cover. It was Vian Libbe himself, the captain, stationing him there in a vital position.
Yeah, welcome back. And Vern, I'm just going to pose a question to you. I mean, if you were the fielding captain, what would your plan be to buy a wicket?
I guess if Ron is not having much pace, I have the right idea with Vian Libbe there at the catching position. This pitch isn't that bad. Last week's one was a bit down, but keeping low. And so this one is a lot truer for the batters, and that's why they seem settled. I think, as in most formats, if you can just build a bit of pressure, it doesn't have to be an exceptional ball necessarily to get the wicket. But if you can build up a few dot balls, we know that Brevis likes to field bat on ball. He likes to keep things going. So if you can dot him up for a while, it might just give you an opportunity. Oh, beautifully whipped by Devil Brevis. Absolutely no chance for the fielders. Wasn't that bad of a delivery by Ruan. So just back of the leg and gets right on top of it. And he has those strong wrists.
I mean, if we could look at the replay again, I mean, he got on top of the bounce there, backed himself to punch it through mid-wicket and mid-on. And I mean, as you were saying, he just loves bat and ball. And he'll take the game to you, wouldn't he?
Well, especially he loves this type of pace. And Ruan de Swart, he doesn't offer a lot. He won't beat the bat through pace, but he tends to be quite tidy. Ruan de Swart keeps good areas. That man at a deep square leg just coming a bit squarer now. So he can't afford to stray too much on the pads, can Ruan de Swart. No real fine leg in position. That'd be an easy put away for Brevis. So important for him to just stick to that line just outside the off stump.
Yeah, definitely has to stick to his plan on bowling outside off there. I mean, with Vian standing on short cover, the plan would hopefully be just to get him to have those hard hands so that you've got Vian at the covers, you know, to take one.
Gets away a little bit with that one as Ruan de Swart. Brevis.
Tad fuller. But we can see what the plan is, and they haven't really given plenty of bad deliveries. The batters have you know, created those boundary balls, and it's been good shots as well. I mean, you've got to give credit to both batter and bowler.
That's lovely delivery by Ruan de Swart. Just moving away a touch from Brevis and carefully watched.
Brilliant temperament there from Brevis. And we must say, you've got to give the boy credit on how much he's matured, you know, over the last 18 months. He's really, you know, put his head down and, you know, put his hand up for the Protea call-up.
Solid end to the over by Ruan de Swart. It's 130 for 2 at the end of 32. Now Brevis has had an exceptional season across formats. I think this he's just feeling his way back into 4-day cricket again now. He had the one century, was up and down at the beginning of the season in 4-day cricket, but then last week he made that 99. Then unfortunately Davis wicket away, looking for that century, and he'll be determined to make things right here today.
Yeah, talking about being on a purple patch, huh? And I can guarantee you no better likes getting out in the 90s, eh? It's another good 50.
Yeah, that's It's an awful feeling when you know you could have had your third, fourth century, and then you end up giving it away on 99. It has happened to the best of them.
Nervous 90s, they call it.
Keegan Peterson himself. It's been a while since he's made his own century. Quite wide this time from Henke.
He's really been targeting that sixth stump there. I think he's hoping that probably Peterson would just go for that flashy drive. I mean, if you can see with the deep point out there, just protecting that boundary.
Even that cover fielder is slightly deep, almost halfway towards the boundary.
Yeah.
Brevis on his heels, but the fielder not able to keep his balance and get it in quickly. So Brevis was not expecting that call. Always important that you respond to your partner, which he did in the end.
Yeah, had the handbrake on there, non-striker, but safely made it through.
And sometimes you can almost sit on your butt with the non-strikers in, feeling okay, you just stick it out here, that's over for a while, and then suddenly your partner calls you through for a quick single. But safe in the end. Partnership has grown to 126. Bit of a bottom edge from Brevis. Looking for that powerful cut shot of his.
Yeah, plays it very fluently. Could feel that he's missed out a bit there. And Werner, how do you go about things as the batting coach for the Titans? What would the game plan be from here onwards? I mean, we've still got another session before lunch.
I guess it's stick it out, grow the partnership as much as you can, tire the bowlers, and try to cash in as the day goes on. Again, too wide, but he's able to get it in front of square this time. There's Keegan Peterson. Looked like he might have gotten a hand on it, Jan Libber, but not enough to stop it, or it might have just bounced over him and made it all the way to the boundary.
Dropped it quite short there, powerfully struck there. Sometimes they say just hit it through the fielder. Instead of trying to find the gap, just hit as hard as you can, but I mean, it's work for reward, I guess.
It's much better this time from Henke.
Take that dot. What would you think of bringing on a spinner just before lunch? Just to see how the wicket will play. I mean, like we said earlier on, there's no literal movement, it's just up and down.
I think the problem is that the Dragons aren't really playing a spinner in this match. And it makes sense, you're up at the high fight, you don't get much spin, but you'd like to change the pace a bit. Jan Libber, of course, can bring himself on off spin, but he's reluctant to bowl himself when he's skipper. So he tends to stick to his pace bowlers, but we might see that a bit later in the day. I think for now, he'll stick to the pace bowlers. Ruan Swart is a bit of a workhorse. He can bowl you a long spell. We've already seen him bowl a spell from Hinnops over end, switched over to the west lane end now, to his second over from this end, and he's one of those who run in for you all day.
It looks like he's also picked up momentum. But ideally, like you said, they're not playing a spinner, but would have been an addition.
Oh, that's so well struck by Brevis. Cutting it off is hardest for you. Yeah, I think that's the advantage of having all-rounders in your side to balance things out. While the Dragons do have Jan Libber, he doesn't bowl as often these days. The Titans, they have Neil Brandt who can bowl. He can even throw the ball to Brevis if they want a bit of leg spin. They're unfortunately not able to bowl Chepu Ndwandwe in this match. He injured his hamstring in the previous match at Ndwandwe, and so wasn't able to bowl too much in that match either. So he's been replaced in this match by Potchefstroom. It was quite impressive yesterday. I enjoyed his power. It's a nice rhythmical action. Of course, with time you'll learn to bowl with more control and work your way into a spell. But promising signs early on.
Yeah. And then he picked up 3 wickets there. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 66 runs, 3 wicket. It's a youngster, got a long way. Pretty much sure he'll hit the straps running as the season goes on. And it's so brilliant to watch, the youngsters being given these opportunities. And it's always good as well. I mean, we've seen over the last 18 to 24 months, I must say, Cricket South Africa, we're happy to have depth. It's one of those where the selectors up at the top have got a good headache now.
Yeah, they do. And rectify myself, it was not hardest for you who fielded that ball earlier on in the over. It was Vian Libber. I think I might have given Huddersfield too much credit for his agility in the field.
Yeah, I mean, after having bowled 7 overs, I didn't think he would have gone down like that. It's a brilliant fielding there by Vian.
Number 27, not number 77. Overpitched. Again, Brevis not able to get it away. This is the type of pressure I've been talking about. Let's give him, dot him up a bit. Brevis likes to feel batting ball, likes to hit boundaries, and it is a boundary hitting ground this at SuperSport Park. And so 5 dots in a row here by Rowan de Swart. He's doing a good job for the Dragons. He's taken 65 wickets in his career, has Rowan de Swart. He's taken 2 5-wicket balls as well, but the hallmark is him being very tidy. His economy rate's 2.86, very economical. Again overpitched. They do have that man sweeping on the outside boundary to end the over, number 34. It's 137 for 2, so just not able to quite get the maiden out there in the end.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have loved to get a maiden there. I think he just overcompensated there. You know how it is, bowlers sometimes tend to be a bit greedy there just to go for that wicket ball. But to be quite honest, that was a very tidy over. Working towards his plans, and I think we might have a change in bowling.
Tendo Chanwane was quite expensive yesterday, 6.5 runs to the over. He's also very early on in his career, so an opportunity for him to set things right. I think this is only his second match of his career for Chanwane.
Yeah, the nerves could be up there. And it's always good though to be thrown in the deep end sometimes. I mean, that's the only way you learn. For overs 26 runs,
Yeah,
might get it right today.
if he gets the breakthrough here,
Yeah.
that would be a big thing for his career. Short and pulled, and all the way over the long boundary by Devil Brevis hits the net straight in front of Castle Corner. So not afraid to even take on the big boundary is Brevis, and first ball back for Chanwane all the way for 6.
I mean, if we could look at, that's not the actual replay that we're looking for, but I mean, I think that looked like a warm-up ball there. Dropped it very short, and Brevis was quick on the back foot, to pull it to the biggest boundary.
I think if you're going to go short to Brevis, it needs to be around chest or head height. Those half trackers that only come up around the midriff is too easy to put away for him. Brevis as well needs to be aware that it's the longer boundary. Again short, again a massive pull shot, again all the way for 6. It looks like it might be a bit of a tactic here for the Dragons so far. Not working out for Chanwane, back-to-back 6s for Brevis, and all of a sudden he's into the 80s.
Yeah, another short delivery there. If we look at the replay there, drop short, Brevis was quick on it. And bear in mind, there's a deep square there, so I think Brevis has just decided if it's going to be there, he's just going to go all the way. No half measures. But I mean, with the pace that Latendo's got, not that threatening, I must say. But I mean, Brevis will go for it. I mean, he's faced quicker bowlers. I mean, like you were saying, that if that's the plan to go short, he has to go, to the chest region and just rush him a bit. But Brevis was quick on that.
Went off one yesterday as well. Strong down the ground by Brevis, and he's putting immense pressure on the youngster.
Brilliant ball, driven down through the ground. I think there was a change of plan. He just decided, let me just go a bit fuller, but he went too full. And Brevis will take that any day, I must say.
150 coming up for the Titans, and you might catch the replays the ball late as we're going on with the boundaries here. So now you would have seen that 6 after the last delivery that was pulled over the wicket. Next one down the ground, so overcompensating as Janwane. He should try and just hit a good length here. Brevis looking ultra positive at the moment. Goes for the short delivery again, and better directed by Janwane this time. That's the sort of height he wants to get on his bounces, and carefully let go by Brevis.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good start to the over. I mean, you've gotten 16 already. I mean, we'll be happy to let those go. Risk free.
That's what I'm talking about. Can't afford to let the pressure go here. The Dragons, even though they haven't gotten a wicket, they haven't really given things away for the Titans. But now, 17 runs off those overs suddenly. The Titans looking in a strong position, and it's been a wonderful comeback between these two. From a position of 5 for 2 under immense pressure when Brevis came in. He's just one of those batters who can switch the momentum in a short period of time by counter-attacking, putting pressure back on the bowlers, and that's why he's on 86 of only 90 deliveries.
Yeah, can adjust very quickly, and I mean, you look at the partnership of 149, puts Titans in a very good position.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we've lost so much time in this match. We're already into day 3. To have any opportunity of pushing for a victory from a Titans perspective, they'd have to go comfortably past that 345 set by the Dragons, maybe potentially try and score 550, 600, and then give them an opportunity to bowl the Dragons out tomorrow to try and win by an innings. Alternatively, the Dragons, if they can bowl the Titans out with a lead of around 100 or so, and then bat quickly this afternoon, and tomorrow morning maybe they can give themselves some 2 sessions or so to try and push for a win. But as things stand, it's still fairly even between these two sides, but the Titans, the momentum with them in this partnership. Ron, the Swat will continue. Hardest for you has come in a little closer now with catching extra cover. Jan Libber asking for his field to change. That man at a deep square leg coming up into what would generally be a 30-yard circle in limited overs matches, and that fine leg is now going square, so they want to have a catching mid-wicket and catching extra cover, and so no fine leg in place.
And I see we've got a second slip there.
Yeah, slip and almost a gully or a 4th slip position there. John Liver bring himself in there in the slip region.
Not a bad field placing, for Ruan, who's actually bowled quite a decent line, and kept things quiet a bit. And I think, looking from the previous over, I think the target will be on the other end. I think the batters will be looking to have a go at the other bowler, and I think that's where they're looking to go.
been the most tidy for the Dragons so far in this spell. Again, just keeping it tight. Is the Swart.
It's as if he's like your Vernon Philander. I mean, when we approaches had Stain, Philander, Morkel, we heard the surgeon who was there, you know, just keeping things calm while Dale and Morkel attacked on the other end. I'm quite impressed with how he's kept things quiet.
Brevis has taken most of the strike in the last few overs. And so, saw in the previous over when the Swart was bowling, he bowled 5 dots to him and then managed to get a single off the last ball, and then he cashed in against Chanwani. Back on strike again against the Swart and another 4 dots. So Swart bowling some nice pressure up against Brevis. Unfortunately, you need to bowl in partnerships as well, because all that pressure was released at the other end.
100%.
Punched down the ground by Devo Brevis again, slightly overpitched, and Brevis is not letting anything loose go.
Now he's just really backing himself here, Werner, and he's backing himself. You know, those full deliveries we've seen in the previous over with one that he drove down the ground, and it's always good, you know, to play in the V, and he's shown intent. You know, as he also moves into the 90s as well.
150 run partnership has come up between these two. It's come at a great clip as well. Only 199 deliveries for the 153. It's put all the pressure back on the Dragons. Takes the edge and just wide of that man at first slip. And that is the issue of having a bit of a gap in the slip region. It leaves you open for that possibility. Brevis getting away with it, and it ends up being an 8-run over.
Nothing wrong with a bit of luck there, Werner. I mean, you saw the plan was there, ball outside off, let him have a go at it. Just the ball took the outside half of the bat there, and quite unlucky there for Ruan there.
Yeah, it takes a bit of the winds out of the sails as a bowler. You've run in all day so far almost for Ruan Swart. He had a mini break in between spells. You can see him throwing his hat. He's feeling a little bit upset after all that work, after all that pressure he's piled up. Ends up conceding a boundary and then getting the outside edge, thinking that this is it, getting Brevis in the 90s again. Ends up not being so. So plenty of discussion with Janwane from both Liba and Mukwane. Just trying to gearing up, like sure, asking what is the plan here? Are you happy with the field? And this time he has an opportunity to bowl to Keegan Peterson early on in the over.
Yeah, he didn't bowl to Keegan in the previous over.
But again, just a touch too straight. Running the first one hard and coming back for the second. It's good running between these two.
Yeah, and I think he's looking to go a bit straighter, but I mean Keegan is quite strong on the legs. I mean, you've got a offside field, you know, set for you, and I think, you know, having a word with the skipper there, I think he'll be looking to, you know, to ask him, what are we looking to do here? I mean, you've got 2 slips, you've got a deep point out there.
I think for Vivian Liba just needs to be careful as well. He didn't want to talk too much to the bowler. He wants him to find his way as well. He's made up to this level for a reason. So I played by Peterson. You don't want to constantly be in his ear and let the bowler maybe find his way for a few deliveries. Give him a bit of a guideline, but you don't need to tell him every delivery what he needs to do.
100%. Just needs to find his rhythm there. And yes, it did take him quite a a lot of hard work to get to this level. You don't just make it by luck.
Beats the edge of Brevis, who's clearly in a positive frame of mind at the moment. And that delivery wasn't there to put away. Brevis almost seemed to have made his mind up before it was released. So now the experienced Keegan Peterson was waltzing down the pitch. And a bit of word to remember to not be too loose, around 94. No reason to give it away now. The bowlers are already under pressure.
And the hard work has been done. Can't afford to give it away. I mean, he's in a good position, really.
Solidly in behind it. That's what Brevis needs to do. It's all good and well putting the loose ball away, going hard at that. But it's just a good length delivery outside the off stump. They need to try and manufacture something here.
Yeah, let's play it on its merit. Those are two good balls. That could change the attitude from the bowler. Give him some, confidence. Like you said earlier on, long format is about stringing up the dots.
Nicely bowled by Chunwan. It's a good comeback this over. This time only going for 3 runs so far. He's kept it outside the off stump to Devot Brevis, giving him those easy deliveries to put away.
Kept it fairly quiet.
That's a nice rhythmical action, does Chunwan. It's plenty to work with there. I think you can't always just stare at the figures itself. Seems to clip the pad of Brevis. We'll just wait for the signal from umpire Brad White, and indeed it is leg byes to end the over. It's 166 for 2 after 37.
Werner, what do you think of the run rate so far? It's quite healthy. Going at 4.5.
Yeah, it's been a very healthy run rate for the Titans, and after a fairly quiet start to the morning, really picked things up, particularly Devon Brevis. We talked about him being behind the runs of Peterson for a while, then catching up, and now suddenly he's 30 runs ahead of Peterson. Things can happen like that very quickly, especially when he is at the crease. And the Dragons will know that they need to break this partnership, especially try to get Brevis out here. If he gets to 100 and starts to unleash, that deficit can come down very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. And if we look at that, Titans have still got a long batting lineup. And that breakthrough could be it for the Dragons.
Just worked casually into the leg side, easy enough. Devon Brevis not getting those dots early in the over this time around the swat.
Yeah, and a bit of improvisation there. He moved far across off stump there just to work it on the leg side. And by the looks of things, he looks like he wants to get the game going. Once you get to that 100, then the floodgates will start opening, hopefully.
The Dragons will feel their floodgates are already open. They don't want it to be higher than 4.5 runs and over. But the Titans, they know if they want to make a match of this, try and push for a win. They can't just stick it out all day. They will have to be positive. And they have the type of batters to do exactly that. All of Brevis, Pretorius, and Musami tend to be free-flowing batters. Keegan Peterson can be the one that they bat around. Down the ground. Beautiful shot by Keegan Peterson, following suit from Brevis. They say it's the best place on the field. Never a fielder there.
Hitting down the ground there, and he walked down the wicket a bit just to make the ball a bit fuller. And punched it beautifully down the ground.
Yeah, on drive just shows that your balance is very good. Both Peterson and Brevis have played some lovely on drives in this innings. Ominous signs here for the Dragons. Again, looking across a bit is Peterson. He's been doing this in the last match as well, and in this innings, trying to throw the bowlers a bit off their legs and getting himself outside the off stump, trying to take RBW out of the equation. Ended up getting out like that last week, where he got out RBW. He thought he got himself outside the line, but it ended up moving back in and almost taking the inner half of the pad just in front of off stump. So it's not foolproof. Lovely drive, but a good hand on it from the big hardest for Yun.
Yeah, I mean, Werner, coming back to the point that you just made, when the batter's moving down the wicket, I think the main reason is just to upset the bowler's length and also get the bowler thinking as well, should I go fuller, should I go back of a length? And in more cases than once, it works well for the batter because you're getting to the pitch of the ball, closer to the pitch of the ball, and you can manipulate it from there.
Easy, just like that. It could go for a second run, and Peterson does do exactly that to end over number 38. It's 173 for 2. This partnership, 169 between Brevis and Peterson.
Definitely a partnership that the Titans needed, in this morning session before lunch, and it's worked in their favor. They've consolidated and made sure that they spend time out there, irrespective of the the cloud cover and the moisture that was underneath the wicket. But it's played in their favor, really. They've dug deep. They've made sure that they build onto this partnership.
When just picking up a touch now, yeah, it's a different part. I wonder if Swart is close to the end of his spell. He looks a little bit tired. He's been putting in a lot of work. Goes for a big shot. It's Neville Brevis. Will this be it? It is. He goes to his century with a whip off the pad. He adds to his tally. It's been a brilliant innings from him.
Brilliant innings from Neville Brevis. Getting his fourth 4-day series 100 of just 102 balls. What a wonderful way to get there, Werner. And geez, he's really shown some guts and true determination in this innings, and positive intent as well.
He has. We talked about it being an excellent season for him. He got to 99 last week. He would have wanted to set things right, and he has done so here. Again, down the leg, so just falling away the touch is Chanwane, and because of that, he's just pushing it down.
Yeah, his head fell a bit there.
Yeah, that 100 coming up off only 102 balls, and that sort of player to have in the middle order, it really puts you on the front foot. The Titans and the Proteas had A.B. de Villiers for a long time, and he'd do that similar type of role. Put the pressure back on the bowling side, despite coming in on a tough situation at 5 for 2. As you say, his fourth first-class century to go with 550s. Could have been 5 and 4.
Yeah.
Not for that one last week, but his average going on over 40 now. First-class cricket as well. He's been very good in the one-day cup. Started with the ASA 20. This should do his confidence the world of good.
Nice. Had a brilliant season, Werner, and he's on a purple patch. Any batsman would hope for this patch in their career. Having worked so hard, I'm sure there were a lot of critics last season, you know, where he was struggling in the SA20, but the young man put his head down and made sure that, you know, he will silence the critics and work hard. And I mean, look at the hard work paying off.
I think what helps as well is he's had a definite role in the T20s and in the One Day Cup. Coming in the middle order, he's come in, say, play your game. You are our striker in the middle order. We're not gonna now put you up to open. Now at 6, now at 3, all over the show. He's been given a definite role at that 4-5 position this season. Doesn't get much on it this time, Brevis. But yeah, he's worked very hard in the off season. Has Brevis on his game. He's just faced many balls, made sure he's ironed out some kinks. I say, the more you hit, the better you feel. That's not true for all batters. Some batters, they prefer not to practice so much, leave it out on the field. Something like a Quinton de Kock, you won't see him spending too much time in the nets.
Yeah, I mean, he did mention that he's not a big fan of being in the nets.
It's 39 overs gone. It's 180 for 2. We've seen a wonderful partnership here between these two, 175. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of Otto Simon.
Welcome, Otto. It's good to have you back. And I mean, we've witnessed some brilliant batting from Brevis and Keegan Peterson. And also good bowling from Ruan Deswat as well.
Oh, what a trooper. Ruan is high ball. It's nice to be back and on the air with you. No, it's a bit of a tough morning so far for the Renault Potch Dragons, but we're hoping to get a breakthrough sooner rather than later. The score has jumped up, the lead is down below 200 now. This partnership, mammoth, 175 already. They would have been very happy at 5 for 2, and some smiles have been wiped off Dragons' faces here by Brevis and Peterson.
Oh yes, Otto, we've seen some great batting, and we've got Clay coming in and replacing Ruan. And he starts us off with dot ball there outside of stump. And still got 2 slips, man catching it short cover, short mid wicket as well. Still got a deep point. I mean, the conditions have been favourable for the batters. Drop short, cut brilliantly through the covers by Brevis.
You can see that ball sitting in the middle of the bat there for Brevis, and he absolutely smoked that one. That was a beautiful back foot cover drive. Played there, just too wide, too short. Brevis cashes in.
Yeah, he's showing positive intent. You know, he's made sure that the bad balls do travel. And we've seen what he's capable of. I mean, he's true talent coming through now, you know, after like 2 seasons. Full pitched, driven to short cover. I think he might have felt that he's missed out there.
A little bit too full, bit of a floating delivery, but in the end he gets away with it as Clean.
Yeah, I mean,
it's got in the field, so there's a backward square leg and point out on the boundary. They've still got that, what is that, a 3rd slip and a 5th slip almost.
Full delivery, driven down to mid off.
Looks like it is getting a little bit of shape through the air. So he just needs to keep it on a good length. Let the ball do the work through the air. And there's still about 40-50% cloud cover, but the sun is peeking through here and there.
Another full delivery, a bit straight, coming in for a single. Shy.
Nice quick single.
Yes. I mean, Brevis was running to the danger area. He was safe there. And I mean, I just wanted to point out something there. I mean, Clay is bowling without a fine leg. I think he'd be looking to, attack that fifth stump. I mean, with 2 slips, short cover. Can't afford to go straight, really.
No. Lots of space on the onside, so he needs to keep it outside off. You're absolutely right.
There we go. Fifth stump, and Keegan Peterson all up in arms there. He left it. And the score is 185 for 2 after 40 overs. Partnership of 180. And the Titans would be quite impressed, with how their morning have gone. I mean, with a deficit of 160. Shying closer to that score that the Dragons have put. I mean, having this partnership and with the long batting lineup that the Titans have, although I'm pretty much sure as the coach and the batting coach, you are quite impressed sitting in this position.
And they're going at 4.6 and over, the Titans so far in this innings, and that's what they will need to do if they want to force a result with the amount of time lost in the match already. They need to score quickly to get the game towards a result.
And we've got Lutendo back into the attack. He's had quite a rough morning when Brevis had a go at him in his first over of the morning. Starts us off with a dot ball there.
That's a difficult assignment to come on as a change bowler with these two at the crease in absolutely marauding form. Especially Brevis has been quite brutal since the drinks break.
Tatsu straight, flicked to deep square leg there. He's coming around to collect it. They're coming back for the second. I think Lutendo hasn't got his lines fairly right. He hasn't got that rhythm going, but on that odd occasion he's bowled a good line. He seems to struggle a bit, in getting rhythm.
His field is also very heavily set to the offside, so he's got the square leg and fine leg on the boundary.
Drop back of a length, punched beautifully on the back foot by Brevis on the offside. Coming back for the second.
Almost a nasty collision in the field there as the backward point fielder realized he had to go for that one to cut it off. So a few people in. Do join us if you can, and if you are in the area. Good quality cricket. Nice day to be outside. No prediction of rain according to what I've seen, but we never know with these. There's a lot of clouds about. We'll see how things develop throughout the day.
And the sun has come out. Tad fourth stumps, fifth, sixth stump. Brevis all up in arms. I mean, he's happy to let that one go.
He has been careful. He hasn't been chasing deliveries that are too wide outside that off stump. They've got gully and a second slip in place for those deliveries. So he does have the option of the short ball to Mwani. See if he uses that at all. They've had.
Drops it short. Brevis quick on it.
Absolutely brutal.
Massive 6 there. He's really taken on the short ball. He doesn't, he's gladly accepts the short ball, and he's been powerful.
Yeah, it was really not short enough. Just on about shoulder height when Brevis got a hold of it over mid-wicket for 6. Sweetly timed there. And if Tsonwane goes for the short one, it's got to be shorter and faster.
Yes,
So,
has to be quicker, definitely, and he should be aiming for that chest level so that he could hopefully get a top edge. But I mean, when you've got a man on 111, surely, definitely, he's not going to miss out on those.
Brevis is looking around to see where the opportunities are, but Tsonwane needs to stick to his guns here. Oh, Brevis is admonishing himself for going after that one.
Feels like he missed out there. And with that dot ball brings the close of the over, with the score being 195 for 2.
10 runs off that over. It was a very tough assignment for Tsonwane. As I mentioned, he's on 63 now with 8 overs. Drinks come onto the field. So you can see here by my notes that since the 30th over we've had about 70 runs scored. 80 runs now after 41 overs since the 30th over. So the Titans have really put foot to neck here onto the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons side, the visiting team. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back in a few minutes. Of the 4-day domestic series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons, coming to you from SuperSport Park here in Centurion. The sun is out. We've had a lot of cloud around, but the sun is bathing SuperSport Park at the moment in sunlight, so do make your way down here if you feel like a nice day out at the cricket. lots of space here for spectators, and the way Brevis is batting, we need someone to throw the ball back to the Dragons.
Yeah, no. Although he's been, shifting gears and seen some brilliant shots being played. I mean, it's as if we watching the SA20 again. When he was tearing apart bowling lineups. And I must say, I've been quite impressed with how he's paced these innings. And Keegan Peterson as well, playing that supportive role. I mean, we can say that he's played the anchor. Not so often that you see a senior player playing that role, but I mean, with that said, partnership has been brilliant. Clay in the attack starts us off with dot ball, back of a length there.
The second change bowlers once again have been absolutely brutalized by Peterson and Brevis since they came on. Clay had a good start to his first spell. Since then he has gone for a few runs. The Titans now up to 4.7 runs per over now.
Tad too full this time. Keegan Peterson happy to block that one. Talking about that run rate has been healthy. I think any batting team will take that, given the fact that they've lost so much time in the game with the rain. But, the skies have opened up now. The Titans are using this opportunity, to cash in.
He's still getting nice shape. Is Bamanye Klein. A little bit of movement through the air. Just enough, you would say.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said earlier on, it hasn't been any literal movement, but I mean, with shape in the air, you'll take that. That creates that opportunity of an outside edge with two slips in play. Another dot ball there from Clay.
Is that a gully or a very wide fourth slip? That's a gully that they've got in there along with the second slip. Just needs to keep at that off-stump line. He's got nobody behind square on the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened with that nick through the slips when Brevis was on 94. So, I mean, there we go. He's in play.
Straight to gully. Now, Peterson, I would suggest, is lucky to be there. We thought that he did nick that ball past the leg side through to the keeper, but the umpire didn't agree. Judging by Peterson's own reaction, he's lucky to still be there, but he's making the most of the opportunity and supporting Brevis very nicely. Very watchful here after the drinks break.
Back of a length. Drop short, punch to short cover. With that dot ball, so made an over. Brings up the over. Score still 195 for 2 after 42 overs.
Great work there by Clay. Fighting back. He's was going at more than 5 runs and over. He's brought that back down. So good work from him after the drinks break. Peterson happy to face the maiden over.
We might have a change in bowling. I think we might have a spinner.
Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. So he's going to be bowling from the Henops River end to Dewald Brevis. That's a bit of a desperate move.
Udirile. I think maybe.
Yes, excuse me. Just been corrected here. Right. Right, so let's have a look at his figures. He's best of 4,406 in the 22-23 season 2 years ago. It was in the Dolphins Warriors match.
Change of pace might bring probably a bit of luck for the Dragons. I mean, they've been looking for a breakthrough.
That says slip is in place. Third man is halfway to the boundary. They've got wide-ish mid-off extra cover, also close in, wide-ish mid-on, and then long on and long off on the boundary. Point and mid-wicket also patrolling the boundary with fine leg halfway to the boundary as well.
Drop short, punched beautifully down the ground to long on by Brevis. I mean,
deficit is now down to 149. Partnership of 191. Boy, the Dragons would have loved to cash in on some more wickets. When they had the Titans 5 for 2, they might have thought, here we go, we've got a chance to win this match.
Short punch to short cover. Yes, you'd feel that they would have wanted to put foot on neck earlier on, but Titans have got a very long batting lineup. The dot ball there from Udirile, slowing things down there, but not much turn, Otto.
It's a bit difficult for us to see if there is any turn on the wicket with the wicket-keeper and the batsman in the way. Well, the Dragons seem excited about his bowling. They've got the volume up a little bit, so not a bad start considering what the other bowlers have been going through.
The other bowlers have been toiling, must say. Maybe this change of bowling might, like I said, slow things down a bit. Get the Dragons, to think about their plans moving forward, before lunch. Also, the quickies might also, prefer to get a breather. Glencoe has been bowling quite well from this end. He's getting nice shape in the air, so he'd be looking, hopefully to get a breakthrough.
Good shot for nothing there. Still the same field for Glencoe. And hoping for the edges to fly to the slips there. Slip and gully, and same field as he had before. Just need to stay patient. Don't try and force things.
Another one outside off. Brevis happy to leave that. And yes, Glencoe is going for that outside off, not looking to become greedy or anything, because with this field setting, anything straight without a fine leg, it's a boundary.
It's a bit too full, but straight to the man at that catching extra cover. Marcus Viljoen doing fielding there. Now there's a huge gap on the offside behind the extra cover and mid-off fielder, so they are trying to get the drive out for Brevis to make the mistake. He's not chasing those extra wides.
Bit of a chance there, back of a length, took off, Brevis getting a thick edge there. Deep point, getting across and getting it. Came back for 2.
Brevis, we saw Peterson doing this earlier. He's also stepping across his off stump to try and reach those extra wide deliveries without playing too far away from his body and getting that edge that the Dragons are waiting for.
Another foolish delivery there from Glegle. I think he's brought it back a bit. I mean, a bit of luck there with the previous delivery there. I feel like it just took off from the wicket there. Rushed Brevis a bit. But luckily, there's no fielders there. But
threw backward point that time, and the Dragons oohing and ahhing, hoping for it to go to gully. Just got enough bat on it that time.
It's a pretty decent over as well, I must say. Maybe 2 from it so far.
Captain Libber will be very, very happy with the work that Quentle and Morty Mokwane are doing here after drinks.
Fine over there, only going for 3 runs, keeping things quiet a bit. The score 199, Titans trailing by 146 runs. This partnership building quite well with 194 runs. And the batting team will be quite pleased with how things have gone this morning.
This is great work by Peterson and Brevis. Just digging into the change bowlers.
Drop short and hit very hard back to the bowler.
Brevis trying to open up there, but bowler doing good work off his own delivery.
And 2, stringing up those dot balls, trying to keep things quiet there.
Lots of encouragement as well from the Dragons, and rightly so. Morty Mokwane is doing a great job so far, and his captain will be very happy with that. Slowing the game, putting the brakes on.
Quite straight, punch down, too long on for a single there. And with that said, that's 200 runs for Titans.
270 balls, 4 sixes, 26 fours, and great milestone for the Titans.
Drop short. Pearson.
So we were talking during the drinks break with Van Up saying that he thinks the Titans should bat once here, look to bat once. Get a big lead and try and bowl the Dragons out. That's one scenario for the Titans to consider. So also 3 runs off that over. Good work by Morty Mokwane. Let's just make sure it's only 2. Yeah, it's only 2 runs.
Only 2 runs of that. So a good comeback there. I mean, coming back to that point that in the conversation that we're having, I think batting once and batting long. So hopefully bowling the Dragons out. To try and win the game. That will be the plan. I think that will be the conversation that will be had in the dugout. Drops short and drops for a quick single there. I mean, with Titans sitting 3rd on the log, and that they'd be looking to do anything to win this game.
Correct. As for the Dragons, their 4 draws, they would be desperate for a win as well. They need wickets. That's as simple as that. They need 18 more wickets to win this game.
Full and straight, driven down to mid-on. They'll need a lot of wickets to win this game.
With this partnership, it's becoming less and less likely that the Dragons will be able to make something happen here to force a win. So much time lost. But lucky for us, we might get 2 full days in here.
We've seen funnier things happen in cricket, Otto.
That's true.
Brevis walking across, flicking that to deep square.
Oh,
That's a boundary. 4 runs there. Effort there by I think it was Lesiba, if I'm not mistaken, but beat the fielder there, Lutendo. I think Lutendo missed the opportunity to save a boundary, but it's well struck by Brevis.
201 run partnership now, 257 balls, 26 fours and 4 sixes for the Titans. 3rd wicket. Excellent work by these two. Again, stepping across there's Brevis.
Doing well to leave that. I think the bowler also saw him coming across and he just pushed it a bit wide. Yes, Otto, this has been a good partnership. Paving the way for other batters to come.
Still a long way to go for the First Division 3rd wicket record partnership of 473 between Brevis and Stumps last season. Nice little bump ball over the head of second slip for Brevis. Now things are unravelling again here for Kleinkle. He had such a good 2 overs after drinks, and now things are not looking so great in the over so far.
9 of the over so far. And he did have quite a few good overs previously. Tad full. And to close the over. A solid block from Brevis there. Good over by the Titans. 9 coming from it. Score 210 for 2 after 46. Partnership of 205. They've kept that run rate pretty healthy, throughout. And the deficit there, 135, getting closer and closer.
What will the Dragons do here to get a wicket? They had some pressure building, and that was all undone by Brevis facing Kleinkle. He scored 8 with that Kleinkle over to get himself up to 150 and just releasing the pressure.
Tossed up. Solid defense there from Keegan Peterson, who's been quiet. Hasn't had much of the strike.
Yeah, he's been happy to face dot balls. Very careful. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away. He's obviously the anchor in this partnership, playing the anchor role.
And he's done so very well, Otto. And, we've seen him on occasions, walking down the wicket and having a chat to the youngster.
I like the line that Modimokwane is bowling. He's keeping at the stumps,
keeping it tight.
Yes, nothing wide. We saw one or two dropping a bit short, but he's just going for the stumps.
Giving himself a chance there. Maybe if he misses.
Oh, just down the leg side that time. Just as I was telling everyone how good he was keeping at the stumps there.
Commentator's curse, Otto.
No, we've got nothing to do with what's going on in the field. So, but just a bit unlucky.
Yeah, I think, just looked to go too straight there, but the first 4 balls were pretty decent. I mean, bowling at that tight line, giving nothing away, just bringing it back again and giving no room for Peterson to free his hands. The only thing that he can do is just straight lines. He's going to hit it back to the bowler.
We have to compliment the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons bowling attack in terms of extras. Only 7. Those 4 buys bringing the extras up to 7. So they've been really good where that is concerned. Remember last week's match, the Titans were guilty of top scoring at one point with the extras, but or the third best score at one point for the Western Province was the Titans extras. And very disciplined attack, very disciplined bowling here. Now, Artis Viljoen is being brought back. So Captain Libba's bringing out the big guns again, literally and figuratively speaking, in the form of Artis Viljoen. He's got the same exact field as Penke, except for backward square leg on the boundary. So he's got the short ball option, and let's see if he's going to use that. Lots of space on the onside, in front of square, between square leg and mid-on.
Back over length. I think a late cut there by Brevis to deep point. Adding on to what Otto just said, like the experienced campaigner back into the attack. I'm sure the captain would be looking for his strike bowler to come and just take one with them before lunch. And who else, can be more trusted than Ardis? I mean, he's put in the yards this morning and had a bit of a breather, fresh legs. Straight and Brevis opening up the bat there. Single to extra cover.
Well, you can see the difference in the approach between Brevis and Peterson. Peterson just blocking, Brevis much more positive, staying on the attack, even to the main strike bowler. He's playing shots, getting bat on ball.
Back over length, solid defense there. Keegan.
No change in the field for Peterson. Mid on and mid off, and then there's a wideish, let's say mid on in line with the crease, and then extra cover to the left of him in the same line.
Outside of fifth stump, and Keegan Peterson up in arms and leaving that. It's been quite a neat over from Ardis, the experienced campaigner, 3 runs from it. He's known to hit the deck hard. I think he'll be looking to try and attack and just, break this partnership. With an offer, Keegan throwing the hands at it. The ball goes to deep point for for a single.
Hartis has got that sweeper on the cover boundary, and the first real attacking shot in quite a long while for Keegan Peterson. Let's see if Brevis carries on with his positive approach. When are we going to see the short ball for the square leg and the backward square leg on the boundary?
Way outside off. There's no ways Brevis was going to play that, but it just went through. 4 runs of that over. Maybe a good call there from the skipper to bring Artis back, to quieten things a bit. That said, 218 for 2 after 48 overs. Partnership sitting at 213. Udi relay will continue from the Hanop's end. He's been bowling quite well, Otto. He's quieting things down and he's forced Keegan Peterson, to block quite a few. He's bowling a tight line to the pads.
Both Peterson and Brevis have been quite watchful against Mokwane, giving him a lot of respect. Don't want to be losing your wicket to the 5th bowler. And it's allowing the Dragons just to put the brakes on from one end at least.
Yeah, I think bowling in partnerships will be quite important at this stage in the game. One end you have to keep it tight.
We've seen Brevis and now Peterson as well. Every now and then they do try and whack Mokwane off his length, but no success so far.
Drop short. Cut to deep backward point for a single. He's been hard to get away, hasn't he, Otto?
Absolutely. He's gone for only 4 runs so far, 2 balls to go in his 4th over. If the Titans take him down, Webber might really need to bowl himself.
Drop short again. Punch through deeps. Cover sweeper, I must say. But yeah, he has tightened things. I don't think it will be fair on him, or for the captain to take him off. But that's only if these two attack him. But so far, he's been, quite solid.
There we go. Peterson deciding that he does want to take Mokwane on and get him off out of the attack, so ruining his figures there for 4 overs for 11 runs. And thank you, Mpo. I'm going to be joined by Werner again. Momentum multiply Titans edging closer to Dragons score. Welcome back, Werner.
Thanks, Otto. It's been a very productive day so far for the Titans. They've gone at a rapid rate, 4.6 runs to the over. Dragons not able to apply any sort of pressure for a prolonged period. And Peterson now also looking to be a bit more attacking. They kept that mid on and mid off up for him against Mokwane, and I have to apologize. I did him a disservice earlier, saying that the Dragons aren't playing a frontline spinner, which of course is not the truth. I totally overread over his name. But hardest for you in the main threat here for the Dragons. He's the only one to have taken wickets for them so far. Brevis just retaking his guard, taking middle stump. They have a wide 2nd slip and almost a 4th slip position, so a bit of a gap between the slips and the keepers, so they wouldn't want another one to go through that area. We've already seen Brevis get away with one earlier on in the day.
nice movement into the batter there. Good leave in the end by Brevis. Still the same field for Hardesviljoen. I wonder when we're going to see the short employ that tactic with those two fielders on the square leg boundary and backward square leg.
This partnership has moved on to 221. Both have faced around the same amount of deliveries. Peterson 139, Brevis 140.
To the stumps goes for Yun. Straight to Manon, but they do get a single.
So, but in that, Peterson has scored 80 runs and Brevis has scored 135. And he showed a difference in approach between these two. Brevis generally quite a positive attacking batter, and it's nice to have that yin yang between the two. One being quite positive, one is very hard to break through. That's why the partnership has been so productive.
Nicely done there by Viljoen, almost sneaking through underneath the bat of Keegan Peterson, keeping that one well out.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Viljoen. Changing things up a bit. I'd love to see that a bit more in red ball cricket. It's an underrated ball, the Yorker. It's not just a ball you need to use in the death overs of a white ball game. You can bring it out as a surprise ball here as well, especially if you got some pace to back it up, which Viljoen does have.
Some exciting noises coming from the Renault Potch Dragons, and a misfield at backward point gets 3 runs to Peterson's score, and they got a little bit excited with that edge, thick edge flying past backward point again, this time from Peterson being a bit more positive.
Yeah, a bad misfield. That one in deep, parrying it on for an extra 2 runs, where Peterson was thinking he'd settle for the 1. Dragons need to be on the mark here. They desperately need a breakthrough. They need to turn things around here.
This time, Brevis happy to let it go.
Yeah, Brevis has balanced his innings out well between attacking and being cautious when it's necessary. He's played 1 or 2 slightly loose shots, but other than that, it's been a very measured knock despite going at a strike rate of almost 100.
Forcing Brevis to defend this time. Another decent over by Hardesviljoen, but when you look at the scoreboard, 5 runs off it. The Titans will be happy with that. Yeah, he was saying, Werner, do you think that's the best chance we have of a result in this game is for the Titans to bat once?
Yes, either the Dragons need to bowl them out within the next 20 to 50 runs and get a nice lead and then push for 20 wickets in the match, or the Titans, from their point of view, they probably want to make this a big one, score around 550, 600, and then maybe two and a half sessions to try and bowl out the Dragons tomorrow. But clearly the Titans are holding all the aces at the moment with this partnership.
Yeah, and it was, you're exactly right, it's these two that have given the Titans the advantage that they're sitting with now. Who will be the hero for the Renault Potch Dragons? They need a hat-trick. They need 2 hat-tricks at least in the next 10 or 15 minutes before lunch to make things really interesting. Highly unlikely though. Take 2, He's taking advantage of the wide open spaces on the onside.
Yeah, it's good manipulation of the field by Brevis. It's not all about boundary hitting. It's important to find those gaps and run hard, as he's done throughout his innings.
Really are being very careful against Modimokwani, not giving Dragons any chance. Happy to let him toil away, and he's not giving them a lot of bad balls. The ones that were dropped a little bit short, most of them went straight to the fielders until we saw Keegan Peterson dancing down the wicket off the final delivery of the previous over.
Yeah, Brevis has really reined himself in at times this season. He generally likes to go big against the spinners regardless of the format. But he's noticed long on and long off out on the boundary, so he's not tried to take them on so far.
Long on has now come up to mid on, and Keegan Peterson accesses the third man boundary. Third man is halfway in between the boundary and the wicket. And this one is just square enough in front of the man at third to get to the third man boundary. Good shot by Peterson.
Yeah, playing that one nice and late on top of the bounce. Peterson very good with that late cut. It's moved him on to 87. That's unlucky number according to the Australians. They consider 87 to be one of those numbers because it's 13 runs short of 100.
That's right. So that's 7 runs off that last over from Modimokwani. He is getting his figures ruined. Up to 3 runs and over now. He bowled 4. Booming drive by Brevis. Hardus Viljoen will be smiling at that. They want that drive to come out more often. They've got the gully and the second slip in place. So just to finish that thought on Modimokwani, he was on 4 overs and 5 deliveries for only 4 runs, and since then he's come under pressure a little bit. 5 overs for 18 runs now, and if he gets more expensive, Captain Libber will have a problem on his hands. This time Brevis is a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, again, after that previous delivery, Peterson just came down the pitch a bit to have a word with him because that previous one wasn't really there to drive. It was just good length delivery from Hardus Viljoen. Brevis trying to manufacture something. I think Peterson just reminding him that lunch is less than 20 minutes away, and if they can go into lunch unbroken, they can cause some havoc after the lunch break. They've already scored over 150 runs in this session, which is massive. Of course, it's a bit of an extended one after the overs we lost yesterday due to rain.
Too full there by Viljoen, punished by Peterson. Will they cut it off? Yes, this time. Fielder has enough time to run around. Fields, I saw this last week as well. The outfield seems a bit heavier than usual. We're not used to seeing the ball slow down that much at Centurion, SuperSport Park.
And also it's the big side of the ground with the pitch more to the right side today of the square. It's quite a big boundary on the offside as you see it.
Attacking the stumps. Viljoen, he's got the protection at square leg and 45 on the boundary, so using those options.
Viljoen should quite enjoy bowling here. And, I felt, even though the pitch doesn't have much in it for the bowlers this time around, that's is able to get a bit of extra bounce here. I'd say it's a bit easier to run in here at SuperSport Park than it is at Kimberley for the Northern Cape Heat.
Peterson once again very defensive. Just wants to stick around.
Yeah, not too far away from a Centurion himself as Peterson, and it's been a bit of a struggle for him. He's only averaged 17 this season, so this is a massive comeback from him in this innings. Make him feel a lot better.
Too full by Fulune that time, and I would say he's a bit lucky that Peterson is so defensive, because that was a bit of a dolly. So just the 3 runs off the over. Good work from Fulune.
It's funny how that works. When you have a positive frame of mind and you look to attack first, you tend to hit those ones away and any poor deliveries to follow. But if you are defense first, you sometimes miss out on the easy deliveries to put away. I think that's the main difference between Brevis and Peterson here. Doesn't make one better than the other, but different approaches sometimes brings different rewards. And of course there are various approaches to a first class match. Many have been successful in the approach that Peterson is following.
Modimokwane continues with that straight line, forcing the batters to play. He does have the slip in. He will spin it away if there is any turn from these right-handers. And once again, this that cut shot, that back foot punch going straight to extra cover. Let's see who blinks first between Brevis and Modimokwane. This time he beats the extra cover fielder for what should be only a single. Almost running around.
Yeah, important to wait, see whether that fielder can cut it off. I don't want to run out in this situation. They're batting so well, these two. That deficit almost down to double digits.
A little bit more air this time from Modimokwane.
I wonder if it's not worth tossing one up to Brevis here with long on and long off back. He does like to go down the ground, try and hit the big one over the top, so it might just be worth throwing one up.
Keeps darting them in.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be brave to try and get a wicket in a situation like this, despite knowing that it is a strength of the batter. It could end up buying yourself a wicket. Even if you go for a 6 or 2, you might end up getting him out, which would be more important than those 12 runs.
Let's see if Modimokwane can close out this over. And he does. Very nice work by him. Only the 3 runs.
Over at the Wanderers, the Lions match unfortunately still hasn't gotten out underway for the day. The outfield is still wet. They've barely gotten any play. They're only 26 overs across the 2 days in a session so far over there. Not the same down at Newlands, where Gold Rush Boerlands are 241 for 3 in response to the 592 set by WSB Western Province. Boerlands also making a bit of a comeback after losing the first 3 wickets for only 57 runs. It's a big partnership between Pieter Malan and Clyde Fortuin. Clyde Fortuin going to a century. He's on 109.
There's the pull shot from Brevis, and for a moment there Fulune thought his square leg boundary fielder was in play. Not to be.
hit those advertising boards on the full, just over the boundary. It is the short side of the ground as the 250 comes up for the Titans.
Yeah, that's 321 balls, nice and healthy strike rate. 29 fours and 6 sixes. Yun wanted that ball to go straight down the throat of his square leg boundary fielder, but unfortunately Brevis placing it well enough.
In the air and straight to the man at extra cover.
Oh, that was the trap set, and Brevis yells out in frustration straight to the fielder, exactly as planned. That is a very disappointed Dewald Brevis walking off the field there, absolutely livid with himself.
Yeah, you can see how disappointed he is. He's worked so well throughout his innings. It's just before lunch. Keegan Peterson has had that word with him just after getting to 250, just before he gets to 150 himself. Lunch was beckoning, could have stuck in again after lunch and made it a real big one. Ends up being too positive is Brevis. So despite getting such a high score, you can see he doesn't seem happy with himself. He was really looking set.
Yeah, and the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons getting the big wicket that brings Luandre Pretorius out to the field, and the Titans will hope that he can continue in the positive vein. Brevis getting a big ovation from his teammates, that he was so obviously disappointed, and rightly so. He would have loved to be around for lunch. Luandre Pretorius now comes to the crease. He has a highest score of 120 in this season's tournament versus the Warriors at the Berga. Average of 75.7, one of the highest averages in this season's competition.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. His first full season with the Titans, having started last season after the Under-19 World Cup, he's hit the ground running as Pretorius. Top run scorer in the ESA 20, one of the top run scorers in the One Day Cup. Was quite good in the T20 Challenge as well. Now, the 4-day competition. Both his matches he's played, he's made centuries, and he's come in, couldn't have asked for a better platform at 250 for 3, despite having to negotiate this little period before lunch.
Right, so the Renault Potch Dragons have an opportunity. They have a new batter at the crease, and they are packing the slip cord in the way you would expect. Yun has got his 2 fielders on the square leg boundary and a backward point on the boundary for the left-hander. Second and third slip, gully in, catching extra cover, or an extra cover right in line with the non-striker's end. Immediately gets the outside edge, but all along the ground for 4. Luandre Pretorius is off the mark.
Yeah, we've spoken about that gap between the slip fielders, and I think in the end you take the runs as they come. Well, Pretorius again, quite a positive batter, so he will play his shots if he feels it's in his area. Brevis will be disappointed the way he got out.
6 and out.
Yeah, it's a situation where it's just before lunch, and not just that, it's not a wicket-taking delivery per se. It's him giving his wicket to the Dragons.
Yeah, absolutely right. Brave leave there by Pretorius, as Yun is angling in at him.
I guess that's what you can do when you walk across the stumps. You know, if you leave it there and it's outside, it won't be coming back to hit the stumps because you've covered the angle. Only problem if it nips back and you're leaving, you can still be given out despite getting outside the off stumps. But read the line well.
Now we hear some chatter in the field from the Dragons for a change. They were a bit flat. Onto the stumps. Another nice Yorker length, almost a Yorker length. Good delivery to the new batter.
It's Ken Harders for Yun has made that breakthrough. He's taken all 3 wickets for the Dragons despite not being an actual Dragons player in general, on loan, and I think you can't ask much more from a player who's come on loan for you.
And the Division 2 players will be very, very happy that he's not playing for the Northern Cape Heat. Victoria's stepping way outside his off stump. Full toss outside off. Lucky to get away with that one as well. It was for him, but Victoria's is on 5. Great over for both sides. 11 runs and the wicket.
Yeah, the Dragons will take an 11-run over if it means a wicket. Spoken about this a little bit earlier. You don't mind conceding some runs if you can end up taking that wicket. So just a few minutes to go until lunchtime. The Titans, they'll hope to not lose any more in this short little spell. That deficit's come down to 90 runs. It's been a long session and a massively productive session for the Titans. We would have wanted Brevis still there, but despite that, that partnership has really set them up, and platform is laid for Pretorius. If he can get himself going, the Titans could look at a big lead here.
Now the left-hander facing the left arm spinner, and just mid off is up from on off.
I like that field position of a man catching at a straightish mid-wicket to catching mid-wicket. Very close on the square, trying to cut down that angle, but still having that man at the long on back for any big shots from Pretorius.
Straight to extra cover. Now it's for that delivery that just pops up into the air, the mistimed clip off the legs. See, fine leg also halfway to the boundary. Nice long stride in from Pretorius, getting himself off strike, and after watching all the mayhem of the previous over, Peterson is back to face another ball. He was just a spectator in that Viljoen over.
Yeah, it was fireworks from the other end with the boundaries or wickets.
Again, just straying down the leg side, but this time the keeper saves in the embarrassment of 4 byes.
Yeah, it's a very good take by Ruben Herman down the leg side. Never easy. Keeping nice and low, staying nice and low.
Peterson attacks, but extra cover is there.
Yeah, it's well fielded. Needs to cut off that angle. Decided to call in the man at deep square leg up into the ring. Maybe inviting Peterson to try and go for the sweep shot.
Starting it in that time, Motemokwane to finish the over. Well done. To him, only the single conceded.
Looks like we should just about sneak in another over. We'll see if the umpire makes it down there on time. Does look like it. So Harders Viljoen will get an opportunity to finish things off for the Dragons with spell. They'd love to get another wicket here, especially that of Andre Pretorius. If they can nip him out as well, they'll feel that the session is not all lost for them.
Indeed, they've been toiling, they've been trying all kinds of different plans, and at least 1 wicket so far. work by Pretorius, just getting the man off the boundary and taking a single.
I think it's an undervalued part of a batting innings. We've become so used to just seeing boundaries flying everywhere, but the ability to just rotate the strike, not get bogged down at an end, is so important in forming a partnership.
The way Peterson is playing, he looks solid, so just through that gap once again. Third slip would have swallowed that. Just in between gully and the second slip this time. You're almost getting that crucial second wicket in this spell, in this session.
And that's a bit loose from Keegan Peterson in the last over before lunch. And he can't even go and have a talk with himself down the pitch this time. It's all down to him. It's that sort of situation. You almost want to get to a century before lunch. You don't want to come out and have to restart in the 90s. But it is what it is. It's important for Keegan Peterson to still be out there at the end of the over.
Definitely want to be there after lunch. And, yeah, obviously he would love to get to that milestone before they take a break. Gets himself off strike, gets a few words from Viljoen as well. All in good fun.
They would have spent a bit of time at the Boland side a few seasons ago. They were both there, so maybe just having a bit of a friendly word.
2 slips back for the newer batsmen. First and second in the gully. Oh, another edge through third slip all along the ground. I don't think that would have carried, but the Dragons have their tails up a bit. Smile from Hardus Viljoen as he has a word to Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah,
second edge from Pretorius going through the slip cordon. Both of them were along the ground.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating part of bowling when you get the edge, but it goes into the gap. And I guess you take it as it is. You know that the Titans are looking for a lead, so they can't have a 2 attacking field. Otherwise, they might have filled that gap. And of course, getting that gap perfectly of the edge in the end. Pretorius.
Oof. Oh, another one. Full toss outside, off stump, edge down into the ground, and second slip has worn that. He is clutching his hand there. Is that the captain, Libba? Yeah, it looks that way, and he's going to walk it off. No need for any medical attention.
Gets himself out of the slip position for the moment. It's interesting that he got an edge from that, Pretorius. You don't often see full tosses being edged in that fashion, trying to play a drive. Maybe he didn't expect it, got onto him quicker.
Alright, so Libba goes to mid-on and his position gets filled at second slip. Is that the final delivery before lunch? Pretorius this time manages to get behind that ball and gets the applause from the dressing room. And that is lunch on day 3 of the match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Renault Potch Northwest Dragons. 266 for 2. Almost 200 runs, or for 3, excuse me, of course. For 3, yes, thanks for the correction, Werner. Almost 200 runs scored in the first session, 179, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But sure, the Dragons will value that wicket that they managed to take. The session belongs solidly to the Titans.
Yes, an extended session here. 37 overs, a long one out on the field, and they gladly take some lunch now, the Dragons, and the The Titans made them pay. 179 in 37 overs is very good going at almost 5 runs to the over. That session set up by Devil Brevis, 148 of 155. Disappointing way to get out in the end, but a marvelous innings from him. Keegan Peterson still not out on 95, and joining him is Luhandre Pretorius, who's edged a few through the slip cordon, but he's still there on 11 of 11. So please do enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in around 40 minutes for the second session. Good afternoon and welcome back to SuperSport Park in Centurion, where the Momentum Multiplied Titans are taking on the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons on day 3 of this CSA 4-day match. The Titans had a fantastic first session, an extended one, 37 overs, because of all the overs lost yesterday due to rain. So they made 179 runs in the session for the loss of the wicket of Brevis after a 245-run partnership between him and Keegan Peterson. Brevis himself got to 148 before, unfortunately hitting one straight to extra cover. He was not too happy with that one. Since then, Luandre Pretorius has joined up with Keegan Peterson. He's moved on to 11 without loss, a couple of streaky edges through the slip cordon. Peterson, he's edged closer to the 100-run mark. With me, I have Umpo Soloha, and we'll bring you this session.
Yes, thank you, Werner, for the great commentary there. Good to be back. Peterson will be looking to get closer to that 100 mark. I mean, he's batted well this morning. I mean, played the anchor role pretty well. Yes, like you said, we've seen a couple of edges going through the slips there from Luandre. And also, Peterson has had a couple of good luck going his way. And I mean, as a cricketer and as a batter that's been struggling for form, you'd take those with open arms, eh?
And we all need some good fortune at times. Peterson has made it count so far. Drilling Mokoane continuing on from the Henops River end. He's been very tight. You can see that between 2 runs of his 7 overs, he's kept things nice and tight.
Yes, yeah, he has. He's bowled that straight, tight, consistent line. He's given nothing away, eh, Werner? And I'm quite pleased as well. He's been played with much respect, and both batters have gotten the bad balls away.
Easily worked away. Aping all in the offside. So, Andre Pretorius get his opportunity to face up to Mokoane with the ball turning into him. They have a long on out on the boundary. Keep a deep square leg out as well for him. That's where the fight just going round to the leg side. Slip fielder in place. Catching not mid wicket. Anything that might pop up into the air. I like this setup for the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, Werner, like you say, like they've set a leg side field for Luandre. And if such a youngster that's been pulled into the system so quickly, he's done really well for himself and for the Titans as well.
He always outperformed at his level with Luandre Pretorius. Played club cricket for all the audience for quite a long time, and I think that's really what set him up, why he could hit the ground running here. If you're always playing against guys older than you, it really lifts up your game, and that is the case for Luandre Pretorius. It's 268 for 3 after 57 overs. The Titans batted close to 5 runs to the over in that first session, and that's why that deficit has come down to 77. Dragons still have a bit of an uphill task here. The Titans will have to get themselves set again after lunch, and they'll look to get into the lead here for the Titans.
Yeah, lead would be great for the Titans after having such a brilliant morning. And back into the bowling attack, Ruan Deswat. Be looking for breakthrough. I mean, the guy has bent his back this morning. Would help if he could get a reward of some sort.
And if we say bent his back, we don't mean in terms of pace, we mean in terms of he kept running in, got the edge of Brevis, but it goes through that slip area. Not an opportunity in the end, but you still see two Tories as well, two slips and then a bit of gap and then a fourth slip. Goes across, hits the pad, but gets himself outside the line of the off stump.
Close call there, Werner. I
Yep.
think was assisted by moving across there. Maybe it might have been pitching outside off. But you can see the intent there. I mean, it's been set in offside field and he'd want to utilize the onside half of the field.
He likes doing that. Tories moving across. Might see Swart bowling it even a touch wider. Punch solidly down the ground by Luandre Pretorius. Minimum of fuss, no follow through, all timing.
Stand and deliver, Werner. Punched beautifully down the ground. I mean, those are signs of a man that's in form.
Yeah, the best batters make it look so easy. It's just so simple. It feels like he hardly had to do anything. Almost just dropped the bat down on it. That's the thing about timing and on a quick outfield here at SuperSport Park. Races away down the ground. Again overpitched. Again tries to get it down. It's good fielding by Manye.
But half volley, the previous delivery was followed up by like a low full toss there.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to sneak it underneath the bat of Pretorius as he's coming across, because if you can sort of hit the foot of Pretorius, you might get an RBW. Other than that, you probably want to pull his length back a touch.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the ball swinging in the air, swinging into Torres.
Very solid. Pretorius also carries a presence, so you can just feel he's there. It's not he comes to the crease and you hardly notice him. You know when Pretorius is batting.
Yeah, I mean, the intent is there, isn't it? He looks like the man that's wants to get going. He's not going to hang around, is he?
Pretorius, most of his school career was at Centurion, that Park go into, and the likes of Jan Mulder and Ryan Rickleton. Coming over the wicket this time, and quick single, well judged by Pretorius.
Brilliant cricket there from Pretorius. Not only is he looking for boundaries, but I mean the odd single here and there is good. You gotta keep rotating the strike, getting the senior bat on strike there. Keegan Peterson sitting on 96, and he's really paced his innings quite well. 96 of 165 balls.
Comes down the wicket and clips it powerfully. But it's good fielding. It's looking for that century is Peterson. He knows he's one boundary away. It ends over number 58. 273 for 3. Pretorius has moved on to 17 runs already. Keegan Peterson 96 sitting in here.
Yes. The wicket has played fairly well. In a batter's paradise, really. It looks like Titans have had it fairly easy. I mean, if you look at the depth that Titans have, I mean, the top order backs themselves. They've done fairly well to get that deficit to 72, and I mean, they've been consistent with their run rate. Being at 4.7 at the moment.
Brevis does like to be quite positive, especially against the spinners. I think he'll want Mokwane to settle in to get rid of him for a long period of time. Just want to get himself in here first.
Yeah, and I mean with the bowler coming around the wicket to a left-hander, you've got that option of a slot sweep. Vacant cow corner there. Be quite enticing.
I think Mokwane would not mind Pretorius trying to go after him. Try and get this wicket here. He settles it to a nice rhythm as the left hand.
Yeah, it's kept quite tight. Just that angle of him taking it across the left-hander.
It's also getting through his overs very quickly. Mokwane, blink and you miss it.
True.
Down a wicket he comes, and straight over his head goes Pretorius, and that's what I'm talking about. He doesn't like the spinners to just settle in, and it's a boundary to end off the over. Strong finish by him.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at that again, it was tossed up, and Pretorius gave himself that opportunity. Doesn't like being bogged down. As we know that, he'll always want to take on the bowlers. And on that occasion, he got to the pitch of the ball and went for it.
I think that was the key, getting to the pitch of it, because there was a long on fielder out on the boundary, but because he got to the pitch of it, he was able to control it and hit it straight where he wanted to.
I mean, quick question, Werner. Are we still on that thought that Titans will bat the whole day?
Westfield got a let off for Peterson, who's looking for that gap on the leg side to get to his century. Yeah, I think it's still a long way to go, and it's still 67 runs behind. But it's the second session. If they can add another 150 in this session, which is a stretch, I know, but let's say they get 120 more in this session, that give them a lead of around 60. And then in that last session, they can really push it, but I don't think they'd have enough to declare if they want to. Just bat once in this innings by the end of the day, maybe, but they might have to come back for an hour tomorrow and then send the Blackers in and try to push for a win. Unfortunately, this is the situation. You've lost a lot of overs. It's not ideal.
Yeah, agree with you 100% there. You can see that Ruan has now gone back around the wicket to Luandre. Going a tad straighter. Bit too full. Driven to mid-off. Dot ball.
Yeah, Captain. We're maybe just having a bit of a word. Ron Swaddy also had his hands strapped up a bit. Jan Libby took a bit of a blow in the slit region just before the lunch break, where Torres edged one, bounced in front of him and high up on the palm area, thumb area. He's got a bit of strapping, but he's set to go again and catching cover, also catching mid wicket in place. Down a wicket he comes, Pretorius. He does not hold back. He likes to make things happen. He doesn't sit and wait for the bowlers necessarily to give him a bad ball. If he can grab his own opportunity to make it a bad ball, he'll do so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he wants to get the game moving.
It's probably the instruction interim coach Richard does news as well. We need to make the play here if we want to try and push for a win.
Another one outside of Luandre moving across the wicket and just blocking it to cover. Yeah, I agree with you, Werner, that maybe the message from the top might have come out and said, let's get the game moving. In order for us to get a result, I mean, Titans third on the log, they'd be probably eyeing, to close off the season on a good note.
Feels for it outside are sometimes notorious. Looking to get away with that one. And not only that, you want to get into that top 2 so that you can make the final of this 4-day competition. It's 60 overs gone, 279 for 3.
Deficit of 66. I mean, yeah, we've only got 65 overs left in the day, give or take. Hopefully, we don't run across bad light.
The clouds to stay away, the sun generally setting. Right hand side of your screens, just over the hill. If there's some cloud cover, then that light comes into play a bit earlier. So as clouds moves away from that area, we should get a full day's play, and it's nice to see the sun bathing down here after so many overs lost yesterday. Again down over, he goes with a big slog sweep, does the 100 victorious, and that clears the boundary countable, and as I said, he won't let Morimokwane just settle in here.
There's that slog sweep that we were talking about in the previous over. I mean, a bit tossed up. He did come down a wicket a bit. Danced down a wicket. Well connected. 6.
Yeah, it's good to see it. There's too many batters these days who aren't willing to use their feet against the spin. But you'd say he's only 19. Happy birthday, by the way, to Leonard Flores, whose birthday was yesterday, so belated happy birthday to him. 2 days ago now.
Yeah.
2 days ago. And he's been very impressive.
It's always refreshing to see a fearless youngster, coming in at his age, nothing to lose, pure determination and intent, to make sure that, he puts himself out there. I mean, look at the opportunities that have come. And so has Brevis as well. I mean, if you look at the two, they're more or less the same kind of players, and so refreshing to watch.
Yeah, and I think that also shows that the Under-19 World Cup, they're not the same type of standard. It gives you a good indication. Smashed away through the outside, too much width this time from Morimokwane, and Torius starts and finishes the over with a boundary.
With that said, takes the score to 289 for 3. Partnership being 39 and deficit 56. Okay.
This partnership has moved on to 39, of which Peterson has faced 11 deliveries for 7 runs and Pretorius has faced 35 deliveries for 32 runs. And it is that type of situation where Peterson is in the 90s, wants to feel his way to a century before really kicking on again. And it is an important knock for him after what's been a tough time this season.
He's done well to play the anchor role, Werner. And I'm pretty much sure he'd be happy with how this has turned out. The two aggressive youngsters that have walked in.
And now the wicket, this could be it. It goes down the ground. It will be it. It's a century for Keegan Peterson, a much awaited, important century for him. Exceptionally well played. He lifts up his bat, soaks in the applause, and showing them the money.
Brilliant knock there from Keegan Peterson. 101 from only 168 balls. I mean, he's showing his class, really. Ball bit full, punched down the ground. What a wonderful way to get to your 100. It's been lovely to watch as well, Werner.
As indeed. Goes for the strong pull shot into the gap, and now you can just feel a bit of momentum shift here from Peterson. There's clear intent here from the Titans after the lunch break to try and up this rate even more. They know they have to push on if they want to try and set a total for tomorrow for the Dragons to chase. Well, let's say chase, but to try and bowl them out before having to bat again.
Yeah.
This is only the third century for King Peterson since the 2021 season.
He's been waiting for quite some time. But I mean, we both know that he's quality. He's quality. I mean, he's been in the Protea setup. Did well against India. Carried the team in that series. And we're at that level, of cricket in South Africa where we're quite excited that we've got depth. There's more players coming up and proving their worth. I mean, we look at Tony DeZosi's knock yesterday, Calvarena.
Again, flicked comfortably through the left side. The Dragons leaking runs here after the lunch break. Another boundary for Peterson, putting the foot down.
And the partnership now being 51, 50 balls.
Double big time here between these two. Just continuing on where the partnership of Peterson and Brevis left off. It's good to see some batting depth these domestically. 300 has also come up for the Titans. Nudging quicker, closer, I can say, to that 5 runs, the over mark now are the Titans. I'm slightly concerned about the bowling stocks, because I'm very happy with the batting stocks at the moment, but I'm a bit concerned I'm not seeing enough strike bowlers coming through. I'm excited by Tristan Lees, who's had a good season with the Dolphins. There's here and there some good bowlers sticking out, but it feels like there's a little bit of a lack in quality from a bowling perspective. Maybe I lean into it this time.
Yeah.
Peterson, but an expensive over, 12 runs coming off it.
Yeah, we are a bit short there in the bowling department. Mainly as well, our bowlers have been affected by injuries as well. I mean, could we blame the shorter version of the game? I mean, we've seen Nokia has been out for quite some time, but he's at the IPL at the moment, and Nandra Berger has been struggling with an injury as well. Gerard Coetzee as well. I mean, those are the youngsters that could be looking at for 2027, but pretty much sure there'll be quite a few coming through the pipelines. I mean, Fenema Parker has done well. Lutusa Pamla has done well. I mean, in the SA20.
Yeah, I'd like to see much more of that. We have a bit of a change with the off-spin of Matthew Kleinveld coming into the attack, now trying to turn the ball away from the London Pretorius. They've seen his clear intent against Mutapakwane, so trying something different, but they'll have to be careful of part-time spin against the quality of the Pretorius, who won't really mind the ball turning away too much, but it might not be a bad play. They have a slip fielder in place, they have a long on and a long off out. They know what the Titans are looking to do here.
Yeah, field is quite open at the moment. I think they're happy with Titans taking the singles, defending the boundaries. I mean, if you can see now, we've got power corner. Got a sweep on the offside, both mid on and mid off, down on the fence. Still have a slip here. Probably for that chance for that one that grips and turns away.
Leaves down the ground by Pretorius. Yeah, you're quite right. There's been plenty of injuries, unfortunately. Those you mentioned, Hazard Williams was in knee operation. Yeah, obviously he's been out for most of the season. Yeah, Mulder at some stage had a bit of an injury, and so that's why you saw somebody like Corbin Bosch make his way through to the Proteas, just because of all the injuries around. And there's a bit of concern. I'm not sure if it's necessarily T20s, but it might be almost a lack of game time, really. It's almost like bowlers aren't bowling enough these days, and even domestically, it's been a bit of a dearth of games. We'd like to see some more games returning to domestic setups. Players can get out there and play. We want to see more cricket.
Do first class players still play club cricket, Werner?
I think it depends. There definitely are some of them that still do play club cricket. Some of them go to England and play some club cricket there as well. England or Ireland, Scotland, those areas. Gives us some nice air with us, I think, Clayfell.
Is it a drop catch?
Looking at it, I was thinking it was a bumble. We'll just have a bit of a look at the replay. Isn't too much excitement. I don't think so. I think it's tough to see from this angle, but it is a potential drop. Wrong. Down the wicket comes Peterson, whips it into the gap. Should be able to come back for a second. And they do. So, might be another opportunity. Kind of begging.
Bit unfortunate there. I mean, we saw the heads dropping there from the keeper and the slip fielder. Another opportunity. Gone down. Costly one at that.
Wanted to fill that one. Playing foul is important. Get good off your own bowling. I'm sure you stop every run, take every opportunity as well. It was tricky to see with angle from behind whether it was the catching opportunity or hitting to the ground. But as you say, based on their reactions, it might have been an opportunity to dismiss Peterson. He's definitely looking bad with more intent now.
Yeah. He's looked positive now after his 100. Feeling more confident.
It's 63 overs gone. 306 for 3 on the Titans. As I said, I'm edging closer to that 5 runs and over mark. This partnership also moving swiftly along to 56. Only 58 deliveries.
Good day of cricket. Titans definitely enjoying their time in the middle.
While having a bit of a look. Ball, making sure everything is still good. Grass is quite soft. I don't think the ball would have been hit out of shape on this field. We haven't seen anything hit stands. There's one that hit the advertising boards directly from Brevis, the ball before he got out. Other than that, I don't see any reason why the ball would have any issues. It's Bamanye Klingte back into the attack for the Dragons. His spell today much better than it was yesterday, but still conceding 5 runs to the over. It's a touch on the high side from him, and I expect both these to look to take him on. Victorious might well walk across his wicket again.
Straight away, dot ball. You can see the intent from Pretorius. I think he'd want to flick the odd straight one that's going to come. I mean, with the shot mid wicket in, open field on the leg side.
I wonder if it's not worth coming across over the wicket for Bamanye. I think you try and take it across him, especially with this field, with angling into Pretorius. Look to access that leg side field, and that is exactly where he will be going. That's a poor delivery by Clinton. Full toss on the legs, and that fielder at fine leg is too fine for that. It's a vacant gap on the leg side and just way too easy.
I mean, on any other day, that's a good delivery, but with the field that he has, shouldn't be bowling there. That's criminal. There's no defense on the leg side, so I mean, you can see that Pretoria is walking across.
Needs to pull his length back here. That's better.
That's much better.
Yeah. Needs to stick in that area. Especially with the Titans looking to be attacking. You can try and lure him outside the off stump, just hang it out there. Even if it's a touch wider, make Pretorius reach for it if he wants runs.
Let him work for those runs. Also, the length would be important at this time of the game. Tad Fuller this time with width. Brilliant fielding in the covers. Coming back to the length. I think not dropping it, but bringing it back a bit, back of a length.
Yeah, you don't want to overpitch.
Mm.
But it's a tough batter to bowl to, is Pretorius. You can't really err on any side or on length. He's quick to put anything short away as well. So you really have to get that in between length to him. That's the area I'm just there for.
It's the kind of delivery that would get your slips in play. Right there on the sixth stump. Not trying too hard to attack the stumps.
Still those gaps between the slips. Hate for one to go through there again. Over pitch, but it's in the right line from playing play, so it means that it can be stopped by Ruan Deswar, or Patches, as is fondly known. 310 for 3 after 64.
The Titans trail by 35 runs. This partnership moving slowly to 60.
Continue with the spin of Matthew Kleinfeld, who had a very good innings himself, got to 97 and then unfortunately got out. Trying to make impact with the ball as well. He previously played for the Titans here for a season recently. He's been around, has Matthew Kleinfeld. Beautiful repeal, but it hits straight to him. It is out. It's from this angle again. I was bamboozled. I thought he hit it in the ground, but no, he chipped it straight to the man at short mid wicket, and Peterson has thrown it away just like that to the part-time spin.
The brilliant innings comes to an end. The anchor Keegan Peterson departs for 112.
That's well called by Jan Libber.
Bit of a soft dismissal there,
That was a soft,
Werner.
almost anticlimactic, really. Not a big celebration, but Peterson.
Wasn't expecting that at all.
No, Peterson trudging off slowly off the pitch. There was an opportunity for him to really put the foot down and make it a big innings and put the Titans on the front foot. But a wonderful innings by Peterson. That 112 runs coming off 178 deliveries. The second Centurion of the innings, and he is applauded off the field deservedly. And much like Brevis, he seems a little bit disappointed that he's thrown his wicket away. To the crease now is Rivaldo Moonsamy, in a vital cog for the Titans in the middle order. Again, one of those who like to be quite attacking. These two together know each other very well. Pretorius and Moonsamy have opened batting numerous occasions for the Titans in white ball cricket now, and so they have a good understanding between the two.
In a different situation now, Werner, with the red ball. They did well in that one-day cup match where they really hit the Warriors. All sorts. Park. Brilliant partnership they had there. I mean, they'll look, to Run a good partnership here and put Titans ahead.
Yeah, the Titans would love something similar here from these two to keep the pressure on the Dragons. That deficit only 35 runs at the moment, and so they want to knock that off and then push for a good lead. Still, we haven't seen Neil Brunt. Not sure whether he'll come out to bat at all or take any further part in this match for the Titans. We're unsure exactly what's happened. Drag down too easy for playing foul to get Sami off the mark. Settle for a single. Didn't ask for an easier way to get going.
Yeah, I mean, Kleinfeld, all he needed to do was just apply pressure to the new batter. I mean, you can see also with the field setting that they've set for Rivaldo, not really looking to attack, are they?
I am a bit surprised that they'll bring their fielders up. I understand technically the situation, they didn't have a lot of runs to play with, but still you'd feel for the new batter you can apply a bit of early pressure. If he tries to go over the top early on, and so be it, give him that opportunity. Maybe he mishits it. Get him in quarter, it's mid on, mid off.
Yeah, let him create those shots, not to give it away so easily. So now the question is, does Luan Renault change his game plan, or he carries on foot to pedal?
I think Pretorius plays the way he plays. Not saying he's reckless at all. Very smart in the way he goes about it, but I don't think you'd ever see him go into his shell. It's 311 for 4 at the end of 65 overs. Pretorius still there on 38. Northwest Dragons in their innings made 345. Top scorer was Matthew Kleinfeld, who was 97 of 150. Jan Libbe, an enterprising 84 of 112. And Romania Kempe, he himself made 51 of 49. So the two who made valuable contributions with the bats are two in the attack as well. To see the youngsters, Matthew Ghost and Sergio Shabana, taking 5 wickets between them. For the Titans, talked about the Titans have quite a young side. It's exciting to see. Only a few more experienced players in between the likes of Peterson, Randala, Petropayo, in between the youngsters. Again, inquiring about the ball is Vian Leber. Umpire Dennis Smith gonna look once again. This time it was hardest for you.
Yeah.
Word and not Vian Leber.
Northwest Dragons are 15 overs away from the new ball. I'm sure they can't wait for that. The English starts off the bouncer to the new batter, Rivaldo. I mean, new ball would help a bit. I mean, if you're in the fielding side, hard ball.
I think it would help if they have another wicket or two by that time. If not, and these two are set against a new ball being used to facing a new ball in white ball cricket, I think that ball might just travel. So I think ideally Dragons would like to get at least 1 or 2 more wickets before that time, get themselves into a better position, because if these two are still out there 15 overs from now, let's say going at 4 runs to the over, they have a lead of around 30 runs already and set. That could be trouble.
So then now prolong the new ball if these two are still in there.
That is an option. But I suppose anyway, I'd like to take the new ball just to try and get the wicket regardless. Just saying it's a bit more of a risk.
Ooh.
That the hard new ball travels quicker to the boundary as well.
Yeah. But with that new seam of the ball, maybe you might be hoping that there'll be a bit of movement. Then again, I mean, with nothing wrong with also keeping this whole ball, but we haven't seen any reverse swing so far. 65 overs in, and hasn't been any reverse swing.
Yeah, you don't tend to see much reverse swing here at I-5 with the lush outfield. It's not a abrasive square either. So not much opportunity for one side of the ball to be scuffed up. So you don't tend to see reverse swing up here at any time. Maybe sometimes at Newlands or at the Bertha, St George's. You'd see some of that from time to time if the square is quite abrasive and a dry outfield, but
Yeah.
not over here, and so that's why it's odd graphs if bats get set.
Yep.
It's well led by Sami.
Good over so far by Ngwe. 5 dot balls. Still a bit of swing in the air from Ngwe.
Sami has a career average of 38, a score of 154. He's 10 centuries to go with his 1850s. Spent time early on at the Titans, then moved down to Northern Cape Heat. Good delivery by Mainpay to end off a maiden over from him. It's very well bowled by him. So Munsami has travelled around a bit, but he's now back to the Titans after that great work at Northern Cape Heat, where he dominated 4-day series and 1-day cup and top score there in that 4-day series, and that's why he was recalled to the Titans, and since then has done a very good job and cemented his spot at their side.
Yeah. It's getting to that senior role in the team, more responsibility. He's worked a lot on his game as well. And he's done well as well. He's had a great season. A great season so far. Drop short. Slapped down to mid-off by Luandre.
Torres just going on his merry way. Seemed too perturbed by the wicket falling on the other end. He just keeps doing what he's doing. That's what the Titans will want. They want him to continue being fairly positive.
When we look at the field now to Rivaldo, Werner, still not attacking. Just open, think, with the mid-off up. Easy single. Ball dropped tad short, went back and punched it to the mid-wicket. I mean, it's quite easy that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like to see a bit more. Try and get the fielders up. Try and ask Usame to be attacking, create wickets, because that's the only way they'll really contain them here. Just continue picking up wickets. Thankful though has done a very good job since coming into the attack. He's picked up that wicket off Keegan Peets. Conceded 8 runs as well of his 2.4 overs.
He's really slowed things down, Werner. Need to continue there.
Bit of a disservice calling him a part-time. He's a bit better than a part-time. He's more than adequate. Here's off spin.
It's kept it tight. Hasn't given much away.
Another tidy. They've got only 2 runs coming off it. Keeping Andre Pretorius quiet a bit. It's a nice little period this for the Dragons. They just managed to pull things back after things looked quite sketchy after the lunch break here between Pretorius and Peterson.
And in commentary, Otto joining us. will be stint. Mengele carrying on. I mean, he's bowled well in the last couple of overs, kept things quiet. Lots of full delivery. Rivalda blocking it. Yeah, welcome back, Otto.
Thanks, Paul. How are you doing?
It's going all well. Enjoying the sunshine that we have here.
Well, there's a bit of a chilly breeze blowing across the park here, but other than that, still getting some nice shape there, painting.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, last 2-3 overs kept it neat. Didn't give much away. I think he's found his rhythm. I mean, it's really shown that he can hold up an end. I mean, we saw brilliant innings from Keegan Peterson as well. Chance down the deep. Full bang on the pads, and Rivaldo felt the need to flick it. Went straight to the man at deep square.
He fielder didn't have to move much, and Munsami, at the third Titan, we see very disappointed in the way he got dismissed. Only 2 runs and 12 balls faced. That's the end of Rivaldo Munsami.
If you look at the replay there, yes, the shot was on. I could say that he hit it too well. Picked the only man out there.
Straight to square leg. Solid catch there, and that was Kleinveld in the mix again, involved, getting the catch done for the Renault Potchefstroom Dragons, Northwest Dragons. They are fighting back after being clobbered in the first session, 2 wickets now after lunch. And the captain, Neil Brandt, for the Titans, comes to the wicket. Highest score of 159 in the 2018-19 season, average of 38.5. So whatever his ailment was has been treated, or at least set aside for now. So it's a good sign for the Titans. He's a player for them. Very experienced as well.
I'm sure they'll be delighted to have him here, especially at this point of the game where the Dragons clawed their way back. 2 very important wickets. Now all of a sudden Titans are 5 down and a deficit of 32. They need to trail about 32 runs. I mean, they were sitting in a good position before lunch. It's amazing what a break can do in cricket, Otto.
Very, very important period here after lunch, and the Titans will need to just get through to tea without losing another wicket. The Dragons, they would want to see at least 2 or 3 more before tea depart the wicket. Still Beshukwayu, Boast and Dala to come, who can bat not insignificantly well. So 2 left-handers now at the crease for the Titans, and some talk going on in the Dragons field. They have backward square leg on the boundary, and everybody else is close to the wicket now for the brand new batter. Lots of space on the onside. Yeah, they've got wideish mid on and or an extra cover, and mid on with Celine. Strike by Blunt. Is he going to get it through?
I must say, Otto, I'm quite interested in the build placing there. You've got 2 slips and a gully. With the bowler coming around the wicket, I mean, to a new batter, I would think that you've got a new batter. Wouldn't it be better if the bowler was coming over and taking the ball across so that you've got the 2 slips and that gully in play?
No, that's quite a full ball there. Yeah, he's trying to make Neil Brandt play. Doesn't want him to be able to leave too many balls, so that would be the only reason why I would think he would be coming around the wicket. But you're right, you might have a better chance of bringing those slips in play to go across the new batter. We'll see how this plays out. So the Titans now only need 30 more runs to get to the 345 mark. Then we'll see what are their plans. Do we still think that they bat once, or do you think they'll let the Dragons have another go? Leinveld continues.
Drop short, punch down to long on, getting the new batter Neil Brandt on strike. I'm coming to your point, Otto. No, bat as long as you can and see how far that will take you. I mean, you still got Potchefstroom in the shed. He's a big hitter. Can hit a long ball. I mean, bat as long as you can and take it from there, and then hope that probably by the close of play you've got probably a lead of 80 or 90, and then first session tomorrow, then hopefully declare so that you can see how many wickets you can take. That could be my plan.
And a miss. Leinveld is stamping his name onto the score sheet here in a big way with a catch and a wicket.
Yeah, and I mean, look at those figures, Otto. I mean, bowling's fast over 9 runs. Definitely not a part-timer. He's slowed things down for the Titans. Got short, punched for a single in the covers. What are your thoughts on the outcome here? Do you gonna take the question back to you? Do the Titans carry on batting?
Yeah, I think I would say yes. They do have a long batting lineup. If they can get a big lead, give themselves a chance to at least take the Dragons one off the table. You know, that to force the Dragons to play for a draw. That might give them the 10 wicket taking deliveries that they still need to win. It's going to be very interesting to see the approach now from these two batters. That's a good over from Leinveld. He's into double figures.
How quickly has Luandre changed gears now? Game plan has changed. He's stabilized his innings, slowed down a bit.
From the Titans' point of view, what you don't want is to concede a lead here, to give the Dragons the opportunity to bat today still, maybe smack a few out the park, get a lead in their favour, and then bowl the Titans out again. So there's still all three results still possible.
Pushed wide there from Glenn. And into a new batter, you'd want to make sure that he plays as many balls as possible, in order for you to give yourself that chance of getting that edge. Just on this occasion, he pushed it fairly wide.
Also keeps LBW in play, coming around the wicket. Let's go for it, Stumps.
Little flick to mid wicket there.
Titans would want to stop this trend of giving their wickets away. So all three of the wickets that we've seen today have been gifts to the visitors.
Soft wickets. I mean, we had 2 batters set on 100 plus and soft dismissals.
Yeah. I mean, if Brevis and Keegan Peterson were still at the crease, now would be the time where they would just start opening up.
The delivery pushed wide by Clinkler.
Instead, they have to rebuild.
It's as if in the beginning of the innings, we lost 2 quick wickets, and those were, well, 3 quick wickets. 2 mainly being the guys that were in, seeing the ball very well. Like you say, that could be opening up now. That run rate now could be at 5.3, 5.4. Now Dragons did well to bring it back.
Indeed, and they just kept on sticking to their basics. They didn't panic too much. Kept backing his bowlers. It's really only Tanwani that seems to have been kept to one side. Nice shot there by Pretorius, keeping it down, controlling that full shot.
Oh yes, sorry. Lutendo is the one that has actually travelled quite significantly, and I think he's the bowler that was being targeted. And it's going to take a lot for him, for him to come back. He's a youngster, can always bounce back. Had full on this occasion, and Neil Brandt defending it solidly. And with that, score is 319 for 5 of the 70 overs. We're only 10 overs away from the new ball. And the Titans trail by 26 runs. And that run rate, Otto, has always been in the 4s throughout the day.
Yeah, that's the one positive here for the Titans. They're still batting quite briskly, and that second new ball, if the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons can get 2, maybe 3 more wickets before they take the new ball, they'll definitely have a chance of batting again today.
Start well defended by Pretorius, going on the back foot there.
So from the Titans' point of view, they would want at least Neil Brandt to still be there when the new ball is taken. So they've got both these guys there, both of them opening batters, in other formats at least. So used to facing the new red ball. Victorious maybe not so much, but Brandt definitely.
Yeah, you'd really hope that the Dragons would take one before the new ball comes in, so that
they need wickets. If they have any chance of winning this game, they need wickets, and they need plenty of them, and quickly.
Agreed. But with that said, I mean, Kleinveld has really done well. I mean, Passed up. Fended. I mean, you look at the field placing, we've got Vian Libbe in short cover there. Hopefully, you know, wants Neil Brandt to create opportunities for himself, but with that said, he dropped it short. It was cut to Lesiba, who's at sweep on the offside. A bit of a loose delivery there. He's kept it very neat. Going at twos. He's kept it quiet. Wants the batters to work hard for those runs.
Run can also score at quite a click, so if he can just get himself in, build the partnership, make sure they stick around until tea. So this session between now and tea time is critical for both teams, and for us as spectators, it's going to go a long way to giving us a result here.
That's correct, Otto. Ardus Verleuen back into the attack. He's bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, and he's gone for 73 runs. Claimed 3 wickets. Experienced campaigner. His captain throwing the ball to the most experienced bowlers in his lineup. Hopefully he would come and try and get the breakthrough for the Northwest Dragons. They started off quite well this morning. Starts off with a warm-up ball going down leg.
Proper warm-up delivery there. And Viljoen also coming around the wicket to the left-handers, which is interesting, and so they don't fancy the line that you suggested. Oh, maybe not. Here we go. It's going to go over.
On this occasion, he's got 1 slip and a wideish third slip.
The double bluff there. He's coming over the wicket, but firing that Yorker in there, testing Pretorius' reactions.
It was a good delivery, that Otto. Yeah, I do fancy the idea of coming over the wicket and going wider, especially to a left-hander that likes flashing. You've got a good opportunity of getting an edge. There we go. I mean, you can see Torres walking across. I mean, if you keep on moving it across, get him, because we all know that Pretorius likes bat on ball. I mean, you've got a keeper that's covering 1.5, the wideish second slip, the fourth slip there. You're in play. You've got a good chance. Unlike coming around the wicket and only bowling for that one opportunity of a LBW. Gone straight this time. 2 straight. Flicked past mid-wicket. Good boundary.
Let's have a look at the replay here, because that mid-wicket thought he was in play for a moment. Just diving to his left. It's a ball well past his grasp there.
It was well hit, Otto. Well hit.
Nicely timed. Torres looking good.
Moving closer to his half century only on 46. You can see a captain and Ardis having a chat there in the middle. think he was being a bit greedy there, going too straight. But I don't see anything wrong with that ball. I think it was just a brilliant shot.
Yeah. Trying to bring the ball back into the pads, try and get the LBW, but Pretorius was too good on that occasion.
Perfectly
They've
flicked.
got the man there at that mid-wicket area, or wide-ish mid-on, you could say. He's in line with the non-striker for that shot, but Pretorius managed to pick the gap.
We're moving him a bit squarer. There's that
one.
edge. There's that edge. Going across and finding a thick edge. That's backward point, and that's the one that we're talking about, Otto. That one that goes across, and we know very well that Luandre is going to flash at it.
I'm going to take a quick break. Luandre Pretorius on his 50 of 65 balls.
And that takes the score to 330 for 5, and a brilliant half century by Luandre. 8 fours and 1 6. He'd be looking, and that's his third 50. There's that one Hardas has been looking for all day. Taking it across and hoping that Luandre would leave, but with that said, that's an over. And the Titans are 330 for 5. 72 overs, and that will bring the teams to a drinks break. And Titans are 15 runs behind. I mean, if you look at that scorecard, Keegan Peterson scoring a brilliant 112 from 178 balls, followed by a brilliant knock by Brevis, 148. Fell short just 150 there. Luandre Pretorius not out on 50. With him at the crease, Neil Brunt. The Titans have really played well this morning, and the Dragons bouncing back just after lunch, taking 3 quick wickets. I mean, if we look at the match summary, the Dragons scored 345, and the Titans bouncing back 330 for 5, 72 overs. And we are on drinks break.
And we are back after drinks. Thank you for sticking with us here on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, coming to you live from SuperSport Park in Centurion. The day is just getting better and better in terms of weather, so looking forward to good 3-4 hours of cricket left in the day. Titans now only 15 runs behind, and Kleinveld will see if he can remove another Titan batter here after the drinks break.
Tossed up, getting the inside half of the bat to vacant fine leg, and Brandt coming back for 2. Quite an interesting passage of play there before drinks. Otto, what are your thoughts on that session there?
Excellent work by the Dragons. 2 wickets after lunch. They'll be very happy with that. They need 2, 3, 4 more. And like I said, this session is going to be critical for both teams. I think whoever wins this post-lunch session is going to have a very good chance of winning the game, or at least put themselves in a position where it's possible, right? Titans lose too many wickets, they'll find it very difficult to win the match.
I can agree with you there. It's going to be an interesting session before tea. Both teams, the game is equally poised. Brave leave there. Brave leave there by Neil Brandt.
Indeed. Leaving the spinner.
I think that one drifted in a bit. But like we said, it's quite difficult to see from where we are sitting. It looked like the Dragons players were interested. That one probably brushed off Stumps. Was so close.
Judging by the players' reactions, probably another coat of varnish, and that would have been the end of Brandt.
Stop. 2 off the over. Brilliant over from Kleinveld. He's really kept it together and held up that end. And he's gone quickly through his overs. That run rate dropping off to 4.5. Deficit of 13 runs. Hardis will continue. Seems like he's coming over the wicket this over. And let's see if that plan that we spoke about in the previous over will work. And we saw one going through the gully region for 4.
Yeah, finding the outside edge. Now he's placed his wicket out on the boundary. About 10 meters in. Still in line with the non-strikers in. And then he's got square leg just backward of square inbound as well.
We see a double bluff situation here. I mean, with that deep mid wicket, or the cowish, but I think he's going to drop a couple short here. My prediction.
Yes, he's got the backward point on the boundary as well. So that could be an option. He's got the man at a sort of a catching mid wicket as well, waiting for the mistime pull shot.
There you go. Not long. Dropped it short. Luandre just paddling it. Really. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
Very clever shot by Pretorius there. Just working it around the corner. There's nobody at square behind square on the leg side there, so an easy boundary, and he's wise to the plan. As we see the replay there, just off the hips, moving across to his off stump and guiding it down expertly.
Smart cricket.
Mm-hmm.
Another one pitch full. Solid defense from Pretorius. I mean, we could see the double bluff there. Just probably didn't get enough pace on it. 'Cause, I mean, knowing Hardes very well, he likes hitting the deck hard.
And he knows that Pretorius is young in his career and he's an aggressive player, so tempt him with that short ball.
100%. Fuller on this occasion, straighter. Mistimed. But I don't think London was looking to hit that anyway. Just one of those.
Interesting battle here between Viljoen and Pretorius at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, might have seen them during SA20 contest. Full toss, low full toss. Just punched down the ground. Mainly on mid off. Only 4 runs off this over.
So final delivery, let's see, where's this one going to go?
My money's on the bouncer.
Yeah, I've got the feeling that you're right. Yeah.
I think he's going to drop it short.
I'm going to go with you on that one.
I think he's going to drop it short there.
Short, fast and nasty.
Yep.
Yes.
Bit of width outside off.
Went for the edge that time.
Went for the edge. We're both wrong. And with that, single brings up the over. Score 337 for 5 of 74 overs. The Titans trail by 8 runs. Kleinveld will continue from the Henop's end. I mean, if you look at the field setting, I mean, for Luandre, it's more open. I think they do want Neil Brandt on strike.
So let's see the plan here for Kleinveld. He's got long off, long on, back on the boundary. He has that man at fine leg. Halfway to the boundary, he's got a third man or a backward point. Sort of a catching position, the slip of course. And then mid on and mid off as well. Quite wide.
No, he's bowling it a bit full. Bowling it a bit full so that I think my idea or my opinion, he'd be looking to force him to play it down the ground. Also, you could have a sweep and play. This time just rocks back and punches it down to long on. I mean, with the sweep, guaranteed a 4 with deep square not in play there.
You know, the man at mid wicket is on the boundary.
Yeah.
So lots of space for the sweep shot. Wow. And then the cover boundary is this. It's also there.
Drop short and Neil Brandt very quick on it. Pulled it. Cow corner for 6.
Shouts of catch it there. They thought they might be in business, but the shot was too far in front of square from Brandt, so he gets a nice maximum off the spinner, off the back foot. Now the third man fielder has gone a bit square and just behind point.
Tossed up full there. Driven to short cover. And that will close off the over with a dot ball. Score 144 for 5 after 75. And the deficit is 1. Not a bad over there from Titans.
No, not at all. 6 and a single. Centurion will continue. And as soon as Grant feels he's in, it looks like he's playing quite positive attitude. He's going for his shots when the bad balls are there. So
Change of plan from Frelune, coming around the wicket. Obviously the wicket keeper coming a bit straighter, and then there's that huge gap between keeper and wideish first or second slip.
that's almost the third slip there now.
2 massive gaps there behind the wicket. Pushing it wide on this occasion. Victoria is happy to leave that.
So it will also be interesting to see who gets to bowl with the new ball if the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons do take the new ball as soon as it is available. So they've got Falloon bowling now. Maybe they would give him 2 or 3 overs with the new ball if it's taken immediately. So it's into a longish spell now. So already bowling his 20th over, so really working hard for
outside off again. Luandro is looking to leave that one. Just caught the bat.
just a bit of indecision.
Yeah.
So the man on loan to the Northwest Dragons is doing a lot of work for them. Got the first 3 wickets. 2 yesterday and 1 Mr. Brevis this morning. The only wicket before lunch today.
Crucial wicket that he got there.
Now the gap between second slip and gully is even bigger.
Oh, back of a length. Luandro trying to punch that on the offside, but managed to get inside edge. Oohs and ahs there from the slips and keeper. They come back for 2 runs.
That wind must have gone past the off stump. Let's see if we can tell by the play. Not quite fine enough. Looks like it went past the leg stump there. Phew, very close. Not fine enough to find the boundary, but 2 nevertheless.
Ooh, Nick.
Says the umpire, agrees with you. Caught behind. Joandre Pretorius. This time the inside edge is small enough to find the keeper.
Good catch there from the keeper, going low. If you look at the replay there, for Leon around the wicket, back of a length, getting the inside half of the bat there, faint nick. Northwest Dragons would take that. I mean, Luandro goes for 58, 80 balls, 9 fours, 1 6. And the score is 346 for 6. And the Titans are into the lead with 1 run. And with that said, Peshogwayo into the crease. He's played 57 games, average of 25.5, 1,707 runs in his 89 innings. Top score of 107 against the Power Rooks. I assume that this is when we were still playing for the Dolphins in 2021, 2022 season. I mean, we've seen him do wonderful things for the Proteas. And Titans would need him in this instance.
Yeah. Once again, the Dragons managing to get the more experienced batter to depart, and that's a very important wicket for them. They will feel that they in with a shout here. They've got their third wicket of the session, so we'll hand the session honours to the Dragons so far. 4 wickets now for Viljoen.
So Ardis claiming another big wicket.
Yeah. It's the one they would have wanted. They seem to get the in batter out. Right, so what is Potchefstroom going to do here? He needs to just check a little bit. 2 slips are in. Just check himself a little bit. Don't lose your wicket too quickly, would be the message I would suggest. The gully is still there. There's mid on, mid off, catching mid wicket. Extra cover is there. Point and backward square leg on the boundary.
We'll see how this plot works. I mean, Viljoen still coming around the wicket.
And he sticks him with the first ball. Very well done by Hardis Viljoen. 5 wicket haul for him. He is on fire for the Dragons, and yeah, like I said, the Division 2 guys must be thanking their lucky stars that they're not facing Hardis Viljoen, that he's been loaned out to the Renault Potchefstroom Dragons, and Andile Potchefstroom, first ball LBW to Hardis Viljoen.
That was definitely out. I mean, you looked at the replay there. Ardis decided to go full straight with the angle. Potchefstroom looking to try and playing it around, but unfortunately missed that. It's gone for first ball, and the Dragons have the tail up. Score is 346 for 7, 75.5, with the lead of 1. And I'd say Otto, they're in a very good position at the moment. I mean, we spoke about this session being the one that's going to decide where this game goes. And the Dragons took 3 quick wickets.
Yeah,
And
wonderful performance by the Dragons in this session, especially Hardis Viljoen. There 2 wickets in the over so far, and he's still got 1 ball to go. Junior Dala, the number 9, comes to the crease, a best of 79. That figure always jumps out at you when you look at his figures, but he's got a lowly average. So Dala, we'll see if he can stay with Nieuwbrand until tea, which now seems a long way away, a long way into the future to get to tea.
definitely, and I mean, Northwest Dragons are definitely into the Titans' tail here. They'll be looking to wrap things up.
Let's see. They've got 2 slips in east, maybe 3. Hardis Viljoen wants his square leg to go down to a 45. He has backward point on the boundary. He has extra cover catching. He's got mid wicket also quite close. Mid on, mid off is there. And 2 slips in a gully to the right hander.
Brilliant start there. Pushing Junior Dala back in the crease. Dot ball to finish off this wonderful over from Hardis Viljoen. With that said, Werner will be joining Otto in commentary.
Thanks, Paul. The wicket whisperer. After lunch, Paul took 4 wickets there in that session. And Werner, welcome back. So Kleinveld is going to continue. Who would you throw the new ball to? Do you think the Dragons now? Definitely they will take the new ball, I would say.
I'm sure they will. They'd probably go back to Ruan de Zwart, being very accurate, and we'll just get the ball to seam up around a little bit. The new ball. As Hardest for Yoon has done the bulk of the damage here for the Dragons. It's, I think, from a Titans perspective, been a bit disappointing. They've almost got themselves into this position by giving easy wickets away. Devil Brevis, Keegan Peterson, Rivaldo Moonsame, all coming off very soft as missiles. They've gone from 310 for 3 to 346 for 7. And where they were thinking maybe we can push for a big lead of 150, maybe 200.
The back foot.
Now suddenly that's come down significantly, and Dragons pushing for things to be pretty even going into their second batting innings.
Yes, now the tactic that the Titans would have been looking at of batting once seems out of the question. If they try and occupy the crease now, it'll only mean a draw. So maybe just open the taps a little bit, give themselves a chance to bowl a few overs at the Dragons. We'll see how things unfold. What do you think would be the Titans' tactics from this position? Dala facing his first spin delivery.
Yeah, I think
It was an excellent delivery by Kleinveld, right across through to first slip. And Dragons are turning up the volume for the wickets this time. Dala keeps it out.
I think with the Titans deciding to send in Dala ahead of Matthew Boast, I think the idea is to just stick around a bit with Neil Brunt for the moment, form another bit of a partnership.
Nice defense by Dala. Yes, that seems reasonable. Another 30-40 runs, that could mean a lot. Good forward defensive shot once again by Dala. Is not a real, I wouldn't say he's a typical tail ender as Junior Dala, and he can hit the ball quite far. Now he just needs to stay with Neil, stay with his captain, see how far they can go. Let's see what Neil Brunt does now. How is he going to approach this? He's facing the chief destroyer.
Dala is more than capable with the bat. He's got a good technique. Does Dala, and they often send him in as a night watchman. So that's probably why he's there with Neil Brunt now. Before Matthew Bose, just try to keep things quiet for a bit, make sure that they form a partnership. And any runs in the lead is always worth it. But as things stand, this pitch is still very good to bat on. I think that's why the Titans will be so disappointed with throwing their wickets away. There's been a couple of good deliveries, but for the most part of it, it's been poor shots.
Inviting Neil Brunt to drive there. They've employed the same tactic throughout the day, leaving huge gaps on the offside. The offside here is the shorter boundary, and just mid off and extra cover there, and the rest is open in front of square on the offside. So with the slip and the gully and the backward point on the boundary, they want Brunt to drive. If Viljoen chooses, he can go for the stumps. Just dangling the carrot there outside off stump. They've got mid-wicket catching, or almost a wideish short mid-off. Then a more conventional mid-wicket, about halfway, 1/3 of the way to the boundary, and a backward square leg on the boundary as well as mid-on. So Viljoen does have the option of attacking the stumps around the wicket. Looks like he's keen to just invite the drive. Only 2 runs the lead.
Junior Dala has a top score of 79 not out against Gauteng back in the 2015-2016 season in the semi-pro, and he has 250s in all in first-class cricket. Definitely more than capable with the bat.
Solid defense for Brandt, so he looks like definitely just wants to occupy the crease here for a little bit, calm things down after that devastating 2-wicket over from Viljoen.
The other player the Titans are missing this season is Donovan Ferreira. He picked up an injury in the SA20, so couldn't play in the One-Day Cup. And now since that one just going past the off-stump, had a couple of tight leaves so far in his innings, Neil Brandt.
He is very confident about his off-stump location. This Neil Brandt lets that one go, and a good leave in the end. Anything that doesn't hit the stumps is a good leave.
I think that's also the type of thing you can do on a true pitch, where you know the ball is not seeming around too much. Now with the ball 78 overs old, he might think again with the new ball coming up shortly.
That's going to be interesting. Nice square drive by Brandt, and it's an excellent over for the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons. For the Titans, they'll be very happy that they didn't lose a wicket.
Yeah, Hardus Viljoen coming in as a lone player, taking a 5-wicket haul, bowling the most overs as well for them. They're getting their money worth, are the Dragons. Matthew Kleinveld will probably be bowling his last over if they do decide to take that new ball. This could be his final opportunity with the ball.
Same field set for Kleinveld. It's got the in and out field there with mid off catching quite close, and then a long off on the boundary as well.
He's done a very good job, has Matthew Kleinveld. Brought in late into the innings to try and change things up from Morimo Kwane with the 2 left-handers at the crease previously, and he's done exactly what his captain would have wanted from him.
Sweep shot by Brandt. Nobody there. Easy runs. Nobody on the onside behind square at all. So that's a safe shot for Brandt.
It is, as the 350 comes up for the Titans. Brandt moves into the 20s. It was easy to help it just around the corner. Full toss as well. So exactly what Neil Brandt would have enjoyed.
Picking out the field at that time with the back foot drive, back point, and man, the boundary was there to cover that if it did make it past the point fielder, which it did not.
Andre Pretorius has now scored 2 centuries and a 50 in his first 3 first-class matches.
It's easy, this cricket thing.
Yeah,
very, very exciting talent for South African cricket there. Andre Pretorius, if you can do that at the start of your career, wow.
Yeah, very exciting talent. I think he's very much in the mold of a Quinton de Kock. Is on the Pretorius attacking top order bat to come in the middle order.
Short at that time from Kleinveld, but there is protection, and that is the 79th over in the books. And the 350 came up there for the Titans in that over. The lead is now 8, as you can see. So let's see what the Titans can do here. Dragons want at least just one more wicket before tea, but there's so much time left before tea, they'll probably aim to get the Titans all out before tea, which would be extraordinary.
Yeah.
They can manage to take 7 wickets in one session. That'll be a spectacular collapse as far as the Titans are concerned. They've really had a little mini collapse here, sort of.
It has been a wonderful session by the Dragons. Probably the opposite of what the Titans were looking for in this session. After that first session went for 179 runs and only the 1 wicket, the Dragons, they've come back magnificently with 4 wickets, less than 100 runs in this session. And so would have thought by now the lead might have been quite a bit bigger, but thanks to those wickets they've been able to pull things back.
And they're picking up the points for the 7 wickets that they've taken before the 100-run mark. So that's also quite significant in terms of the block. Short one. Got the trap set for the short ball for the pull shot, does Viljoen. There's catching the wicket, but on square leg on the boundary, or 10 or so meters inside the boundary, just in front of square, and then a 45 on the boundary as well. Backward point is on the boundary for Brandt, and mid off an extra cover complete the field.
Yes, if the Dragons can get another 2 wickets before 100 overs is ball, then they will get all 4 bonus points with the ball. With the bat, the Titans, having gone past 150, have gotten 1 point of batting, and then you get 0.02 points per run after 150, so they've made another 203 runs since then. So they've gotten themselves another 4 or so points from the batting perspective after bowling the Dragons out in the first innings.
Second slip and a gully in for Viljoen to Brandt. Dala yet to score, of course. But just keeps plugging away, does Hartis Viljoen.
He's showing all his experience. He's Viljoen. He said he's 56 years old now, but still as fit as ever is Viljoen. And a wily customer did play for the Proteas at the Wanderers. I remember his debut there. How do we get early on debut? The brother-in-law of Faf du Plessis. Yes, that is Viljoen.
Once again, trying to invite the drive. Brandt not interested. So
Yeah.
let's see if the umpires are standing by with the new ball. I don't see anyone there.
I did see umpire Dennis Smith just on the walkie-talkie before this over, probably just requesting for the umpire to come down with the case of new balls, or to come down with the one new ball, I should say. They don't have to change the balls, so just the one new ball to bring down.
That's it. The 80 overs are up. Now let's watch for the new ball. When are they going to take it? Who is getting ready to bowl? Will it be Kleinveld to continue? Yes, it looks that way. So looks like they haven't gone straight away for the new ball option. Bit surprised at that. That was a maiden over by Viljoen, by the way.
I might feel that they've been able to pick up 4 wickets in this session with the older ball. And maybe they feel comfortable with it. With it being softer, it's more difficult to hit away as well. They are looking to push for a quick little spell here.
All defense by Darla, no sign of attack at all, which is understandable. They're going to rebuild now, the Titans.
They finally managed to get on the field at the DP World Wanderers. Dolphins are 137 for 3 after 40 overs there. 40 overs in total. Now on into day 3, then the second session. So unlikely to have any result there.
Surprised by that. Doesn't the Wanderers drain better than that usually? Or if he goes back into his crease there, Darla.
There's been a lot of rain there over the last few days, so it seems to have been a spot on the field that has given them some issues.
Maybe a burst pipe as well. So good to see that they are at least played. Happy to go back into his crease, play off his pads. Might be a bit risky, but he seems okay with that approach.
Down at Newlands, Boland innings is taking a very similar approach to that of the Titans. 2 centuries and no one else really making runs so far. So Peter Malan 102, Clyde Fontaine 129, but they're also suddenly 7 down.
Time Darla goes forward. And, half a shout. Sounded like 2 noises to me. Dogs the last one in, 81 overs gone. Another maiden over. Darla still not off the mark.
Looks like Huddersfield still has some gas left in the tank, so he'll continue on from the west lane end. They'd love to wrap this innings up, get through the tail, though Neil Brunt's still standing in their way for now. It's good to see him on the field after having not taken part for a big part of this match. Going on off the field in the first innings. I think that's in the middle order. Valuable for them.
Good leave there by Brunt. Villian will be keen as mustard to get his 6th wicket and get rid of the captain Neil Brunt, who's, like you say, the final batter standing in the Dragons' way. And they have taken control of the match now to a larger extent. He has been straying in his length quite a little bit. He's going for the Yorker every now and then and bowls a full toss instead. So hasn't been punished too severely for the full tosses that he's been bowling. So Brandt here is just happy to survive at the moment, waiting for the bad delivery.
If Huddersfield is keen as mustard, will we call him the Colonel?
The full toss. Brandt not falling for it, not attacking.
I get hurt every time I see a full toss blocked. I have to admit. And I spoke about this earlier on, where the difference of being an attacking first mindset versus a defensive first mindset, where Devil Brevis would never let a full toss just come like this and block it out, or at least try and get a boundary from it. But Brunt's very much batting within his bubble at the moment.
The field he's got set is quite negative right now, and Brandt exploits that. Just as mid-off was pushed back, he scores a single down to mid-on, or to mid-off I should say. So now the field will change for Darlas quite significantly. They had fielders all around the ground on the boundary, all of them now running in to try and get this Darla wicket. Darla still not scored yet. Second slip comes in, Gully is there, catching extra cover mid off, mid on. Viljoen goes way down the leg side. Good work by Herman to save buys there. And then there's a cover sweeper and backward square leg also on the boundary. So
Oh,
much more attacking field for Dala.
I always say it's so difficult to face somebody like a Viljoen. Because he can bowl you some jaffers, and then now and then you'll just bowl something, bowl full toss, then he bowl one down the leg side, and you feel what's coming next, and then suddenly he bowls you Yorker on the stumps, and you don't see it coming.
Indeed. So can Dala survive? Good leave by Junior Dala. Full and just outside off stump. And he does make it through to the end of the 82nd. Oh, so let's see. No sign of the new ball. Viljoen is still soldiering on, doing an excellent job.
Umpire Dennis Smith just hovering around, maybe just inquiring whether they're interested, maybe, in his offer of a new ball. Shiny and new. But no, they will continue on with the old one. And they're making life difficult for the Titans at the moment. That run rate's almost come to a standstill now.
Yeah, it's been 4 overs now for just 1 run. 3 maidens in there. Past 5 overs, only 6 runs. Stopping the game. Floated up by Kleinveld. Brandt punches it to long off. Happy to give Dala the strike.
I think ideally they would have wanted to be starting to lift up the tempo even more now, the Titans, but the exact opposite has happened, thanks to the Dragons running through the middle to late order of the Titans. And Dala happy to just bide his time out in the middle.
Cut shot by Dala. That man at the cover boundary just moved into backward point, and he smashes it through that cover region for 4. Good shot there, spotting the gaps nicely. They just moved Klein into backward point. He was standing right there where the ball went over the boundary. Rocking back and cutting it nicely, Junior Dala. Straighter this time, darted in. So lots of space once again on the offside. Protection is at mid wicket and long on. Catching long on as well. Then the mid wicket and backward square leg also in quite close. Mid wicket now moving out a bit further away, and they're putting Klein back onto the point boundary, back to the point boundary. Just solid defense there by Dala. Good cricket. He's already got the boundary in the over. Doesn't need to be too greedy. It's already a good over for the Titans in terms of runs. Dragons seem quite happy with this ball. No sign of change yet. 59 for 7, so better over that for the Titans. Dala has got his back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, nice way to get off the mark for Dala. It's good to see him not letting poor ball go to waste, making sure that he put it away to the boundary. Looks like Adeswin is up for another over. Again, he's been putting in a lot of work here for the Dragons. He's bowled a quarter of the overs, more than a quarter of the overs at this innings has amounted to.
That over also taking the lead into double figures. Now 14 is the lead, 13 is the partnership. So just occupying the crease now. Maybe they will look to score a bit more. Very defensive field here for Grant, as he once again exploits that fact, pushes it to backward point for a run.
They clearly want to bowl to Junior Dala here, and that's why the Dragons have the field spread like that and bring it in for Dala. Probably see an extra slip come into play as well. Viljoen can try and open up that end.
See if he can deliver the death blow here for the Dragons and get the Titans off the crease and get his batters on there. 2 slips in. Short of a length and just defended. So nobody on the boundary on the offside, just the backward square leg on the boundary for the hook. This time ball shot. He's got the mid on extra cover point and mid wicket quite close as well. To the stumps he goes. It's a straight line by Viljoen. So we reckon we've got about 15 to 20 minutes to go to tea. When do you reckon they'll take tea?
I think tea should be around 3 o'clock.
Okay, well, so that's 12 minutes away. And so far the session definitely fair and square, all going the Dragons' way.
Oh,
Bit of a tentative prod shot there by Dala. Survives.
that's nicely bowled from Huddersfield. He's hitting length harder than the other bowlers have, and that's probably why he's gotten more out of the wicket than they have. Keeping it back of a length, make it easy for Dala to just prod on the front foot. Still has their 2 slip fielders and a gully in place and a deep fine leg, only fielder back on the boundary.
Goes for the stumps. Goes for the wicket. Dala survives. Keeps it out.
Very watchful from Junior Dala, as I've mentioned. He's got a very good technique. Very watchful. And does rate his own batting. Does Dala.
Like I said, not a typical number 9. Blink first.
Ooh.
A nasty one there from Viljoen, nagging just on a good length, back of a good length, and well kept under control by Dala. 84 gone.
Might be worth getting a short leg in there when Viljoen is bowling to Dala, if Viljoen still has still able to bowl another over. Looks like we might finally see a change with Modimoquane coming back into the attack, that left-hander. Almost hit out of the attack earlier on. Conceded 38 of his 10 overs, and so they decided to switch over to Matthew Klingveld. But now they've gone back to Modimoquane. Has a slip fielder in place and also a long on sweeper out on the point boundary, and also a deep at wicket and a deep fine leg who's just come a bit finer now.
So he's covering the sweep shot. He's got mid wicket quite close. Extra cover also quite close. This one goes straight back to the bowler. Backward point, and then, yeah, like you mentioned, he's using his feet there, but Modimoquane saw him coming and just dug it in a little bit shorter, making sure that he can't get to the pitch. Back onto his stumps, pushes this down to long on for single.
Things have gotten very quiet here.
Yeah, the Dragons have done a very good job of stopping the game. after taking those wickets, seeing these two dig in, Dala and Brandt have been super careful. Very obvious that they want to survive until tea time. No. Get Fuller there trying to go for the stumps. See if he can hit the pads of Junior Dala. Kwane, excuse me. Sending extra cover now back to the boundary. Punches off the back foot and again survives after being given the strike by Neil Brandt. Just the one.
It looks like we will have a bit of a bowling change as well from the West Lane end. Harus Fuyun has done more than his fair share. Will be the left-arm orthodox spin of the Siba Ngwepe, getting his own opportunity. Looks like they're pushing a few more overs here into lunch, realizing that the spin is also just stalling the Titans. Maybe playing for a bit of time here, the Dragons.
And loving this old ball. So Ngwepe has got cover on the onside on the boundary. Outside that off stump line, trying to bring the slip into play. He's turning the ball into the left-hander. He has got backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on the boundary. He's got a mid-wicket 4-5 pitch widths away, catching. For this time, whipped off his toes by Neil Brandt. He goes through for a single. Doesn't mind giving Dala the strike at all. Let's see what they set up here for the right-hander. Ngwepe will be turning it away from Junior Dala.
Yeah, he's a bit more floaty than what Makwana is. Ngwepe. We saw that in the One Day Cup as well. Brevis took quite a liking to him. He struck him for, I think, 3 sixes in a row in 1 over. So he'll give it much more air. Maybe he'll tempt Dala a bit. Libber in there at a catching extra cover.
Deep mid-wicket, the only fielder on the boundary. And let's see, they've got point, catching extra cover, mid off, mid on, extra cover. Floated up, whacked by Dala straight to mid off, but they come through quickly for the single.
Good fielding by Yanaman Milan, who is on the field. Not really sure exactly who he's come on for, but doing a good job, getting his opportunity to stretch the legs a bit today.
Back go the fielders for Brandt. He's dancing down the wicket. Big shout, but we're not interested, says the umpire.
Got himself comfortably outside the line, did Neil Brandt.
Almost yorked himself there. That continues now. Once again, Brandt using his feet. Gets it down to long on for another single.
So the Titans would have wanted just a bit of a partnership forming again. It's now gone up to 18 runs, this partnership. We're just slowly building that lead now.
Ngwepe fires it into Dala Stumps. Practicing the slap to deep mid wicket, but no such run scoring. Good start for Ngwepe. Only 3 runs off his first over.
Yeah, seems like the Titans have had to do a bit of a recalculation here, realizing that they can't push for quick runs now with all the wickets that they have lost. So be grinding out a bit of a lead and see what they can do tomorrow with the ball, or if they're bowled out later in the last session of the day. See if they can nip out a few tonight still to give them some sort of position to work from. Try and push for that win. Dragons on the other end, they want to wrap things up, see if they can get some runs tomorrow.
Woody Mukwane fires it in, slapped by Brandt through square leg. There is protection there. So a lot of cover for the spinners on the boundary, all the way from long off to backward square leg, and now for Dala, they all come in closer. Even the deep square leg becomes the normal square leg. Catching extra cover, point and conventional cover. To Dala, nice and defensive, but on, but off. Fine leg also quite close. So nobody out on the boundary at all. But down the leg side, misfield, and that will bring one, maybe two. No, says the captain of the Titans, and they stick to the single. Now everybody goes running back towards the boundary for Brandt to face.
Yeah, solid call from Dalai. Not worth risking a run out at this point, especially just before the tea break.
Right, so this time the off stays in place. Just nudges it down too long on. Easy single there.
It's felt like we've watched two halves today of batting. Like the first half, it was running away from with the Titans, going at almost 5 runs to the over, and this session has been the exact opposite.
Nice solid forward defense there by Dala. Showing his captain that you can trust me with the strike. Everybody off the boundary ropes now and much closer to the wicket as well as that catching cover. And that's an outside edge, goes past first slip, but backward point will run around for Dala to get to. So that is 3 o'clock exactly on the board. 21 run partnership, and that is T on day 3 of the 4-day match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons. So session firmly into the Dragons' favour with 4 wickets, 2 in 1 over by Hardesviljoen, the man on loan from the Northern Cape Heat in Division 2, coming up to Pretoria and getting the job done for his adopted team. Titans, they were in such a strong position after lunch, they will feel that they squandered that a little bit.
Yeah, 103 runs in a session for 4 wickets in 31 overs, so going at 3 runs to the over exactly, the Titans in that session, and it's been down to Huddersfield bringing it back, but the innings was set up by Brevis, making 148 of 155. Keegan Peterson 112 himself. Huddersfield taking 5 for 91. He's been far and away the best bowler for the Dragons, and the Dragons will feel much more comfortable heading into the tea time. A slender lead of 24 for the Titans, and we'll be back with you in just under 20 minutes. Welcome back after the tea break, where the Titans are on 369 for 7 against Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons. Dragons coming back strongly in that second session after the lunch break, picking up 4 wickets. What's hardest for you? The Chief Destroyer has taken 5 for 91. He's on loan from the Northern Cape Heat, and what a signing it has been for the Northwest Dragons. So at the crease currently is Neil Brunt. He's come in late in the order because he had a bit of an issue earlier on. So he came in at number 7. He's on 29 of 55. He's joined by Junior Dala, who's on 8 of 32. Brevis got himself to 148 in that session before giving his wicket away, and then Keegan Peterson made a century as well. He got 112 before, following a similar route to Brevis. Lorne Pretorius made 58. And so, Dragons looking to push a bit of their advantage here against the Titans. With me I have Hoompa back to join me again here after the tea break.
Thank you, Werner. And an interesting session there before tea. Neil and Junior held the fort with Titans 24 runs in the lead. And we're headed for interesting times. Yeah, and the Northwest Dragons will be looking to get a wicket.
Easily put away by Neil Brunt. Yeah, the Dragons will look to wrap things up here soon after the tea break, try and restrict this lead to around 50 runs or less. Titans, on the other hand, would look to extend this as far as they can. Maybe see if they can push towards a 100-run lead, potentially, with Matthew Bose still to come, who can wield the willow himself as well. But as things stand, draw does still seem the most likely at this point, with the Titans not able to get those quick runs that they might have been hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, with the way things started, Werner, Titans had 2 set batters and lost a couple of quick wickets. And now they're looking to rebuild. And like you said, 100 lead before close of play would be ideal.
It's Bamania back into the attack for the Dragons. He's taken 1 wicket. He's been expensive at times, but he's come back well in his last spell. Kept things a bit more tight and doing an important job. It's almost like they bowl to give Huddersfield some rest and then put him back in so that he can give them some wickets.
Yeah, correct. Werner.
Goes for a big pull shot, top edge, straight towards the man. I had fine leg. I thought that was going straight up in the air, but no. Dala managed to control that one actually quite well.
Yeah,
Rolling the wrists.
Well controlled there. Got on top of it. Wasn't a bad option to go for that short ball. I mean, you've got a deep square and a fine leg out there. And I mean, the big question now would be, when are the Dragons taking the new ball? What could change?
Beautiful cover drive by Brunt. Got a good hand on it by Matthew Kleinfeld to prevent that from going to the boundary. It does seem like the Dragons are more than happy to continue on with the old ball. They realize the old ball is not that easy to put away. It's become quite soft now, and so they might just feel very happy to continue on. They don't want this lead to grow too quickly at this point in time, and we do know that new ball could fly off the bat a bit quicker, and they're almost, it feels like they're almost playing for time at this point.
Full delivery driven down the wicket with a straight bat by Junior Dala. You know, that dot ball brings in the over. Titans 372 for 7 after 88 with a lead of 27. Yeah, coming back to that topic about the new ball. Yeah, I think the Dragons have done well with holding up one end with a spinner. I think, yeah, keeping the old ball is ideal at this moment. for the spinner.
Remokwane will continue on from Henop's river end. So has a fielder out at the long on for Neil Brunt. Also a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg going back on the boundary. And sweeper on the offside. Other fielders up in the ring. There's a slip in place as captain Leon Libber. But no other catching positions at the moment for Brunt. They're happy to give him the single and try to work over Junior Dala. Happy to oblige is Neil Brunt taking the easy single at the beginning of the over. More than happy and trusting in Junior Dala, who's worthy of that trust.
Yeah, pretty confident with his batting partner there. And you do know that most bowlers back themselves to be good batsmen, especially in the nets.
Junior Dala in particular, that's right, his batting. Goes for a big one over the top. That is a gorgeous shot by Dala. And why not rate your own batting when you can play shots like that?
Up and over there from Junior Dala. And as you were saying, he really does back himself. I mean, you can see the field placing, you know. I mean, if you look at the replay there, the ball a bit tossed up there. Got a short cover in. Played it beautifully over the top.
And of just hovering a bit deeper now. Almost 2/3 of the way towards the boundary. It was tempting Dala to try and go over as well. Present a catching opportunity. The man had a short extra cover coming in a bit closer now to a catching position. Firing that in quite quickly. Kwane just felt like one tossed up for this over is enough, having gone to the bound.
Going back to the defense mechanism. The flatter the better.
Nice and played, nice and late by Dala. It's a productive over so far for all the Titans. 6 runs coming off it so far.
Yes, Neil Brunt playing that senior better role. Making sure that the score is ticking both ends.
Brunt does enjoy using his feet to come down wicket. So 7 runs coming off that over. Titans would be quite chuffed with that one after the tea break. It's 379 for 7. The lead has moved on to 34. The partnership has moved on to 33. That's the reason why Dala was sent in ahead of Matthew Bose, just to calm things down for a while.
100%. I mean, the man has been around for quite some time. He's been in many situations. And he would be backing himself. Bang, bang, bang there. To continue.
Over at the DP World Wanderers, they're at least finally getting some play in the Hollywood Bets. Dolphins have moved on to 203 for 4. Jepang de Tole. Domestic 4-day cricket. Full toss, but finds the man out at deep square leg. Be a bit disappointed with that one. Neil Brunt could have put that anywhere.
Just decided to pick the only fielder on the leg side. Coming back to the Toilet, he's also had a couple of good runs lately for the Dolphins.
Yes, he had a very good 4-day series last season and was rewarded with an SAA call-up as well. They're back to opening the batting for them. Yeah, it's good fielding at cover. Right out the middle from Junior Dala, leaning into that drive, gaining in confidence all the while.
Struck well, like a proper batter. In the V, in the V, in the V.
It's good fielding by here. Isaacs is also on the field now. And we have a few people Going on and off the field at the moment, the Dragons. Saw Jan Milan earlier as well. And hey, keeping things nice inside outside the off stop. I'll say he's been much better in the last session.
Indeed, he has. And it's always good to see that, and as a captain, it's good to see when you've got bowlers that can bowl long spells, and you know, when you get fresh legs like your Hardas and Ruan coming back later, they hit the deck hard.
Coach, you mean hardest hitting the deck hard, and the one
Ruan,
hitting the areas hard. Good.
very hard.
As hard as he can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no.
always good, refreshing for a captain, you know.
Yeah, no, saying that tongue in cheek, Ron Swart's been very good with the ball, keeping things very tidy and building the pressure from his end, which is equally important. Had a very good season as the Swart. Again goes for that beautiful drive. Again, wonderful fielding by Isaacs. He stopped two certain boundaries in this over.
Lovely fielding there in the covers. Junior Dalla will be kicking himself that, you know, 2 brilliant shots. Can't find a boundary.
They've pushed that man at deep point back towards the boundary, bargaining on giving Dala the single to retain the strike. But that won't happen. There's only 1 run coming off the over from Bamane Nenke. And it will be New Brunt. Phase new over is 387 after 90 overs. That lead's gone up to 35. Partnership 34. It's also a match going on down at Newlands. There was some problems set. Bowler 592 in the first innings. With centuries for Tony Zorzi and Carl Rayner. Big scores from other Proteas, George Linder and David Bedingham. So flooded with the Proteas are the Western Province. The Gold Rush Bullet, they are on 316 at the moment. Centuries for Peter Malan and Captain Clive Fontaine. And down the wicket, he's just milking him down there, is Neil Grant.
Perfectly played down the ground. Neil still rotating the strike. Seems like there's been quite a lot of runs scored down on the coast there. Flat wicket.
Very good wicket over here as well. Silversville Park. Last week was very tricky to bat on. The ball keeping low from time to time, but this one has played well for the batters. And he goes straight through Junior Dala. That's Moni Makwane. Leaves a big gap between bat and pad. Dala having a look at the pitch, but that didn't seem to do much. Went straight through on with the arm, and he is castled. And that is the breakthrough that the Dragons were looking for.
And looking at the replay, seemed to have straightened a bit. Junior was probably playing for the turn there. Just opened his blade a bit. Or just went through to hit metal stump.
And was well bowled by Moni Makwane. Just deserves for his spell, getting his first wicket of the day. And there's the big early Matthew Boast starting out to the crease. So it'll be the 2 lefties out. We'll see if he like to play a bit of shots. That lead creeping towards the 50-run mark, but the Titans will feel they have thrown away a very strong position here. They were 310 for 3. Since then, they've lost the 5 wickets for only 71 runs.
Brilliant comeback there by the Northwest Dragons. I think their patience paid off. Strung up those dot balls and bagged their main bowler or their strike bowler. I mean, it's always
Overpitched. Misses out, does Bose. Will only get the single for it. Was there to put away.
The final delivery of the over. I'm not sure they'll be looking to get another single, and that's a 50 runs lead for the Titans.
Every now and then, Hardest is just a pitch slightly going for that Yorker on Stumps. But worth the try, definitely. Down the leg side, easily clipped away, and another boundary for Neil Brunt. So as I say, it's just a bit of a momentum shift so far in this partnership. Things have picked up. They've got 18 runs of 21 deliveries between the two of them. Hardest for you. Disappointing way to end that over.
Yeah, he'd be kicking himself. Just went a bit too straight there. Easy pickings there for Neil Brunt.
Old traditional leg glance. Don't see so many of them these days.
Yeah, it's either that or now you get the scoops. But on that occasion, it was old traditional leg glance. I mean, the fine leg is too square anyway.
Matthew Kleefeld back into the attack. Done a very good job for the Dragons. Second is one wicket, that wicket of Keegan Peterson. Chipped it into hands off mid wicket. 153 in his 11 overs, been miserly. Now with the two lefties back on strike, or back together, he comes back into the attack, and they have a cashing extra cover in place as well for Matthew Boast. Being on up, maybe tempting him to go over the top. Cut by Boast, leaning back onto that one.
It's good to see them rotating the strike, and with that single, brings the 400 on the board for the Titans. It came off 567 balls, 47 fours and 8 sixes. The lead of 55.
So every run counts now at this point. Coming down a wicket again. It's been a very productive shot for Neil Brunt all day against the spin.
Seems to be very comfortable playing spin. I mean, you can see the top order better.
Yeah, we saw that plenty as well for the SuperSport side.
Yeah.
He enjoys coming down against the spinners. Captain the Proteas in New Zealand when the leading Proteas weren't available due to the SA20 at the start of last year. Did a good job there. Neil Brunt didn't have a lot to work with, unfortunately, but what he did have, I believe he took a 7-wicket haul as well in the one innings with the ball.
Yeah, he did. Understand that he didn't have much to work with, yes, but it was great experience for his troops that traveled down to New Zealand.
He struck. Right, O's doing a good job here with Captain Neil Brunt. He's asking, why didn't I come in ahead of Junior Dala? I am an all-rounder.
Like we said, Werner, all the bowlers back themselves.
Again, they found that man swooping on the point boundary a few times. So, and so 4 runs coming off it. Another good one for the Titans, as that leads now moves on to 58. Partnership 22, and the score 403 for 8. 5 more overs left for them to try and get some more bonus points. The Dragons, they need 1 more wicket to get themselves the full 4 bowling point wickets. So the new ball is finally taken. And the Dragons have felt like this is the time, and so Hardest for you will get the opportunity to get with a shiny new ball. He'll probably Not one to bowl one down the leg side again like it did back end after last over.
I think, yeah, it's a good call now for the new ball. I mean, Ardis Viljoen is warm, with his tail up. Let's see what the new ball brings.
Oh, it brings bounce so far. That's the first quick answer we can give you. That one carried through significantly higher and quicker than the old ball has.
Yeah, those are good signs if you're a bowler. Seeing bounce. Also, equally as good signs as a batsman because the new ball travels in the high field.
Now, if you slash hard, so that if it does take the edge, that it flies over those slips. Don't have to if you can get the middle of the bat like Neil Brunt just had. All placement and timing from Brunt. Nothing extravagant. Extravagant is the word I'm looking for. That's well placed and well. Down 4, Neil Brunt.
Good shot there from Neil Brunt, leaning forward, backing himself, piercing it through the covers there. And already, I don't know, the 2 balls into the new ball. You can see that full isn't the way to go. Probably go back of a length and get that assisted bounce.
Try and wrap those gloves. Neil Brunt. That's the area that Huddersfield will be targeting. You hear the ball pinging off the bat at previous delivery. So it just makes a different sound when it comes off a hard new ball.
Yeah, and with that boundary, we've seen a slight change of. I feel there they took off the one slip, put him into short cover there, just to eliminate that full delivery that's going to be driven. Well, hopefully creating a chance of a catch there.
Wonder if Neil Brunt will look across. No, he's sticking where he is.
Nice to see it shaping through the air there.
Little bit of
Shaping in and nipping away.
bring in to hear Isaacs from the boundary into the inner ring. They wanted to see the easy soft single on the leg side, but it opens up a huge gap through the square leg region for Neil Brunt should Huddersfield air on his line or too short. Goes for the tempter wide outside the off stump. Neil Brunt wise to it.
I think is asking the umpire there if that could have been a wide. Unfortunately, it's red ball cricket.
I quite like the innovation in the IPL where they now have that set marker where if the bat is this far outside the off stump, then that guideline moves a bit further. They can make a definite call on it if they do review it. Again, goes full dust. Huddersfield. Another fairly good over for the Titans. 4 runs coming off it. That one beautiful boundary from Neil Brunt. 407 for 8. 96 overs gone. 4 overs left for the Titans to add some runs for the bonus points. 4 overs for the Dragons to pick up another wicket.
Yes, Werner. IPL has shown us that the rules can be bent a bit. I mean, innovation as well. The game is moving forward. Now we're happy with the super subs. And exciting times ahead for the short format.
Yeah, everybody agrees with that. Is a Rabada feeling that it's leaning way too far into the advantage of the batters? That I do agree with.
Yep.
Don't want just bowling machines out there on the field with flat tracks and nothing in it for the bowlers. It's important that there is some kind of balance still.
100%. I mean, the first week it was a game where 500 runs were scored. in one match. The question now is this become a batter's game?
At least this format still brings some balance and some parity with it. Somebody like a Matthew Klingfeld will never be bowling in an IPL match. But here he can be very effective.
I agree with you. And he's really held up his end, to be quite honest. I mean, 12 overs, 37 for 1. It's been really brilliant.
Yeah, all round value, made 97 with the bat as well. It's always nice when you have the top order batters who can bowl as well, to balance out the side. You don't want to have just 4 options and nobody else to turn to. Bowlers will tire very quickly. Generous leave by Matthew West. They still have that fielder at his almost like a silly bit off. And goes straight towards that man. Matthew West. 5 dots in the over from Klingfeld, tying things up.
You're looking to close this over.
And he does so very well. So, despite the new ball being taken, they've decided to keep on with Matthew Klingfeld. I thought maybe Rwanda Swart will be back into the attack, so not just yet. Maybe just looking if the new ball gets a bit of extra bounce for the spinner as well, something different. But we'll see if that experiment continues or not. What will continue is Huddersfield Union from the West Lane, and it's 407 for 8 after 97.
The Titans ticking away, ball by ball, run by run. Slowly but surely getting to that 100 lead, but we're still quite a distance away. Arders will be looking, for an opportunity to get one more. Pushing it wide on this occasion. I mean, the whole point of taking a new ball is to get the batters to play, isn't it?
Yeah, he will want to get that quite a bit straighter. Will Huddersfield Union. Not much for him out there. Though his field is almost set up for wide-ish delivery as well. Big gap between gully and second slip. Almost finding the gap is Neil Brunt. Solid work from Mikhail Prince.
I mean, that's the line that you'd want to bowl with the new ball. Just getting it there, getting him driving. Any mistake, you getting the edge. Get the slips in play, or the keeper. Anything outs wider than that is a waste of a new ball.
Through mid-wicket, it's racing towards the boundary. Big chase, but here Isaacs is very quick and he gets there. Again showing his athletic prowess is Isaacs, but it does seem like he might have hurt himself a bit. Maybe he just winded himself because that was quite the chase. Quite the dive to get there. It does seem like he might be in a little bit of pain, and they're just asking the physio to run on and have a bit of a look. But a worthy effort there from Isaacs.
It was brilliant effort there by Isaacs. And if you look at the replay again, a bit too straight from Arders again. Outstanding fielding there in the boundary.
He's easily covered 20-25 meters there around the boundary.
Good fielding. Let's just hope that he's fine.
Now we'll have a little bit of a break as the physio attends to him. Might be worth having a bit of a rest break, giving a bit of a quick drink for Neil Brunt, who's also brought up his 50 in the meantime. almost slipped past me completely, but he's brought up his fifth. It's been a good knock by Neil Brunt, coming in the middle all this time for the Titans, coming in at number 7, not being able to open, having been off the field quite a bit in the first innings. 50 giving up of only 78 balls, and this partnership has moved on to 29. And just seemed like Tahir Isaacs has recovered well enough, and he'll be going back to his post at a deep square leg region.
Neil Brunt to the brilliant innings there. Was being a silent assassin. And he went quietly about it. Showing pure leadership there. Captain.
3 4s and a 6 for Neil Brunt. He is quite the accumulator of runs, says Neil Brunt. Traditional in his approach. He likes to keep turning a strike over. An interesting career has Neil Brunt. He's always wanted to make runs, but he hasn't scored a lot of centuries. Neil Brunt. It's still something I feel that he could set right. Got wide from Fulton. Played again by Matthew Bose, who seemed untroubled so far in this short innings of his.
He looks solid, Werner. Looks very comfortable up there in the middle. I like the intent. I like how he's backed himself and made sure that with each opportunity that he gets, the bad ball, he just latches onto it.
Huddersfield switching over the wicket now. It's Neil Brunt. Goes for that drive, but they have the fielder place just there. He scored 21 50s. This is now his 22nd 50 for Neil Brunt, and scored the 7th century. So definitely something to work on there with his conversion rate.
Conversion, yes.
We've seen that Andre Pretorius has just started his career, but in his 3 matches he scored the 150, and 2 after 3 times he's gone past 50. He's made it 3 figures. Brevis himself has now scored a 4th century already. That's good delivery by
Neil Brunt needs to kick on. I mean, he can bat. We all know that. Just like you said, the conversion. With that, brings the over. Titans 411 for 8 after 98 overs with the lead of 66. Just witnessed Neil Brunt getting to his 50 in that over. And Titans will be looking to carry on and post a decent lead. And with me in comms will be Otto, who will be joining me. Welcome back, Otto.
Thank you, Paul. Does look like they are going to try and get as many runs as they can, the Titans. Never mind the time left in the game.
Tossed up. Solid block there from Matthew Boast. Straight to short cover.
They don't want to give the Dragons a chance to win the game, so they want to take that off the table, or at least make it very difficult.
Tossed up, driven beautifully down the ground by Matthew Boast. A single. Matthew Kleinfeld will continue from the Hanops end. How have you seen this game so far, Otto?
Yeah, it's very interesting. The ebbs and flows, the Titans hanging in there, the tail wagging a little bit.
Matthew down the track, flicking it down to cow corner, a single.
First Dala, now Boast managing to hang in there with the captain, and he's just piling on the runs slowly but surely. So very gutsy performance here by Brunt. Not sure what the extent of his injury is. Just went down on his haunches there. Might be a little bit tired. side strain, I'm told. Yes, okay, so might find it tough batting.
Yeah, it's always uncomfortable batting with a niggle. But, he's hung on. I mean, it's brilliant innings this. The captain leading from the front. Well, he's batting at the back end of things, but
Mm-hmm.
he's leading his troops. Wow. Full toss from the leg side.
Wonder. No, it's buys.
Buys.
So the umpire saying that Boast had nothing to do with that. So
Think
it's maybe because of the injury that he's obviously the replay there. Nothing on that. Keeper missed it. Everybody missed it. So that might be one of the reasons why. First of all, he's trusting his tail enders. Neil Brandt is not farming the strike, and that might also be because of the injury, that he feels that he can't take on too much of the work, so he is trusting in his tail end partners to do the job and survive with him. And now we see change in the bowling attack.
Ruan back into the attack. I mean, he's bowled 16 overs, gone for 67, one maiden. He's gone for 13 fours. And he's bowled a very long spell. And he'll be looking to, I mean, the ball is still fairly new. He'll be looking to really grab himself his first wicket.
He did a lot of the work this morning in the first session before lunch.
Full delivery, driven down to Ardes, who's on mid-on.
And he has got a fine leg and mid wicket on the boundary as well as backward point. Second slip in a gully, which you might be able to see there, and then he's got that's like a almost a short mid off, man standing there next to the crease.
Back of a length. Defended, but gone through the point region for a single.
Then he does have the conventional mid off, but on in as well as extra cover for the left-hander.
Both left-handers.
Both left-handers. Excuse me. Yes. Just getting back into it. Okay, so here we go.
I mean, he's gone slightly different for Matthew Bose. He's gone with two slips in a gully with a deep point as well. So I think
Was that catching mid off that went into slip?
into slip, yeah. I think now the plan is to just go slightly short of the length, force him to come forward. But I think that I probably want to go fourth stump a bit straight. Hopefully would look to get that outside edge with the one nipping away. But on that occasion, ball was driven back straight to the bowler. I kind of like the plan that they have here, but one mistake, the problem while coming around the wicket, one mistake, you go on the legs, you get flicked.
No protection on the onside. Costly drop there at second slip. And that is the captain, I think, Jan Leberg, who dropped that one.
In second slip, and that might have cost them a bonus point. I mean, if we look at that again, I mean, we're talking about that plan to get him driving.
Yeah, the plan working. Execution just not there from the captain. Tried to follow it around as he swiveled there. He did have a strike already on that hand.
One other play and a miss. This time missing the edge. But the intent is there.
Juan de Swart almost had his first wicket of the innings. Not to be. The captain letting him down a little bit there. Letting down the Dragons. They are so close to wrapping up this innings. After 100 overs, they've been in the field all day. Only one run from that Juan de Swart over, and Boast is dropped on 16. We will see who will strike first. Will it be the Titans upping the tempo? Will it be the Dragons taking those 2 wickets they need to get back out there and bat? Kleinveld continues from the Ebbs Road.
He's kept things tight from that end. Short, cut to point, Clay. Retrieving it there at backward point. I mean, if you look at Kleinveld's figures, man, they look pretty good in this game so far. Fast up, driven to sweeper in the cover region.
Once again, Brandt not scared to go off strike early in the over.
Yeah, trusting Matthew both with the strike. I mean, sometimes that's what you need, isn't it?
Captain showing faith in you, and then you rise to the occasion.
Oof. I think a bit of ooh-ahs. All tossed up but kept low. And both missed that completely. I mean, Otto, this partnership is gaining momentum. 38 runs.
Building very nicely. Post making a meaningful contribution here. Just frustrating the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons, keeping them out there.
Yeah, tossed up. Solid defense there by Matthew Boast. I mean, Northwest Dragons have been out in the field for the majority of the day. I mean, they bowled 100 overs. Just a full toss. Hit down to long on for a single.
And Boast retains the strike.
With that single, brings the close of the over. The Titans are on 420 for 8 after 101 overs with a lead of 75.
Right, so the Titans won't declare, I don't think. They will try and get as many runs as they can. See if they can set up that chase for tomorrow. If they can run through the Dragons. And then from the Dragons side, I think they will be going for the draw from this position. They need to avoid losing the game now. There's not enough time for them to set a decent total and then bowl the Titans out, I don't think, unless something spectacular happens in the next 28 hours or so. 26 rather. Day and a few hours left.
Outside off. Neil Matthew Bose prodding the bat out there, finding outside half of the bat. Ball going through to the third man boundary. It's well controlled there. I think he just realized last minute there, going with soft hands. Back of the legs, solid defense. Back to the bowler. And Ruan gone still with 2 slips and a wideish gully. A couple that have gone to that slip cordon. I think they just need to get the angles right. And take the catches.
And take the catches, indeed.
The delivery Width on offer. Slashed to the point region for 4 runs.
The number 10 showing the way there with a beautiful drive. Very leisurely shot.
Confident.
Excellent timing. Just look at that. Scrumptious out the middle of the bat, and
Back of a length from Swart and Matthew Post leaning back and just punching it to deep point. This partnership slowly but surely creeping into the 50s.
they're already on 48 now. This is extremely frustrating for a bowling side to have a 9th wicket partnership like this. It's never nice. Looking forward to getting your feet up as a bowler.
Drop short. Hauled over Miran.
Oh, and they just couldn't reach.
Coming back for the second. Here's that bouncer that we were talking about, but quick. Gonna rush them. And that it's 2 runs. Takes the partnership to 50. 68 balls, only 5 boundaries.
And 45 minutes taken out of the game as well. So really frustrating. Extremely frustrating for the Dragons here. They want to wrap this up now as soon as possible.
A shot delivery from Rwanda Swart, and it's pulled beautifully by Neil Brandt. 4 runs. Couldn't have missed out on that. I mean, there's no one in deep square, so it's a bit of a freebie.
Oh, really not bowling to his field there. De Swart. You see a replay now. And in his defense, it was a bit outside off stump. Brandt had to go and fetch it. So maybe that was the plan, to try and make it difficult for Brandt to control that short ball, but he did a beautiful job with that shot and deserved a 4. Very
His score is 435 for 8.
monster over that. 15 runs from it.
And
Felt will continue.
Kleinveld will continue. Short. Matthew Boast leans back. Straight to the short cover. It's a bit of a toiling session here, Otto. And as far as fielding, I'd be very frustrated.
Yes, and
Partnership is really taking a toll on the Dragons.
yep.
Top edge.
And taken.
Matthew Boast trying to go for the slot sweep there. And Matthew Kleinveld picking the wicket of Matthew Boast. If you look at the replay there, tried the slog sweep and fortunately getting the top edge. Beautifully taken. And that'll be the end of Matthew Boast's innings.
So 9 wickets down for the Titans. And Matthew Boast goes for 26. Wait and see if we can get you his figures there. 45 deliveries he's faced. And he was caught by Prince with the bowling of Kleinveld. Beautiful partnership with the captain Neil Brandt. And now only 1 wicket left for the Dragons to get. And it will be that of Lesotho Kokohlabana, who will join Neil Brandt now and try and stretch this lead out a little bit more for the Titans before the Dragons take the final wicket. Just getting as many overs done for the Titans, keeping the Dragons out there in the sun for as long as possible. We see Neil Brandt is just stretching out on his on his knees there.
And with that
Having a drink as well. And
that wicket brought the drinks break.
yeah, we've got a little drinks break now, and we will take the rest ourselves.
Drinks break. That wicket took us to the break, and the Titans are on 435-9 with a lead of 90.
Very handy lead for the Titans here. And as we were discussing and during the drinks break, in any other circumstance, Savannah said that would be an awesome lead. But unfortunately, the time is not there for us to have an exciting finish to this match. We might still get one. It looks all but done for the Dragons' chances of winning this. Stranger things have happened though. That's why we love this game of cricket so much, and that's why we keep watching. What will happen next? How long can Koko Klobana survive with Brandt at the crease and stretch things out for the Dragons in the field?
Glenfell to continue. Tosses up. Solid defense there from Lesego. Another dot ball. I mean, let's talk about Glenfell's bowling. You know, he's held up that end. All these 15 overs from that end, and been fairly consistent. Another tossed up delivery, blocked solidly back to the bowler.
So for the new batter, they have Silly Madon there. Not much else in terms of attack for the Dragons and Kleinveld, and he finishes the 103rd over after taking the wicket with Matthew Boast. So
Titans with the lead of 90. Would be looking to maximize this lead to give them a chance to come back and haul the Dragons out on the final day. Or quick wicket from the Dragons here. They're back to batting. We'll see where this game takes us tomorrow.
it'd be very difficult for the Dragons to set a score and then ask the Titans to chase and bowl them out. So I'd be very surprised if we have a Dragons victory. It will have to be something spectacular from this position.
So you've got
Viljoen is back.
Viljoen back in the attack.
So Libba, the Dragons captain, throwing his big gun back into the attack. He wants to wrap things up here, give themselves a chance, see how far they can take this game, force a result. Like I mentioned earlier, 4 draws already for the Dragons.
Full pitch delivery, driven beautifully through the covers. Recovered well there by the deep cover, the sweeper.
Roddy Mokwani. Is the fielder there?
Fielder.
Right, now it is the number 11 versus the 5-wicket Viljoen.
Yeah.
There are 2 slips in place and a gully. Let's see, where does Viljoen take this wicket? How is he going to manage this? He's got point and extra cover, mid off, wideish mid on, just behind the crease of the non-striker, and then a mid wicket 5 pitches width away, and a backward square leg 45 on the boundary. Let's see, Koko Globana.
Short, quick single.
Come through.
He's made it through.
Well, that's first signs of forming the strike from Neil Brandt. Gets it done, and he will face the next 4.
I think they should have gone for 2 in that first ball to
Yeah,
avoid
Yeah,
that mix-up in this recent delivery. But skipper made it through.
ball went so quickly to the boundary. They could only take the 1.
True.
Right.
Full pitch delivery. Neil Brunt goes up and over.
Well, the plan is pretty clear. Brandt is going to cash in here as much as he can. Get as many runs as he can. Lead now 96. We'll keep an eye on that. How many runs can Brandt add on for the Titans to play with?
If we look at the replay there, Neil Brunt really backed himself to go for that one.
Sent middle off down to long off.
Ball pitched. Defended. No run. Brunt keeping the strike. 2 balls left.
So for Brandt, they've only got the 1 slip in. They're bringing mid wicket now on in from the boundary. Only fine leg now on the boundary. They're bringing the offside backward point and extra cover, mid off, mid on, all there to stop the single, to keep Koko Klobane rather on strike for the next over.
Down the leg from Viljoen. Neil Brunt asking for a wide there. It's red ball cricket, mate.
Give us another run, umpire.
You can see the plan here, I think maybe a quick single, where, drop and run.
Oh, that's the question. I think just needs to maybe paddle it down leg side if he can. Pretty much the rest of the field is covered.
Drop short, ball straight to mid wicket. Lesego will be on strike in the next over. And with that over, Titans 441 for 9 after 104 overs with the lead of 96. Brunt still at the crease on 64, 92 balls. Partnership only worth 6 runs.
And a change of end for one Swart. So good call. Get both of the faster men, both of the opening bowlers are back on with the new word ball. It's now just 9 overs old, so it is still considered a new ball, I would think.
Yep.
And Koko Klobane needs to keep this out. 2 slips in. Backward point, cover, wideish, mid off.
Full delivery, driven through the covers by Lesego.
Gets the biggest cheer of the day from his teammates in the dressing room. What a shot!
I'm
Very
sure,
nicely done.
I'm sure he's been telling them for a long time. You know, I can bat.
Have a look at this one. Smacked it
Driven.
through extra cover. Beautiful. 100-run lead is on the board for the Titans. Koko Klobane flexing his batting muscles here.
Ooh,
Leave.
up
Very
in
nice.
arms, up in arms. Good comeback there from Diswat. Confident leave there from Lesego. I mean, I love how these tail enders back themselves, and geez, if you're a fielding side, be upset with the toil. You want to take wickets early. You don't want partnerships like this.
No, it's double figures already. 10 runs partnership. Absolute gold dust for the Titans, and just getting up the noses of the Dragons here. They would not enjoy this at all. Did all the hard work to keep Brandt off strike, and now Swabane has scored a boundary and keeping it out.
A full pitch delivery, driven with an open blade to cover.
Straight to the fielder that time.
Before of this over.
But the Swart won't be too perturbed as long as Koko Flobane is playing his shots. He'll feel he does have a chance.
2 slips in the gully. Brilliant. Brilliant delivery. Brilliant defense. Yeah, I mean, with a newish ball, you'd be happy as a bowler seeing the batter play.
Mm.
I mean, with 2 slips in the gully, yes, you'd be happy. You know, you're just hoping that your slip caught and just takes the catches. I mean, they missed out on the bonus point there. Another solid defense there from Lesego to close off the over. And the score is 445 for 9 after 105 overs. The lead is 100. And Neil Bryant will be on strike.
Solid work there by Koko Flobane. Exactly what the team requires. He's not holding back either. He did score that boundary and showed some decent technique and defense. So very well done by the number 11. Koko Klobane, excuse me. Corrected once again by Werner, thank you. We apologize for that. So for Brandt, Viljoen has got very defensive field now. Mid on and mid off are about 15-20 meters in from the boundary ropes. Protection all around.
Neil Bryant trying the scoop there, trying to be innovative, but Verleun too quick.
Fine leg is quite square, so there's a lot of space. Fine on the leg side behind square. He can beat the keeper. It's a 4, and it will be another irritation to the bowler and the Dragons. And now Herman has gone down, the wicket keeper, Ruben Herman, excuse me.
Physio running in there just to check. Keeper probably might have taken one on the fingers because he wasn't expecting Neil Bryant to go across, and took him by surprise there.
Got the gloves off, the ice pack going onto the hand there. So hopefully he'll be alright. Doesn't look too serious. Maybe just stung him on the thumb or something.
Yep.
So even with those wicketkeeper gloves on, can still hurt your hand. And just going over the field set, so there's a backward point and extra cover on the boundary. There's a square leg and a fine leg on the boundary, quite square. And then, as I mentioned, mid off and mid on, sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary, mid wicket, just on the edge of the square.
I mean, the plan would be to get Neil off strike and just bowl to Lesego for as long as they possibly can. And he's looked pretty decent so far.
Coco Plabana, yes, indeed.
I think
Don't think we'll lose time because of light today. The skies have cleared up quite nicely, especially towards the west where the sun is setting. And so we might just get a full day's play for a change.
that'll be lovely.
Every minute of it. And a few people have come in, so make a plan. If you've got no other plans, come down to SuperSport Park tomorrow.
Back live, full toss from Verloon and Neil Brandt just lazily hitting it to Mirov, sorry, and keeping the strike. 2 dots so far in the over. Pitched full and Neil Brandt hitting that over long off for 1 bounce 4. And we can see the intent there, Otto.
Yeah, good placement as well with that mid-off or long-off fielder just about standing. Well, they now moved, Libbo's now moved himself into the path of where that ball went. But good placement by Brandt, taking on the fielders and picking the gap.
Back over length, tucking Neil in there, finding the thigh pad.
So now the fielders come back up to stop the single. Keep Brandt off strike for De Swart.
2 deliveries left in the over.
So this is good awareness, good tactics by the Dragons. They want to give themselves a chance to bowl at Coco Plabana as much as possible. Try and get that final wicket. 14-run partnership. Annoying if you're a Dragons supporter.
You are toiling.
Yeah. And the Titans just keep him out there a little bit longer.
Full pitch delivery. Neil Brandt going across the line there. Hitting it over mid wicket. Coming back for the second. No, they're not gonna come for the third.
That's one way of doing it. They almost had enough time for 3 there. Keep the ball in the air, steepling bounce. 451 up for the Titans in 637 balls, 54 fours and 8 sixes. 451 for 9, lead up to 106, and the partnership is 16.
So yeah, like you're saying, that's about a way to go about it. I mean, if the field is in, no fielders in the air. Brandt giving himself room. Yorker delivery there, brilliant fielding there on square leg. That'll be a dot, and that'll bring up the over. Score 451 for 9 with the lead of 106. I think Ruan de Swart will continue from the Hanops River end.
Yes, one more over to bowl. Just one more, adding one more, Titans. One more wicket for the Dragons to get themselves back into the change room and get their opening batters out there.
Serious discussion there by Ruan and his skipper. Thinking of a plan on how they're going to buy this wicket. I think he's going to keep one slip, gully, and then captain's going to slot himself there at short catching cover. Oof, back of a length. Lesego up in arms and happy to leave that one.
Yep, only fine leg on the boundary at a 45 angle. Just a single slip, second slip, and a gully there. Well, that's not. That's more like a fourth slip there, not really a gully. Once again, gaps between the second slip and keeper and the fourth slip and second one. Let's see how.
Full pitch delivery driven to Moran. Stefan looking confident and I'm glad the skipper is backing him. Or maybe they couldn't get a single of the previous over to get Neil on strike. So far so good, it's working.
Yep. So yeah, the silly mid on and the catching cover is there. Conventional cover, backward point as well.
Oh, with an offer slash from Lesego there. I think his eyes got big. He's trying to hit it over cover there. Wanted to go for the full maximum points there. Just playing a miss.
It's a
Big booming drive.
booming drive, yeah, by the number 11, and not a good enough batter to get an edge on it. Let's see how long can he survive. Is he just going to stick out the rest of the over? Probably that would be the plan now. And silly mid on goes out to conventional mid on. The fine leg is called up closer to the wicket, a little bit closer.
Probably 20 in. No, back over length, and Lesego just decides, let me go back and punch it to Vian Libba, who's in short cover. We've had 4 dot balls in this over so far. Ruan will be looking to close the over and hopefully just giving him one. I mean, we've seen sweeper on the offside has dropped and deep square has dropped. We're looking to give him a single. Oh, full pitched. Sejo up in arms and happy to leave that. Oh, from off stump that.
It's a good leave, and now lots of space to entice Koko Klobana to play one of those expansive drives. But it looks like his plan is quite clear in his mind. He does want to keep his wicket as long as possible, stay out there for as long as he can, and support his captain, who's on 70. Now around the wicket, leg slip is in, trap is set.
We're calling a short ball or a double bluff.
Maybe a Yorker.
Not a bad ball that. I mean, you would think that he was probably going to go for the short ball, but he decided to go a tad fuller. And Lesego just completely missed that. And with that dot ball, brings the over. Score 451 for 9 after 107 overs, with the lead of 106. And it was a maiden over from Ruan Deswat.
Indeed it was. So one more over to go for the Dragons. One more over survived by the number 11. And Brandt will face Viljoen now, with the field spread wide. lots of gaps. Let's see where mid-off will go. Captain Libber is going back. So the Neil Brunt eyeing the field, looking around where can he access the boundary to get some valuable runs for his side, for his bowlers to bowl at.
Nah, tried the Yorker. Neil is happy to leave that. I mean, you can see the plan here. Let's get him off strike. Get Lucio on strike, and let's try and have a go at the number 11. But now this chat between captain and bowler, dropping the slip down to third man, and we'll have one slip in play. And a mid wicket. Those are the only two fielders that are in the ring. Ball delivery. Neil whips it on the legs. Coming back for two. Is Lesego going to make it? Was in a dive. And he's made it. Looks safe.
Quite happy that he made his ground. Good running there from these two. We see Brunt just a little bit hesitant, as it looked like mid-wicket might field that, and then Prince on the boundary firing it in, and the dive from Kopo Flobana, making sure that he gets back. And no wicket for the Dragons there. 18 runs the partnership now.
Drop short. Drop short. Neil pulls and it's dropped.
Straight to the man there at mid-wicket. Right into his hands and popped back out. It was struck rather forcefully there by Brunt. It would have been a spectacular catch.
And the 6-5 for Hardes Viljoen.
Tahir Isaacs there. Ball just popping back out of his hands.
Bit unfortunate. Top effort though.
Yeah.
Well pitched. Whipped on the legs for maximum. And I mean, these kind of things so often happen in cricket. Murphy's Law, a drop catch, and the next ball goes for a boundary. I mean, if you look at that, on off stump, and Neil Brunt flicking it hard to the cow corner for 6. Takes the lead to 114. And Neil Brunt to 78. 78 off 102 balls. Sure, Hardes Viljoen would be livid with that. I mean, but that's cricket. These things happen. Drop catch, next ball. You almost know it that it's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, very nice, powerful shot there by Brunt. The umpire was asked to take a look at the ball there by Viljoen and the captain Libber. And umpire threw it straight back to Hardes Viljoen. 2 balls to go in the over, in the 108th over.
Down leg this time, and Neil missing out there.
Needs to try and find a single here. Neil Brunt. The fielders are walking in. Most of them anyway. Third man and backward point seem to be staying put. And the cow corner fielder is 20 meters or so from the boundary. Now third man comes back into slip. Now they react. Extra cover and backward point also coming up to stop Brunt from retaining the strike. Square leg is close by. There's a little bit of space for Brunt on the onside, front of square for a single.
Width on offer. Neil Brunt throws hands. And the ball goes flying over point for 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, he doesn't mind getting the runs that way, and the Titans have declared. There we go. So that is enough of that, says Neil Brandt on 82. And he decides that he wants to have a go. Officially, there are about 17 overs left in the day, probably maybe an hour, 40 minutes or so left. There's enough daylight. So Brandt wants his fast bowlers to have a crack just before the close of play. And we will take a short break for the innings break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SuperSport Park in Centurion, to Cricket South Africa's live coverage of the 4-day domestic series between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Renault Potchefstroom Northwest Dragons. Titans declared on 463 with 100 odd run lead. Just to mention, Hardus Viljoen got a standing ovation from his teammates and the small crowd in here today for his 5-wicket haul. Junior Dala will open the bowling for the Titans from this end, the off-bob end, I believe it's been renamed. And economy of 3.9, best of 6 for 35. If he can produce that for the Titans today, they will be very happy and they will be in with a chance. Lesiba Ngwepe will open the batting for the Dragons. Average of 30.7, playing the 77th match. And excuse me, that's still Dala's figures popped back up in front of me while I was reading that, so apologies for that. Ngwepe will be taking strike first up. With him is Kleinveld. Two opening batters, Matthew Kleinveld, Lesiba Ngwepe, there we go, 56th match for him. And his 94th innings, his highest score is 134 versus Eastern Province in Kaberga in 2012-13. So, 2 slips and a gully in for Dala. Strikes the pads first up. Everybody appeals except Dala. And a good start by the Titans. Best bowler in the first innings was Junior Dala. The lead is 118, we can confirm. And with me is Werner.
Yeah, you can hear that enthusiasm in the field. The Titans having declared with a generous lead, with the idea of getting some wickets tonight before the end of play. So you'll hear plenty of chirp in the field. They've had some nice rest. The Dragons were out in the field all day.
Left alone that time. Lots of vocals coming from the Titans. They want to be up the noses of these Dragons openers. So just to give you the field, the rest of the field there is 2 slips and a gully, as I mentioned. There's a backward point cover, and then a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg out on the boundary. The only fielder out on the boundary, giving Ngwepe lots of space to access and giving Dala the chance to get the edge. Every ball being cheered here by the fielders. Very deliberate, very loud by the Titans, and they have a sniff here. If they can get into the Dragons' middle order by the end of the day, they'll be very, very happy. Pressure now on the Dragons' batters to see where they can take this game, see if they can force the draw, because the Titans are in control.
Just to give you a little tidbit, umpires change ends after the end of first innings, or in the case of a 4-day match, the first innings of both teams. So now that the Dragons are into their second innings, Brad White is standing at the West Lane end, while Dennis Smith has switched over to the Henops River end. Brad White himself has done some commentary with us.
Team has grown quite nicely, and Dala just keeping it tight on that off-stump line, forcing Ngwepe to play defensive shot. And Ngwepe is very content just to keep it out, keep his wicket. No real attacking intent yet.
Packed offside field for Dala.
See, Skalk Engelbrecht is on the field at mid-off. Ngwepe lets that one go, and no run on the board after the first over.
Neil Brunt seems to be okay. He's come out to the field, which is good to see. So looks like his side is not too bad if he's able to still run around a bit. in the field might be needed with the ball tomorrow at some stage. So keeping that in mind. Solid start by Junior Dala, and he'll be joined at the other end by the debutant, Lesego Koko Shlabana. Some trust has been put in him here, so he's been given the new ball. Matthew Boast opened the bowling with Dala in the first innings, so now, having taken 3 wickets and showing some impressive signs in that first innings, the youngster is rewarded.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is Matthew Boast who is off the field, and Skalk Engelbrecht taking the field in his place. I don't see Matthew Boast anywhere. No. He's quite a big guy, and he's got number 8 on his back. Just make sure of that. Yeah, that's Pretorius. Well, it doesn't look like he's on the field at the moment. Across the left-handers, Koko Klabana. Loud encouragement from his teammates. 2 slips. It was pretty much exactly the same field as Dala.
Yeah, you look quite right. Also, it does seem like Matthew Bose hasn't taken to the field, which is interesting. After his innings went on for quite a bit, hopefully he's okay to come out and bowl tomorrow then, if he's not able to come on the field this afternoon.
Strays onto the pads, does Koko Klabana, and punished by Kleinveld through square leg for 4. Good timing and a bit of a gift there, but Kleinveld will take that.
Yeah, Kleinveld feeling good after his 97 in the first innings. Koko Shabana with an important role to do here with the new ball. Matthew Boast was an important cog for the Titans in the first innings, taking those first couple of wickets. He set the tone, and so it would be a big blow for the Titans if he's unable to take to the field in this innings in their pursuit to try and bundle out the Dragons for a chaseable score.
On the leg side it goes again. This time Kleinveld cannot make a connection. The square leg is quite close, halfway between the umpire and the wicket after walking in. That shot by Kleinveld was just too good. Beat the fielder there. Fielder is just a little bit in front of square. Shot from Kleinveld went behind square for the first boundary and the first runs for the Dragons in their second innings. Usually say that they would want to chase down this lead and then set the score. Much better line there from Koko Klabana. That's where you want to be, with 2 slips and a gully, a backward point there, packed offside, attacking field. Nobody on the leg side nobody on the leg side in front of square. Just fine leg and square leg. So you don't want, you do have the mid on, but you don't want to be bowling on the stumps now. If you do go for the stumps, go for the off stump for the left-hander, go across the left-hander, get those slips into play. Left alone. Loud encouragement from Pefuquayo, especially at mid-on. Finding his rhythm early here. Koko Klabana now 1 ball to go in his first over, and just that 4. See if he could close this one out.
And the first couple of days they went off for bad light around this time, so it's good to see full sun baking down on the field, so we should get a full day's play in, which is lovely to see.
Nice looking on drive there for Kleinveld, and Koko Klabana just straying once again in his line just a little bit. He's got his head down, but Munsami walks over to him, has a chat there. There we see the replay. Just couldn't get down in time, and Pefuquayo giving up the chase. We've had an exceptionally wet summer up here on the high veld. So very, very happy with that. Lots of rain and lots of interruptions for us cricket fans, but we'll never complain about the rain falling here on the high veld in the summertime. Right, same field for Dala. No change.
Talking about bad light, that's exactly what's happened at the Wanderers. It's not that far away from here. They're probably about 30-40 kilos from here, and they've gone off for bad light with the Dolphins on 294 for 5 after 68 overs. They've been going at a very good rate, clearly getting as much points as they can from a batting perspective. Chepang de Tole is on 154 not out, an exceptional innings by him. The Martian Pillay has come to the crease there. He's on 40 of 52.
We are looking towards the south, sitting in the stands here at SuperSport Park. Ngwetbe not interested in chasing those wide ones, and we can see that it is considerably gloomier over towards the Johannesburg side of things, where of course you will find the Wanderers.
Down at the Western Cape, Gold Rush Boland were bowled out for 318, and in response, Western Province decided that they will bat again. They're 93 for 2 after 16 overs, looking to set a quick target for Boland to chase tomorrow.
Nice line there by Dala, just outside off stump. Wepe forward and defended and beaten outside off stump.
And Dala's bowled with a lot of control in his last few matches. He's had a good season in his 4-day campaign. It's been impressive.
Going for that forward defensive there in Wepe and just playing down the wrong line. So now there's a catching mid-wicket in for Dala, and extra cover has been taken out. Is that a nick through? Did I hear something there? No, nobody except the fielders interested in that one, especially not the umpire.
Yeah, missed that edge of the bat and the edge of the off stump by such a slim margin, or as Ian Smith of New Zealand would say, by the barest of margins. So close.
That's excellent work here from Junior Dala. He is nagging away outside off stump, forcing the shot. Ngwepe cannot leave those balls. They are too close to the stumps. That one is a little bit wider, but good work by the wicketkeeper to clean that up. So Dala definitely looking dangerous, and the Dragons will do well to survive this little period before close of play. 18 minutes past 5 o'clock local time. Officially 13 overs left in the day. I don't think we'll get those 13 overs in, but hopefully another 30-40 minutes or so of cricket to enjoy. This time Wepe gets in behind it to that extra cover region for a single, and he retains the strike.
Zala's taken 16 wickets in this tournament and an average of 16 runs. So he's been a vital cog for the Titans. Plenty of experience, of course, from Junior Zala. Sekokoko Shlabana will continue on from the Henops River end. Interesting to see how he uses this new ball, whether he can get a bit of shape. Conceded the 2 boundaries at the start and the back end of that over. So he'll want to start a bit better here. And you can see the experience. Andile Pechlokwai just having a bit of a word with the youngster. He has 2 slips. And Devil Brevis at gully. Also a fielder out at a deep backward point. And on the leg side is a fine leg on the boundary and a deep square leg as well.
He's coming around the wicket. He's got the protection now to go for the stumps. Wepe lets this one go through.
I've been impressed with Koko Shlabana. He's a lovely action There's definitely a lot to him, and in a debut match, there's definitely a lot you can see that he brings to the table. Of course, control will come with time, especially if you haven't really played much all day cricket, I'd call it.
Backward point also on the boundary. This time Wepe draws the oohs and ahs by leaving that ball, but it was a good leave. Well away from the stumps, and as you pointed out earlier, Werner, that's indication that the batters do trust the surface. Is a good surface to bat on. Not a whole lot of cricket has been played on it. Dragons being bowled out inside the 100 overs, and then we had the full day today, so lost a lot of time yesterday, so the wicket is still good. It just pushes at that one. They're coming back for the second. No, the fielders clean it up in the covers.
I think it was slightly easy running. Does feel like there could have been a 2 there if they ran the first one hard, but nevertheless, 1 run added, and Guepe moves on to 2.
So that's a no ball as well. Signaled there by the umpire. The first extra of the innings. Klabana overstepping by spotting that one. So just a little hesitation there from Toko Klabana. Pulls out of his gather. So not entirely sure where his feet should go. They have put backward point back on the boundary. Extra cover is there, which gives them the fielder that went down to square leg. So as I said, you can now go for the shot onto the stumps. The square leg covers that for him. And Danveld and Wepe both managing, starting to rotate the strike. Both left-handers, so there's no field switches needed.
First target for the Dragons will be to knock off this deficit. Still 106 runs away.
So the Titans would want to get as many wickets as they can before that happens. Try and win this match. They have a better chance, I think, of getting the result than the Dragons do at this point, and the Dragons would just want to survive. A few overs this evening and then 3 sessions tomorrow, see if they can force the draw. So if they can bat through to tea tomorrow, they should be okay. Depends on the rate at which they score. So a very interesting final day awaits us. They're still not interested in the gaping space, inviting him to drive through the offside. Lots of scoring opportunities there, but he is way more interested in seeing his team through to the close of play.
He does like a drive, doesn't Guepe, so it's good from him holding himself back. Bit of a different role for him now, opening the batting in this format.
The leg side goes Koko Klabana. Leg by, says the umpire, but not interested in the LBW shout from the Titans. Everybody appealing, but umpire says no.
Yeah, again.
Ball. Don't think that was a chance, really.
No.
See, line. It's way down the leg side. I think they just appealed so that they might get away with a wide there. Was signalled leg buys.
Yeah, luckily
So, yeah.
luckily Dennis Smith in this format wouldn't have considered even calling a wide for that sort of delivery.
Of course, yes.
And
Yeah, you're right.
but yeah, again, Potchefstroom not able to close out the over, unfortunately. It doesn't count against him in the end, as it is leg buys, but it is another 4 runs, and that means that the Dragons are off to a brisk start, going at 4 runs to the over, 16 without loss, with Junidala to continue from the west lane, and a catching mid-wicket in place now.
Full and wide, and punished by Kleinveld. Matthew Kleinveld, absolute corker of a shot.
Sweetly out of the middle from Matthew Kleinveld. You could hear that one off the bat. There was no stopping it at all. All the way onto the front foot, and that hit the boundary in next to no time.
Good shot there by Kleinveld. He moves into double figures.
Still a lovely pitch to bat on.
Oh yes. Short this time, and Redden on top of the bounce, well by Kleinveld, coming back for the second as the fielding is done by a fine leg running around to square.
Not ideal if you've just come off a spell and now you have to run all the way around. Potchefstroom. Big effort from him.
So Kleinveld did access the space on the offside through just past mid-off that time, that previous boundary that he scored, and now Dala would just keep his length to try and get the edge if he plays that stroke again. Too much onto the stumps again, and no real interest
And
in a single air, straight to the fielder.
After that previous delivery, they decided to move the catching mid wicket out, move him closer, almost to a straightish square leg, a bit further back, so just to try and cover that angle.
Almost sneaking through there, Dala, but safely defended in the end by Kleinveld.
A big responsibility here for Dala, being the leader of the attack, and with Matthew Bose not back on the field, a lot of it rests on him to try and get the early breakthrough for his team, try and give the Titans some hope of potentially to push for a win tomorrow. Still a long way away at this point.
Very nice back foot cover drive. Matthew Kleinveld, take a bow. That's a wonderful shot. Through to the cover boundary for 4.
It is very well played. And again, he looks totally in control. Thus Kleinveld has a lot of time as it comes to him. And over the top of it, textbook back foot punch.
Lovely shot. And with every run, the lead, by the way, is now, well, the deficit now is below 100. Has been for a while. 92 is the deficit now. Oh, that one reared up off the surface. Kleinveld doing the gardening required after something like that happens and survives. So every run brings the Dragons closer and closer to forcing the draw here. If the Titans don't start taking wickets soon, they will definitely not win this game. They still have a good chance, I feel, of getting the 10 wickets. They need 1 or 2 at least this evening.
They do. It looks like Luandre Pretorius has come on to bowl, and I'm starting to rethink whether they are closing at 6 or at 5:30. But for now, it's Luandre Pretorius who again gets a bit of a go here at the back end with the 2 left-handers in. So he has a slip fielder in place. Stacking the offside field is Neil Brunt, so he has a sweeper out on the point boundary. And no one out on the leg side, so just maybe tempting the Siba and Guepe here. And Pretorius does have quite good control of his office. That towards the back end of his school career, did start bowling much more.
And he was warming up before the innings started as well, so he's got his eye in. Wepe cut that one straight to backward point. A little bit more flight there, almost enticing the drive from Wepe, and catching extra cover is there. Conventional extra cover and mid on, mid off as well.
It feels like one of those practice sessions. The keeper is bowling to the keeper almost. Andre Pretorius also keeps himself. Now he's bowling with Munsami behind the stumps.
Lots of oohs and ahs here from the Titans, keeping the volume levels nice and high. See if they can get something for their efforts here. Two noises there, I think. Almost sneaking through the LBW. Dragons managing to survive so far. These two openers would love it if they can make it to the close.
Again, let's ask him some questions. Is Luhandre Pretorius not making things that easy for Nguepe in the over? A maiden to start off for him. It's 26 without loss after 6 overs. So that over just pulling back the run rate a touch after a few expensive overs of late.
So, let's see if Dala can fight back. He's now also conceded 11 runs, but in one more over than Koko Klabana. They would give an arm and a leg for a couple of wickets here. Titans. The shadows are creeping over the pitch. In Kleinveld seems to be surprised by the bounce a little bit. Straight to gully. And same field as before. Just check and make sure I've got fine leg on the boundary as well as backward point.
And Dala needs to come back after an expensive last over. Started off well and then previous over.
Straight to square leg. It's a square leg just in front of square. Not quite mid-wicket. Well, now it looks more like a mid-wicket, but straight to that field there anyway.
Things have just quieted down a little bit from the Titans. They started off exuberant.
Yeah, shouting and whooping, and volume has gone down a bit. A solid defense by Kleinveld. He knows what his job is.
He's off the blocks very quickly. Yes, Matthew Kleinveld is on 19 of only the 16 deliveries. He struck some sweet boundaries so far in his short stay. There's a fielder now out at the deep point as Dala for that lavish cover drives from Kleinveld.
It goes straight to that fielder on the point boundary. Nice looking square drive from Kleinveld off the back foot again. Just waiting for it. So nicely struck, but straight to the fielder. And that's a replay of the boundary that he struck off the back foot. Almost a similar shot. This time the fielder is there.
Nguepe gets to face up to Dala now. Still the Titans searching for that wicket.
Solid defense. Wepe also aiming for close of play. Doesn't want to hand the job over to anybody else. He wants to be there at the end of the day.
Well, the Seaba's been around for a long time. Also played for a few sides.
Now getting forward defensive there. And so close for Junior Dala, but Mwepe manages to keep his wicket. 7 overs done. 27 without loss. Just a single there. Kleinveld.
This is Ngwepe's 114th match. He debuted way back in the 2010-2011 season for Eastern Province. He's made the 30-50s, 4 centuries to go with it. So he's been around the block as Ngwepe. Matthew Kleinveld himself debuted in the very same season, but he's played a bit more. He's played 138 matches, averaging 36, 35 50s and 17 centuries.
Let's see what he thinks about Lohandre Pretorius' bowling. Cuts that one, and there is protection on the point boundary. Very nicely done by Kleinveld once again for just a single. Just rocks onto the back foot. Slashes that one. Wepe now. Bit more of a cover drive there. Extra cover fields that. Braden Hicks.
Yeah, it must be a horrible feeling making your debut. You're out in the field for quite a while, then you get out to bat, you get a golden duck, then you have to sit and watch your team score a big score, and then you're back out in the field again.
Well, that's cricket. Many famous players have started off with ducks in their careers.
Oh!
So close for Lohandre Pretorius. Kleinveld survives. Can't unfortunately see much of what happens there with the keeper and the batter in the way. But very excited are the Titans about that one. Fires it in a bit quicker. Pretorius, hands on his head as Kleinveld cuts this one past the third man, who's close in, and gets the 4.
Yeah,
runs conceded. First boundary conceded by Lohandre Pretorius, I should say.
Yeah, fired in very quick and flat by Pretorius this time, and that gave him the ability to generate pace behind the wicket. Oh, Matthew Kleinveld, that previous one, he's so well bowled. He bowled it slowly and just turned away from Kleinveld. Let me go back to that.
Oh, another one that Matthew Kleinveld tried to cut again, and this time it beats the bat. So 8 overs gone, 22 minutes to 6. Wonder how much play we will still get in. Umpires seem keen to keep players out there, so that's good. They're not holding up any light meters or anything like that. Most of the pitch now covered by shadows from the western side of the ground, where those hospitality chalets are here at SuperSport Park, and Dala will continue bowling his 5th. Outside off stump, but Wepe just happy to block.
Two contrasting innings so far here. Matthew Kleinveld has spit out of blocks on 25 of 22. Meanwhile, Siba Ngwepe is on 3 of 28 deliveries. Sometimes it goes like that in a partnership. But they're both doing a very good job here for the Dragons. Just what they'd be hoping for in this mini session, which can be a tricky one, coming out to face just a few overs before the end of play.
Cut by Ngwepe this time, and that was through that gully region. Looks like it went in between gully and the slips. Brevis standing at gully was interested for half a second there, but well controlled by Ngwepe over the top there, actually. went down for 4. So good shot,
As I say,
well in control of that.
you slash hard, make sure.
Made sure that he got enough on it to get it over gully. Good leave. I think, to be fair, Kleinveld did get a few more bad deliveries than Wepe did, which would also help to explain why he's got so many more runs than his opening partner. But for the Dragons, 37 without loss, they'll take that, most definitely. And if they can go without losing a wicket until the end of the day's play, might even give them the session. Down the leg side this time. No danger there for Wepe. So after tea, took only the 2 wickets. So maybe a shared session there.
Yeah, I think the Titans would be happy with the lead they managed to get in the end. Those partnerships with Boast and Koko Shlabana at the end.
Yeah. That's definitely the case. They managed to wag the tail. Another one left alone that time. And if the Dragons came out here without this huge deficit, the draw would definitely be a certainty for them. But right now, they need to fight back. Quick single taken.
It's 38. Without loss after 9 overs, still going swiftly are the Dragons. Yeah, so the Titans were 346 for 7 at one stage before they ended up getting 463 for 9 declared. So wonderful recovery by them, and in that Neil Brunt did a lot of the work, ending on 82 unbeaten for deciding to declare to try and give them an opportunity to take some wickets tonight. So far, the Dragons have responded brilliantly.
Solid defense by Ngwepe. Torres trying to attack the stumps, pitching it on middle and leg, looks like. This time, just watches it go past the wicket. Catching extra cover is there, catching mid wicket as well. Strays onto leg stump a bit full. No run. Chance of a run there. So fine leg has come up to backward square leg, close to the umpire. Flighted delivery, and Wepe obliges, straight to point. It's cleaned up, just a single tackle. 79 deficit now.
Yeah, Pretoria is just looking to rush through the overs here, trying to get in much overs as they can, but try and give the bowler at the other side more.
Kleinveld once again looking good off his back foot. Extra cover has to run around along with third man, who's quite square, covering the offside. Only the point boundary fielder now. Short and wide outside off, but straight to extra cover. Another overdone. No, this is good from both sides. The Titans trying to give themselves every opportunity to take a wicket. Dragons not offering any opportunity at all. And now the captain, Brandt, measuring out his run-up.
Said Brunt might have to do some bowling for the Titans, and it's good to see him out there. And he's decided to do that. Important breakthroughs he made last week for the Titans after not much happening against Western Province.
He's got best figures of 6 for 119 against New Zealand in last season, 23-24, when they took that side down. He led that side down to New Zealand. Now the entire pitch, almost the entire pitch, is now completely covered in shade, and most of the ground as well. So I wonder how much longer we'll be able to play today. Leg slip is in, and point on the boundary along with long on and backward square leg on the boundary. Catching mid wicket, extra cover also quite close mid off. Now and then they've got mid wicket on the boundary as well. That floats this up really nicely, but good running there from Webbe and Kleinveld. They get the single out to point.
Yeah, quick single by them and well judged as well. Bit of a wild throw from Braden Hicks, but good stuff from Unsami.
This time going for the stumps. Just onto the back foot goes Webbe. No worries for him there. Edge that time. Yeah, so he's got lots of protection on the onside, does Neil Brandt. So he's going to go for the stumps. That one was a little bit too short, but still bowling to his field, the right line. I think if they bring a quick bowler on now, they will go off. Really gloomy now. All of the pitch in shade. Few streaks of sunshine still on the outfield on the onside here, the bigger part of the ground. And missed by the keeper down the leg side. That's just a gift. The Titan skipper, 4 bars.
Yeah, poor delivery. Just pushing it down the leg side. Neil Brandt almost asking the questions. Why are the umpires coming together right now? They've just, where's the light meter? Surely we've got to take a light meter reading first before we say it's the end of the day. Neil Brandt not very happy with that. Now we see Brad White taking a reading. Neil Brandt. Well, Brad White eyed it, and he knew already exactly how poor the light was. He didn't even need a reading before calling it, and the batters had already started walking off. So a perfect little session here for the Northwest Dragons. 46 out, losing a single wicket after only 11 overs. They've knocked off quite a bit of that deficit. It's still 72 for the Titans at the end of the day.
Yeah, and looking less and less likely that the Titans will be able to take the 10 wickets before the Dragons erase that deficit. The Dragons would want to bat throughout the whole day tomorrow to avoid defeat. And the Titans still in control, would you say, Werner?
Yeah, I'd say the Titans are still in control, unless the Dragons come out tomorrow morning and smashes 200 in the first session and get themselves to a place where they ask the Titans to bat for a session and a half for 200 or 250 runs. But unlikely at the moment. At the moment, draw seems the most likely. But it's been an exceptional start. But the Dragons have looked unfazed. Matthew Kleinveld, a flowing 27 of 26. Sibang Wepe 10 of 41. So no wickets for any of the Titans bowlers. Only the 2 overs for young Koko Shlabana before being taken off, having conceded 11 of that. Others were tidy without being threatening, I'd say. Earlier on, with the batting, the Titans did a good job getting to 463 for 9. that was set up by the 148 made by Brevis, an enterprising knock, really taking the attack to the Renault Porch Northwest Dragons. Keegan Peterson himself getting a century for the first time in a while. It was great to see his 112 and a 58 by Luandre Pretorius, and also that knock, that 82 unbeaten by Neil Brunt. 5 wicket haul for Hardest for Yunus on loan, doing a perfect job for the Dragons. And so it is Stumps on day 3, with the Titans slightly in the ascendancy, but the Dragons no wickets down, and they'll feel comfortable tonight as we head into the final day on Sunday.
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you to our technical team here, the scorers, the cameraman, and the producer. Thank you so much, Pitch Vision, Cricket South Africa, all the sponsors. We do appreciate it. And please do join us again tomorrow morning, probably also a 9:30 start. Have a look. Make sure that you ding that notification bell, and you'll get a notification when we go live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Until tomorrow morning, have a good night.